Or my gaming overlay. Studio mode. Streak reset. Transition. Woo. Okay. Ow. I just like slammed into the bed. Don't mind me. Pause time. Phone now. Phone now. Okay. Also, this is like stupid loud to me. So I'm going to turn it down in headset.
Yeah, that's fair.
Got to wind up turn the mute. No, it's not too loud.
You said tutu.
Toot. I'm trying to think. Did I do? Yeah, that's good. Say words, babe.
Words, babe.
Okay, you're good.
I'm
You're
saying words, babe.
good. Okay, let me check Lumia. Because I
Lumia.
wanted
Is it a
that
Lumia
set up.
setting or is it a Twitch setting?
I think because I have it set up through Lumia. I want to say it's a Lumia thing. So I'm going to go to my Twitch points. I'm going to scroll down to redeem through plushie.
Hiya, Team Blossom. Hi,
Duration.
Captain Europe. It's Captain Europe.
Welcome in.
Oh,
Welcome
and also Mentolu underscore Oscar. Mentolu Oscar. Mentolu? I have no idea if I'm saying that right, but I believe it myself.
Follow me for 20 days. That's awesome. Welcome in. Welcome in.
Welcome in, everyone.
Captain Europe been here for 9 months. Where you been? No, I'm just kidding. I've been missing. I've been missing for a bit. I was talking to Captain Europe.
Oh.
Anyways.
Yeah. Hello, hello.
All right.
How's everyone doing?
Let's see. Duration and levels, delayed, advanced command options. Maximum number of times anyone can redeem per stream. Okay, all right. I have it set for 1 per stream and not 1 per user. Save.
There we go.
There we go. You guys should be able to throw plushies at me now.
With a daily redeem.
Theoretically. Yay!
Hey, I
It
can do it twice.
worked.
Oh, I already threw a plushie today. I can't do it again.
Good job. How did you not get first, babe?
Because I
Get
didn't redeem it.
good.
Can you send me a STEMI NFT?
I can send you a STEM MVP. Very funny. Dun dun. I have him on my Steam's friend list as Dan Dan because that's my new nickname for him. It is
My name is Dan.
yes, his name is Dan. Just straight up Dan.
Yeah.
He we've been working on learning Japanese, and Danna, like Dan Dan, is like basically the nickname I'm giving him because Danna is husband, hubby, you know. So um, Otto is more husband, like you are my husband, and then Danna is meant to be like
More
hubby,
affectionate.
like more affectionate and stuff, and then Dan Dan makes it even cuter. The game's good. Oh yeah, dude, bruh. Okay, we've broken this at this point. You know, like,
We have played
look
so
at it.
many different days. We haven't
We are
been.
on day 24, year 1. Okay, I'm just gonna. It seems I'm just gonna.
Is there a
Yeah.
float?
Okay. Look. Yeah. Year 21. Not year 21. Year 1.
Oh,
And I have a freaking galaxy hammer. That should tell you. Okay. That cost me
um,
75,000 gold. I have 232,000 gold up here. If I go in here, if I go in here, look,
yeah.
look at all this beautiful stuff. Do you want to know what else is in here? Oh shoot. Oh
Hello.
my goodness, babe. Okay, so you know how, okay, listen, so I had to restart today. Hi, Jesse. Okay,
Hi, Jesse.
so you know how I had to
Oh,
restart today because I accidentally kept time going and then
yeah.
it's just like
End of the day.
all that because I fell asleep this morning with Stardew running. It cooked all that iridium ore that we got yesterday in the
Yeah. Oh
mines.
no, it's undone all of what we cooked.
Now I only have 3, but it's fine. It's fine. It's gonna cook again. Thing is, because it's going with time and everything. It like right now it says the iridium bar is gonna be done in an hour, right?
Let me get
Um,
this recipe
it's just
again.
gonna keep going. It's just gonna keep going, you know. and it's piling up. This is how much iridium ore. This and these 3 bars right here. That's how much. We went to the Skull Caverns last night. Bro, that was amazing. Amazing. Basically, we were just going to go in there for a little bit of iridium, but we can pause time. See? So, like, I have my multiply button and I'm continuing time right now. And then if I want to pause time, I just hit it. And you can see up at the top corner up here, there's a little X over the time. That's how you know. Okay? Hey, go away. Go away, first time chatter. Thank you.
I
Um,
got him.
good job. Um, so basically, we've been keeping time paused because it's more chill. We've just been enjoying it that way. You know, we haven't felt really rushed about nothing. We could sit here and just vibe and chat, you know, and also, break the game by, being able to afford fucking everything super early on.
We got the desert festival in you like earlier.
Yeah, yeah. We went to the year one desert festival, if that tells you how fucking. Oh, you know what I should do?
Just slightly ahead on things.
I should cook these I should put these 3 potatoes in. Oh, and also we got chests anywhere. So like you see right here where I hit B, right, which it opens up. Think of it like backpack, right? So here's my farm right here. Has my kegs, my stuff to sell. I've got all my stuff labeled because I'm just that good, right? But what if I'm not wanting to look here? I'm wanting to look in my shed, right? There's my processing chest. I'm going to put this in here, and those are automatically, because it's got automate, those are automatically going to go into the preserving bin. And that's going to make up here, right here, where these little guys down here are moving, these guys are making pickled potatoes. That sounds disgusting. But I don't know. What do I know? What do I know? Some people
It
probably
might
love it.
honestly be something you eat commonly, but don't expect it.
Not for me. Um,
That's what you think.
have you been feeding me pickled potatoes without my knowledge?
Definitely, yep. Uh-huh. But definitely take the time to pickle potatoes every day while you're asleep.
Well, I just assumed you had like a stock of pickled potatoes, not that you make pickled potatoes every day. I don't even know if it probably takes longer than 1 day to pickle potatoes.
Probably, yeah.
I wonder if there's like a faster way to process pickled potatoes or pickled things in general.
Oh yeah, we need to water all the crops again.
Like maybe like condensing, like super vinegar, or like
That's
an
my favorite
Instapot. You
vinegar.
know how Instapots work? What the fuck? Where did the sprinkler come? Oh yeah, I bought it. No, wait, where the fuck did the sprinkler come from? Did you throw a sprinkler at me?
You bought that one yesterday, and then I decided to go get the rare seed again, so I just threw it at you.
Oh, wait.
Yeah, the Ridgeside
I see.
traveling merchant.
Dizzy. Yeah. Um, so that means I did not.
Did you get the pub table before? Everything we did before was reset, but that's fine.
Well, that guy. I was looking on your head.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How's everyone doing?
I'm having to remember everything that I missed. You know, everything that I did this morning and forgot that I did. Because keep in mind, we've been on this day literally since this morning, real life, and it is currently 8 p.m.
Yeah.
But we just restarted the whole day because my dumbass was like, hey, the flower festival starts at 9. It'd be really nice if I set the time, like, because I'm keep pausing time and stuff. It'd be really nice if, like, I
We
forwarded the time to get to, like, maybe 8:30, right? You can't even see the time right now. Why the fuck does it look like this? Why does it look like this? What
what?
happened?
What's going on for you?
My stream screen is.
Oh, you got something up over it.
Oh, I see, I see.
Oh, the overlay.
Oh, I
Yeah.
have to like make an important decision. Okay, because the where chat is,
Yeah.
it's just gonna cover some of the screen. Fucking whatever. What if
That
I,
is fine.
what if I,
Um,
gaming overlay labels? Is that it? No, that's fine.
I'll tell you once it hits 9, so we can pause it again.
Thanks. Okay, so that chat is its own thing.
I've got to be tidy in a sec, so I'm here in spirit. Oh my god, Jess is a ghost.
That's our future stuff. Gaming overlay. No, not that. Gaming overlay labels. No. Gaming chat overlay. There we go. Okay, so what if I take this? Babe, you think there's a way I can hold on. I could probably add a filter to this.
You can pause time now.
Okay, hold on. Oh, ah! Oh my god. I accidentally clicked off of my chat. No, my chat. Where'd you guys go? What happened?
They vanished.
You're
I
gonna be
ate
typing
them.
in a second, so I'm here, but that's fine. I love you. Okay, so
That's what
time is
Jess is a ghost.
paused. I'm trying to see if I can add a transparency to make my chat itself, the chat box thing, not the chat, but the chat box. I want to make it slightly more transparent so you guys can see what's going on behind. You guys can see what day it is. You guys can see what time it is. You guys can see how much money I have. Theoretically, I could just do this. Hold on, this actually works.
Yeah, you could
Oh my
shrink.
god, that looks terrible.
Okay, you cannot shrink that.
No, I wasn't shrinking. I turned off my chat box, and it just, you can't really see anything. You can't see the chat. I like the chat box being
Ruins the
there.
aesthetic.
It ruined the aesthetic. It looks messy.
Chop, chop, chop.
Is
Chop,
there
chop,
a...
chop.
I'm gonna Google it. I'm not Russian. I'm American. Ha ha. Okay, I'm gonna ask Mimi. How can I make an image in OBS more transparent? Right click your image source, click filters. Under effect filters, click plus, click color correction, find opacity. Okay. I was trying to figure out what the opacity was, and that's the word I was looking for is opacity.
Mm. Oh, interesting. Before, when Captain Europe and Mentala did the followage command, because we're in a shared chat, it also made him do that in my chat.
What'd you do in your chat? Oh, the follow age?
Yeah, the follow age.
Oh, okay. Very cool.
So I have learned that they are not following me.
Okay, look. Look how much better that looks, babe.
Hang on.
I mean, it's not perfect. It's not perfect, but you can see that there is stuff going on behind it. No, you can,
I can't do
I
it
mean,
that
yeah,
way.
I thought you were watching my stream. Here you go. Look.
I am watching your stream. It's just not big enough to see.
You see?
Oh, I see. You
I made
can
it more
sort of see
transparent.
what's going on.
Yeah. So it's not perfect, but you can see what's going on. Okay. Anyways.
Nice.
So we're supposed to be going to like we've been working our way through the
Working my
month.
way down through town.
I'm gonna show you kind of other things that we got going on. We got billboard. There's a billboard thing in our inventory. And we can choose we can see what's posted. Ridgeside Village because we have that mod. Those quests don't go away, right? So that will I can deliver cheese to Pika. I have cheese.
Cheese.
Hi, Psycho. How you doing, hon?
Oh, question: to age wine, does it go back through the keg again, or does it go
It
into like
goes
a
through
server?
casks. You have to have your house upgraded to full, and then you
Oh
get the
yes.
basement, and that's when you get casks. Also, another mod that we have on here, right? So this right here that you guys are seeing right now, this is my farm, but I'm playing with Tristan. Where's
Mm-hmm.
his farm? Well, let's take my personal minecart to Tristan's farm, who is all the way over
Howdy.
here. He has the wilderness layout. I have the four corners. That's my favorite one.
I think there's something weird and bugged out with it. Maybe they didn't update it for 1.6, but it's like it has not spawned any monsters.
Baby, you need to fix this.
What are you talking about? Whenever it grows randomly, I chop one down.
This looks like shit.
That's why this is my farm and not yours.
Look, guys. Guys, I want
Don't
to show you what the
judge
inside
me.
of this man's farmhouse looks like. Okay, I need you to understand. I love this man with all my heart. This is why. Look at this. Look at this chest. Look at this chest layout for some fucking reason. Okay,
Don't
this
judge
chest layout.
me.
This motherfucker spent his hard-earned money to buy a mill. Just want you to know,
Yeah,
quality. Okay,
yeah.
okay.
Don't judge
Come
me.
over here. Come over here. This is this motherfucker inside this motherfucker's house. He has not much, but he has Journey the Prayer King.
Yeah, I beat Journey of the Prairie King without taking damage, well, without dying.
Oh Lord.
But just beating a regular
These
get to the
these little
machine.
butterfly things, those are our sprinklers. That's
Yeah,
Molly's.
they're so
I don't know if you
cute.
guys can tell. There's a lot of aesthetic stuff going on here. Also, we both caught this legendary wolf snapper from SBE, and
Mm-hmm.
that bait is ridiculous. I'm gonna show y'all.
Yeah, the row
Or
it
the
makes
road.
is
That's what I meant. Not bait. Not bait.
insane.
Going back here. Look at this. Look at this. Look
Oh,
at this.
that's
That's one
better
of the
than
things I need to do was grab that and put it into the and start processing that. Right? Because aged roe is more, worth more. Also, I have five animals. In addition to Kyo, my cat, I've got my chicken Wanderer. I've
let
got
me
my
get.
chicken Mayo. I've got my cow Milky, who I refuse to milk, and my other cow Corey. Why? Because I named them after guy viewers, and I refuse. I'm not milking my friends. I'm not milking my friends. It makes it weird. So I just wait. I get the cows and I get them all really happy.
What's
I
happened?
forgot. This is Jesse. This is Jesse 100%. I always name Jesse the dinosaur.
Oh, you got the dino.
Oh my god, it's brown. Oh wait, it's not brown, it's black. It's got the little void eyes. It's a void dino.
Oh my god, Jesse's been exiled to the void.
Oh my god, I was getting ready to make a really bad joke.
Not while we're streaming, honey.
So I was just I was gonna make a really bad joke about how she has a certain
Oh,
past now.
oh, interesting.
Oh man, I forgot. I have all these forageable chests, right? And I renamed them earlier to spring forageable, summer forageables, stuff like that.
That is
Well, that's not relabeled now. But here is the wolf snapper. Okay, you only get one of these. You only get one of these, um, but look what the
not.
row is. That is 2,030 per row, 6,090 for what just came in here, and that's for one day.
And that's not
And
even
then
aged.
that's not even aged. When I age it, all three of that together is going to be 1,200, no,
At 12,000.
12,180.
12,000 just for a few row.
And so you know how it's really annoying. Sometimes I got to walk all the way up here. Oh, this is Kyo, my cat. I named him after Kyo from Fruits Basket. And
When we eventually get a cat, that we're naming them.
yep, yep, that too.
We're naming them.
We've already picked three names. Okay, the first one is Pickles. That is just like an important name for us. It's really named after the what I call Zenith Var in ESO. Okay, then we've got Kyo, who is an orange cat, who we will have an orange cat named Kyo, and that's from
It
Fruits
needs to be the
Basket.
stupidest
It
orange
needs
cat
to be the
imaginable.
stupidest orange cat in the world. Then we're gonna have a pretty white fluffy cat named Marie at some point.
Yeah, that was the most recent name addition for cats. We went shopping and found a Marie mug.
And then I remember how much I love Marie. Not that I ever forget how much. I just don't talk about it often. Like it'd be really weird if I just brought up all the time characters that I like. Um, like some people. Oh my god. Oh my god. I have a white egg. I can donate it. A large white egg.
Ooh.
Maya's happy. So instead of having to go in here all the time and be like, oh, I gotta put things to process it, you open those up. I just click shed, processing chest. There you go, fucking done. Throw my row in there, boom. And it automatically does it. I fucking love the automate mod. I'm gonna tell you, I've played with mods before, but most of the ones I've done are aesthetic. So this is just like really kind of nice. And we've been learning things like how to like this. Okay, so for example, I moved this railroad cart thingy, right? It was originally like right here, right? And I hated it. So I moved it over here. And because that's where I moved it in my mod menu, that's where I see it. But Tristan doesn't see it here. He still sees it over here. And because he hasn't changed it in his mod menu. So occasionally he'll come over here and stare at this wall and then disappear. It's so funny. He's just like, I'm like, what you doing over there, babe? He's like, I'm going to the minecart. I'm like, you are nowhere near the minecart.
I've just sat here with a stupid grin on my face because you are so incredibly chatty and excited, and it's so adorable. I
I am
love you.
excited. There's so much to talk about. We've
Yeah,
been doing so much. We have
we have
not
been
stopped.
wanting to stream this, but we've been like
Addicted.
our sleeping schedule's fucked.
Yes, it is absolutely fucked. So I'm like
Oh.
showing you all the things we're like super excited about.
Once I finish my last uni assignment, we could even stream on the days that we're not even planning on streaming, just as a random stream
Yeah,
if
if
we
we
feel
wanted
like
to,
it.
if we're just like up for it. We're doing a lot. There's a
Yeah.
lot. Like so much to talk about. We've been doing so much. I never think I have shit to talk about, but I have so much shit to talk about, dude. Oh, I
It
forgot
makes
to
me
go to
so
the community
happy,
tab.
so excited.
I know. I'm
If you
excited.
can't tell, I love my wife.
He's gay. I love him.
Only for you, baby.
I can call him gay. He's my husband. I can do what I want. All right, I'm gonna go put this egg in here. Also, we're like decently along this right here, so um
Yeah, like
because we've been taking our time and going like taking the days slow and only really going ahead and we're like, all right, yeah, I think we're good for today. Like we've already done the 3 bundles for this right here. And look at the fall foraging bundle. We only need the hazelnut. Look at the fucking summer foraging. We only need 2 of those.
a
We
lot
only
of
need
those
2 of
forages
those.
was from the mine,
Yeah.
but like the fishing, especially some of the modern regions, let
Uh-huh.
you catch like fish that you can only really catch during summer.
Yeah,
Ooh,
like for example, the sturgeon. I can't show you the sturgeon because it's part of the lake bundle. Um, we finished the lake bundle because we got it. We got the sturgeon because it is part of East Scarp in this cherry grove in the cherry orchard over here. This lake will spawn um sturgeon.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's
And
great.
because of different regions have their own different mod packs and stuff like that, have their own legendary fish. So I have caught 3. I don't know if East Scarp has a legendary fish.
Probably does.
We haven't really touched much on East Scarp's quest line stuff.
We
Or
haven't.
even if they have a quest line, it could just be a new region. I imagine they have a quest line to do with the cherry orchard.
Yeah. You can only get that after a quest line, so there must be something going on.
We One of the craziest quest lines that we've been doing lately is part of Ridgeside Valley or Ridgeside Village is what it's called. And it is so much fun. It's got puzzles in it. God, I gotta go up there and show you. It is so cool.
Oh my god, my love.
Yeah.
Do you know how you make deluxe fertilizer?
Wow.
5 iridium bars and 40 sap.
I can afford that. I'm not making that. Let's be real. I'll make one. I make one for perfection. But like we're not like rushing towards perfection either.
We
It's
are not.
literally just like, okay, so perfection is an option. We're just okay, where am I going? Where am I going? Not Summit Farm.
Yeah, tomorrow our strawberries will be harvestable again. Then, ooh,
Oh,
oh, you've unlocked it. We've unlocked this, and we're getting the cutscene finally for it, even though we've been using it for a day now.
hi there, Lenny and Aiko. Okay. I mean, I figured that. That's how I got here.
Clint is a pretty boy.
That's a pretty boy for you?
In his picture, yeah.
Oh, really? Are you using a,
I just downloaded the fairy core mod pack.
oh, he doesn't look like a pretty boy to me. Hold on, hold on, hold on.
Hang on.
Hold up. Let me see. Mine says no crumble. I need to hold on, let me walk over there.
This is what Clint looks like for me.
Why does he look like that?
I
He
don't know.
looks like a child.
He doesn't always look like this. It's only in some cutscenes. Like if I talk to him in his shop, he looks like base game Clint.
He looks like a child.
Be a K-pop idol with that look.
It's not that. I think that's an old mod that you didn't delete.
Probably. When did I download a mod that did that?
Well, I had the. Remember last time we played the same time? I think we had the kawaii hats. And I had to.
Oh yeah, it's probably that one.
We had a kawaii hats mod from before, and I originally had it so that I can have pretty like headband thing going on. Um, and
It broke things
it
with
broke all the hats because it was old and it
that's
wasn't
the
updated to
problem.
26 or 1.6. I said 2016. Oh my god, I got another cutscene. This is good. I forgot that I turned it on like a lot of. I forgot that I temporarily turned it on to where I get a lot more cutscenes. I was trying to catch up. I was so behind. What you doing today? Just visiting?
He's
Yeah.
grim. I know,
Oh,
Gremlin.
that's cool. Cool, 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 cool. That's me. That's me when I don't know what to say. Just cool, cool, cool. Yeah, 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 yeah. Cool, 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 cool.
Cuckoo, I'm a pigeon.
So,
Coo.
by the way, my dad bought some of your produce the other day. It was delish. Great job, Miss Farmer. Okay. Dad said it wouldn't be a great dish without your produce.
Uh,
All right. This is why I don't like talking to children. They're so weird. Kia, I don't know how to pronounce that. How do you pronounce that child's name? C or Keahi? Kihi? Kiahi. Kia. Kehi. I'm gonna call it Kehi. Kehi pats you on the back. All right. You deserve that pat on the back. You did great. Thank you. I'm sure you're really busy, so I'll stop bothering you now. Good. You know, you give kids slime so they can become the slime king, and this is what happens. They try to talk to you. Hey,
oh,
what?
question, my love.
Yeah.
The prismatic shard in your misc chest was the one you donated, right?
I haven't donated anything, but yes, it will be. Why? Don't donate it without me.
No. Oh no, I
No!
stole it.
You bitch!
Okay, fine. I'll put it back.
Yeah, I want to donate it. It's part of my
Okay. I mean,
really.
it's not open yet
Look.
until tomorrow, so we can't.
Oh yeah, that's why I put it in there,
Yeah.
along with the bones.
The Bone
So
Depot.
like, guys, I need to show y'all this. Not this. This is not what I want to show y'all. Where's my materials? Look at these fucking prismatic shards from last night.
Yeah, we got so many. Aiko got 20.
I got 19.
19?
Yeah, I have 18 in this chest, and you stole my other one.
No, put it back.
Okay, there it is. And there's my. This is the waterfall snakehead, which is one of the RSV mm, legendary fish. And then
Yeah.
I don't know if you could tell, but all of our items are animated, and our gems look different. I need to show y'all. I need to show. Can I go in the museum? I don't know if Gunther's
We
in there.
can't go on the museum, no.
Oh,
I
that's right.
tried.
You just told me that.
Yeah.
This child is actually legitimately cute. That's the only one I like. Eloise is that her name? Eloise, whatever. She's the only acceptable child in this game. She is a nerd, and I like her. Then there's these guys up here. These guys are brothers named Dylan and Eli. There's an entire mod pack about this. Have you seen the way Eli sits on ledges and bridges all the time? He's always done that. Probably thinks it makes him look cool. I won't judge you if you push him into the water one day. Trust me, I've done it before. And Eli says, I've never actually met a vampire before, but I know they're out there. Most people would never know their friend or neighbor is a bloodsucker until it's too late. What about that Sebastian kid? Alabaster complexion, edgy fashion, secret of nature.
Alabaster? Alabaster?
Oh my god.
Oh my god, it's One Piece
What if
nerds.
Abigail's one of them
I love
too?
them.
Sweet Yoba's backside. What sinister conspiracy have I stumbled upon? What if they're all in on it? This stays between us, Aiko. Nobody can ever know that we know. I like him. I like him. He's so funny. They're not dateable though. So I'll show you his dateable options. Okay. Oh my God, you got to see this. You got to see this. So, okay, look.
We have
My
so
best
many
friend is a
dateable
child.
options.
This looks terrible. Okay, you need to understand. I gave her her favorite gift on her birthday, and then there was immediately a cutscene that I chose the answer that she liked, which then gave me more friendship. I literally went from 0 to like 5 hearts instantly.
Yeah, she's a very easy to please child. Oh, I've got a cutscene with Lexi again.
So these are my friends.
Wait, what?
Trini, Andy, Pam, Ezekiel. Ezekiel's so funny. Ezekiel's like a cranky old dad. I like the old people. I don't know if you can tell based on my friend list. Where's George? I keep forgetting to give him stuff. Philip's up there. Philip, I hated at first because he was like, he kept calling me ma'am, and I hate that shit. So I was like, I was like, stop. I was like, stop talking to me. Fucking hate you. Blah blah blah. But then I gifted him on his birthday, right? Which then gifted me a cutscene, and I got a cutscene, and he turns out he's the physical therapist for George, right? Now I'm like super duper pro George. Okay, George is like usually my bestie. The only reason he's not my bestie now is because like it's not his birthday yet, right? Once it's his birthday, it's game over. Like the fact that his hearts are so high and it hasn't been his birthday yet should tell you something. Okay. Also, I'm a big avid leek collector. Okay. I collect all the leeks specifically for I have 37 iridium
She
leeks.
really does collect every single leak she sees.
And then what do I say when I pick them up?
Except for George.
Exactly.
Usually.
Exactly. But I also found out that not only does George like leeks, but
Freddy?
yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
Freddy.
Where's the other old man? I haven't gifted him
He's in
yet.
Ridgeside.
This, no, I was trying to look to my menu. So this right here is Freddy. He also likes leeks. Look at that. He loves leeks.
I think just the old men like
Old men
leaks, I
like
guess.
leeks, yeah.
You've heard it here
Also,
first.
we have yeah. Also, we have look up anything. So basically, what I can do is I'm walking around. Here's things I can do, and these things I do all the time, right? And this is exactly why we have to have time paused. Otherwise, we never get anything done.
Yeah, we will not get anything done ever.
Okay, so let's say I open my inventory and I'm like, oh, a leak. Whose favorite item is that? I hit F1. Boom, it tells me. Okay, sells to shipping box Pierre. Who loves it? Freddie and George. Which, I mean, for the Harry Potter nerds. Okay. It also shows what recipe it's in, what it needs to craft, keg, preserve jar, all this other stuff, right? And 69 of these. Nice.
Nice.
A tasty relative of the onion. Anyways, what's he doing up here? The
Onion.
silly thing is that if you pause time, so the villagers stop moving. It's kind of funny. Okay, but let's say also, who do we know? We know about Pam. We know the stuff that she likes.
Yes.
What's Sean doing? No, that's Kenneth, my bad.
Pam likes alcohol.
Kenneth is mean. Kenneth said, Aiko, is that odor coming from you? Did you step on something?
Oh my god,
Rude.
that is. That's a, I mean, not wrong with how stinky we are, but like, that's
Rude.
so
Actually, yeah, I
rude.
need to check see if I'm stinky today. What's my stinky
Oh
level?
yeah, true.
I am 10% stinky.
I'm 30. I'm 3 of you.
Okay.
Yay.
Anyways, so back to it. So this is Floor. Floor reminds me of Penny. Aiko, did you forget? Why is it saying I stink? Floor says I didn't take a shower. I'm so confused.
That is so weird.
Why are people commenting on my smell?
Is it because of
What
the
in Yoba's name is that smell? It's horrible. What the fuck?
what? Do you have an effect on? Are you like slimed or something?
No.
Why are
Why
you
is everybody
stinky?
calling me stinky?
I have no idea what's going on.
So confused.
I mean, we should probably hit up the flower festival, but what?
Maybe nobody will dance with me because I'm stinky, Tristan.
I'll dance
Have
with
you
you.
been talking to people? Did they comment on your stink?
No, they haven't.
It's literally just me.
Yeah, I guess.
What the fuck? Why's everybody saying I stink? I need to go talk to more people. Is everybody? Is it Kiki? Oh, that stinks. What? You really should take a bath.
What the heck?
What is happening, bro? What is happening? I am so confused.
I love that. What's going on?
Why is everybody saying I stink? I'm so concerned.
What the heck?
Is there like, cause I did go like to my animals, right? I took care of my animals.
Maybe
Is
because you
there a thing where you can like
pet them?
accidentally step in poop or something?
I don't know. Maybe
And
go
then it
for a
like starts
swim.
affecting the conversations everybody has with you?
Maybe go for a swim in Escarp? I
I'm
genuinely don't know. That's insane.
okay. Legitimately, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna go for a swim in East Scarp and then I'm gonna talk to somebody else and see if they comment on me being stinky. Cause like you saw, it was consistently people calling me
Yeah, it
stinky.
was every single person you talked to was like, "Hey, you stink."
Okay, I'm gonna go. Um,
Escarp underscarp.
okay, like Dylan and Eli didn't comment on me being stinky. It's just the people in town. I'm so confused.
It's
Whatever.
just what vanilla
I'm
people.
gonna go. I'm gonna go have a shower or bath. I'm gonna go take a bath. Don't mind me. I don't want everybody talking about how I stink. This is like the one day that like not everybody would comment on me. Hey, how you doing?
Hey, honey.
Anyways,
I'm doing wonderful.
so this is the one day that like not everybody would comment on me singing because they got the set dialogue for the flower dance. But like really, okay, I have taken a bath. What do you got, Rodney? Oh dear Yoba, you stink. Fuck! Do you roll around on the floor of Jacob's barn? Why are you so mean? What did he say to you?
He's just talking about, I wish I could enjoy the beach, blah blah blah.
Why do I stink today?
Is it literally because you pet your animals?
Is it because I put my animal? But I took a bath. I took a bath. I took a bath. I swear I don't stink. Everybody's nose is broken. It's clear. They're just not used to that farmer life.
Saying
He's Googling it for me.
I
He's trying to figure out why everybody keeps saying I stink. It's very mean. So rude. What the fuck?
oh my god.
What?
Did you get a friendly pat on the back from Kihai? Kiahi?
That motherfucker. Did he put poop on my back?
The Ridgeside Village mod prank.
I got pranked by a child. He put poop on me, and now everybody says I stink.
It's literally gonna be for the entire day. And the only other cause is the trash can hat. You got pranked by a child for
I
reaching
knew he was being sussy. I was wondering why he pat my back.
Yep, you
That,
got pranked by him.
ooh, that son of a bitch child. I'm gonna set him on fire.
Don't worry, honey.
Everybody keeps saying I stink.
People might say you stink, but that means you're all for me for the dance. Let's go.
I swear to God, if I get that dialogue from people at the dance, I might cry.
That's, that is hilarious that it happened today.
That has not happened. And
um,
well, that's something I learned about an I got pranked by one of the freaking villagers.
and it only happens after you hit two hearts with Kiahi.
He's
Oh my.
over here. He's like, "Hey, give me slime so I can be the slime king." I'm like, "Here's slime king." He's like, "Okay, fine. I'm gonna put poop on your back." I knew he was being weird. I knew he was being weird. He's like, "How you doing?" And I'm like,
Yeah,
"Good."
not
And
into
he's
that.
like, "Cool, cool. Cool. You're doing a good job." Pats on the back. All right, bye. Like, that's weird. They put poop on my back. That's so rude.
That is hilarious.
It's so unexpected. Anyway,
Yeah, yeah. I want to hit up the flower festival, my stinky princess.
I I want to fix my forageables chest really quick. No, I
Oh
don't. No,
yes,
I
yeah,
don't.
yeah,
Yes, I
yeah.
do. No, I don't. You know, I actually like it the way it is. Fuck it. I like it
Uh,
the way it is.
what would be the fastest way to get there? Oh, just go to the forest from a minecart.
Oh, are you? I was just gonna walk south because that's what I usually do.
Mm,
Sell a large egg.
I'm
Okay.
loving this mod pack we're playing with. It's so
Oh,
fun.
I gotta. Are you there already?
I'm just at a minecart in town,
Okay.
going to the forest. So let's just say that
I'm
waiting for a clue.
gathering all my oak thingies. Okay, because when we get back, it's gonna be dark.
Yeah. It'd be dangerous to gather that when you're dark. You might hurt yourself.
Do you think as time has paused that when we come back? No, because we went to what was the other thing we went to and it took all day? It wasn't
I did desert.
oh the
No, no,
dead
not desert.
was no, because we actually forwarded time through that.
It was some other event. What? Hang on. What?
What was the name
Calendar
of it?
Desert Festival, the Egg Festival.
Oh right, yeah, the egg festival it put it at nighttime. So these are all my kegs that I originally put strawberries in.
Mm. Oh, tomorrow is the bookseller.
Okay, that's cool. Um, I like that the cows have like milk bottles over them to show that I haven't milked them because I refuse to be accused of milking my friends. So dumb.
Hey, honey, don't mind me.
Are you gonna go milk? No, don't milk my friends. Okay, never mind. I
Why
just
not?
realized you don't have a bucket.
I don't have a bucket. Why no? Why can't I milk?
No, you don't milk my friends, okay?
I can pet them now.
You can pet them if you want to. That's fine. I have a good relationship with my animals, I think. Yo has like almost 1.5 hearts. Oh my god, I forgot to pet Jessie. Oh, wait, no, I didn't forget to pet Jessie. I pet Jessie. I just forgot that, you know what I'm gonna do right now, right this very moment?
Kara has 3 hearts.
No, I'm not gonna do that. I already
Hey,
did it,
y'all.
basically. Okay, I'm trying to think what else I needed to do. Let me go talk to the merchant lady at Riverside, not Ridgeside Village Merchant, just to get that off my screen.
Yeah. What would be the fastest way? No.
I'm just gonna walk
Where's
to the bus
Nightingale?
stop and walk up there. Honestly, that is the fastest. I mean, I could, I'm just gonna walk over this way. It's fine.
If you go to
I'm
the
just gonna go up to the cable car. It's
yeah,
not far from there. It's
I'm
fine.
trying to figure out where like the fastest way to get to one of the teleporty things are.
The closest. This is Trini.
There's a couple of minecarts you can
Oh
take
man,
into
I forgot.
town.
I really need to stop talking to people. Makes me feel bad. Hey, like, oh, you're really stinky. Glad that it only works for the Ridgeside people and the vanilla people because it doesn't seem like. Actually, I kind of want to check the SVE people too. Look, that you guys want to buy one wood for 1,000? It's really worth it.
I want to go say hi to Torts.
I want to go say hi to a Stardew Valley extended person and a not Dylan and Eli, but an East Scarp person. Because Dylan and Eli's their own thing. That is part of East Scarp, but I don't think that they would like be so intermingled as to remember to like do that prank probably. I hope you get cornered by Kiehi. I hope you do. I hope you experience this. Although you'd probably just agree with everybody. You walk around going and be like, "Oh my god, you stink." And you're like, "Yeah, right."
Yeah, well, thank you. Thank you for finally acknowledging my presence. Musk of a man.
Oh my god. My husband's broken, guys. I could chop these trees down. Oh, I want to so bad. Nope, we'll leave them. We'll leave them. It'll be fine.
Oh,
We'll talk
Jennifer.
later. So, anyways, you know what I will do? I'm gonna take a second. I'm gonna take a second. I'm gonna show them like don't think there's really anything to show them. I could, but like it's not gonna really register. Like I can go over and be like, look at this waterfall, but like it's like if it's a modded thing, like everything's gonna look new. What I can show you is this little crystal thingy right here. It acts as a teleporter,
It
right?
does. It's really cool.
And we had to unlock that through some quest lines, you know?
Yeah.
And so,
It was an interesting quest line.
oh yeah, for
There
sure.
might be more to it still.
There
Like,
is more to it, guaranteed.
yeah.
Oh, hang on, let me click this. Not where I meant to go. It's in a circle. I don't know if you guys can tell based on the fact that I've been going in a circle. Also, there is this NPC that I've been trying to romance, but she's like really tough, right? I just found out recently she likes spaghetti, so she's actually not as tough as I thought. I found out she's Italian. I don't know much about her other than she's hot and she's Italian. Okay,
Hot in Italian means must love spaghetti.
and she's got that hot lesbian look. I love it.
Cutie Watch is here finally. What?
Where the fuck
Maybe it refreshed? I don't know.
is she? Also, everything's closed. What am I doing?
Everything's closed. We can't
I'm
go
gonna
into
talk to this
anything.
guy. Oh no, not in my hotel. You don't go take a bath first. I did. I did take a bath, sir. Anyways, that's not where I was trying to go. I was trying to go up north. So
I
yes,
go
and
home.
see, I want to show you guys while I'm this right here. This is my future waifu. By the way, we decide. Wow, cousin, you are rank. No! Why is she calling me cousin?
Why
I
is
was
she
so
calling you
scared.
cousin?
She said, "Did somebody kick you into a bog?" I'm talking
Maybe
to
she
her.
is a distant
Like, are you
cousin.
okay? Are you sick? Your odor is pungent. Your shower might be the ideal treatment.
It is
Oh
possible she is a distant cousin because, this is
no, she's
small town vibes.
oh no. Well, she's single. I'm single and ready to mingle. There's some people like, does he look so bad? Oh, he feels bad now. He said, "Oh my God, what is that smell? Oh my God, it's you." Hardwood does make one sweaty sometimes, right? But Aiko, I think you jumped the whale.
What happens if you talk to Philip?
Oh my God, he's so sweet too.
He's
Okay,
so sweet
so
and
this is
nice.
actually another good thing I can show you. If I hit N, it pulls up a navigate screen. World
Yeah.
Navigator. I can go to the navigation. I can click
What is he?
Philip. He's currently at the Log Cabin Hotel, but is on the way to Ridgeside Village.
I hear a cat just meowing because it probably hasn't been
I know
fed.
where this is. I just don't know, like, what, when it says he's on his way to Ridgeside Village, like, actively? Hold on, do I just, like, I'll forward it to, like, 9:30 maybe. Because I imagine it's
Yeah,
not going
he's
to take him long to
he's
walk out
just
there.
exiting the building next to you.
Do, 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 do,
I'll
do,
check it down
do,
on the map.
do, do. Says he's no longer in the hotel cabin 2F. So he's on the first floor, probably.
Yes.
Okay, I'm waiting for him to come out. I want to see how if he comments on me being stinky.
He's so sweet.
He
He's
is
such a sweet
so
guy.
freaking sweet. Okay. Philip looks like he's gonna be sick. What's that supernatural smell?
Aw.
He said it's supernatural.
It's otherworldly.
He's so polite. He's so fucking polite, dude. I feel bad. I feel bad for making him sniff me. Okay, all right. Now I gotta find an Escarp person, like a base Escarp. That's such a weird.
Jade?
Okay, we know the vanilla people. Yeah, Jade would be a good example. Kenneth
Oh,
commented on me. Is Kenneth Escarp?
maybe?
Kenneth definitely said something. He was the
Not even
first
all the
person.
houses are
I
locked.
want to set this child on fire. Fuck you, bitch. Oh my god, I didn't upgrade my shield. Because it messed up. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Carmen, do you think I stink? Ay, Dios mío. Oh me, oh my. What is that smell? Oh no, you're even smellier than the fish. Oh
Santa,
no, I stink.
I'm gonna give them a clown
I'm gonna set
and
that
make
child on
me
fire.
sing.
What does Vincent have to say?
Yeah.
Vincent, do you think we stink? I
Oh,
stink. I'll be. Hey, what's that smell? Ah, my nose is dying. Wow.
oh no.
Wow. You little shit. Okay, I want to get you. Come with me.
I think what you should do is make Kiahi's
Oh my god. Oh my god.
head
Oh
go
my god.
splat.
I need to talk to Penny. She's also polite. Is that smell coming from you, Aiko? Oh, Penny starts walking away still.
oh no.
Have a great day today, Bufflehead. I'll see you tonight. Love you. Oh, you're not talking to me.
Look at it. Eloise. No.
Why are you
Some
calling
of
me
them have like
Buffalo?
infinite
Here's
dialogue in this
Nora.
game.
I came up the valley to work on my PhD. Decided to stay after I finished it. This place has so many strange and fascinating. You know what? I only get along. Dane, how you
I wasn't
doing?
talking about how you stink, so that's
Yeah,
good. Oh,
okay. East Scarp people, the only people I like today, it seems. That and Penny and Philip
hello,
because they're
Dan.
like stupid nice.
Hi.
All
Oh
right.
my god.
So, Dan, I'm playing this game, right? Playing this game, and I'm gonna show you this little shit, okay?
On the day of the flower festival.
Day of the Flower Festival. And I'm like, oh my God, it's going to be so sweet. We're going to go around. It's going to be romantic. Do you know what this day has turned into for me? It's an absolute nightmare because this little shit of a child decided to play a prank on me and he put poop on my back. So every time I talk to somebody, they comment on how much I stink.
Ah,
Alex is pinching his nose. You okay there?
every single villager.
That is never. It's all modded too, so it's like I didn't know that it was a thing. I've played so much Stardew, but I haven't played it with extra mods and stuff.
Yeah,
I've played the only mods I've ever played with are aesthetic mods. So I'm walking around and I'm feeling bad. Nah, it's fine. Ew, what are you doing? You really think, Kihi, that this is my concern? That you're gonna think that I stink for digging through the trash? Is this your concern, child? You know what? This is for you. Ew, what's that? It's a fucking field snack.
where is Trini?
Eat it. Trini? She
Trini.
is still up in Ridgeside, I think. But yeah, we're doing good. Other than the
Oh,
fact that
she's down
apparently I
by the
stink today. I got time pause too. I'm just showing off some of the mods, some of the mods that we've installed. Here she is. She's at the bus stop.
I had a quest to give her a pink cake.
Oh, okay. I don't have a quest to give her a pink cake.
It's some of the Ridgeside like quest board quests.
Although I do have 6 days to catch 4 harvester trout and give it to Carmen. Well, I didn't give him to Carmen. I can just get in a gold and keep the fish. I could do it right now if I wanted to.
Oh my god.
You want to come fishing with me? You got to see? Is
Guess
that
who's
your
my best friend? My first best friend.
See? She's so
She's
easy to friend.
it's like she's a child or something, and when you give her a gift, she really likes you.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Come with me. We can go fishing for harvester trout in town. Cuz like we can and I have a quest. It's got 6 days on it. Do you have the fish and harvester trout quest from Carmen?
No.
Oh, well, I don't want to necessarily put you into having to do it with me.
I have a quest to give Yuma an iron bar.
Oh, I thought I thought you said me.
Yeah, you.
You an iron bar. Yuma an iron bar.
It's locked. No,
I like that
everyone
some of
knows it's locked.
well, you know what's not locked? The river.
The door to my heart.
This is Daya right here. She's part of the
Cauliflower.
Daya doesn't think I stink.
Nice, her training.
She's also oh, never mind, she does.
oh no. Everyone
My oh
thinks you
my,
stink.
it's a hard pass for me today. I go whispers, you
Yeah.
stink so bad. She's such a big flirt too, so the
She
fact
thinks
she
it's so
called me
bad. The
stink.
floatiest villager around is like, No, thank you.
Wow. She usually calls me a cutie. Today she says I stink and says I'm a hard pass. I'm gonna cry. It's fine. I'm already married. You fucking suck. Tristan, I think, are both gonna be going for Daya at some point because
Aussie
she.
Brandon said there's a Pokemon in
I
chat.
wonder if
Yeah,
we can
get
both
that
be married
fucker.
to her at the same
It's a
time.
good one too. Get that Pharaoh seed. I believe in you. Pokey catch. I'm reading the chat. I see you over there catching Pokemons.
Oh my god, what Pokemon? Oh, it's a
But
Pharisee.
yeah, so I think as far as like NPCs go, the only ones that we're both like actively like, oh yeah, I'll go for that one, is Daya, and that'll be a fun, interesting experience because we want to see everybody's cutscenes, right?
Yeah.
But also, some people are like legitimately not interesting. I got one harvester trout.
Nice.
I need three more. Like Ian. So far, Ian seems very not interesting, but he's
Yeah, there's
dateable.
that's the one thing that you run into with a lot of mods is sometimes the modders don't make
The thing is, though, it's not even that.
robust
It's
characters.
not even that, though, because like some of these characters are really good. Like Sean, he's really fully fleshed out. Kiara, she is intriguing. I have literally no idea what she does for a living. Sometimes she's down at the fucking clinic. Sometimes she was. I've had one heart event with her, and she asked me to help her pick wallpaper,
Yeah.
and then
She was in like
sh
the Ridgeside Mayor's office doing accounting or something.
yeah, I was like, "What is your job, dude?" She's really cool.
Yeah.
She tells me I'm dope if I give her, or tells me things are dope if I give her stuff that she likes. I just
Yeah.
I don't know what her job
Oh,
is.
we got distracted talking and missed Dan's early message. Hello, hello. How are my Aussie friends?
I didn't miss that. I commented
Oh,
on it,
you commented? I missed it. I've been zoning out.
apparently.
It's like we just woke up
He
or
doesn't
something.
like listen to me. He doesn't listen to me either. Don't worry, Dan. I'll sit there and have a full fledged conversation with him. He'll be like,
How are you, Dan?
yeah, he commented about there being a Pokemon in chat too.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm awful.
Wait till our debut, bro.
Yeah, it's gonna be so fun.
Like, I hate using this model. Like, I'd be more excited to stream if I could use my new model because it's so cool.
Should we mention the thing today? That that you just need to look down and you can see?
Oh, so we're gonna be opening up Redbubble, a Redbubble merch store, um, in addition to our fourth wall merch store
Mm-hmm.
because basically I needed a new desktop mat, right? And I'm looking everywhere to see if I can't find a new desktop mat. Nothing is clicking with me, and I'm like, fuck it, I will design one myself. Now, we did recently commission some work, um, and it looks absolutely gorgeous. We're going to be putting it on a lot of the merch that we have, but I didn't have one set up specifically for like a desktop mat. So I took a while. I spent a while and I made a little design for a desktop mat. And I put it on fourth wall so that I can go buy it, and have it eventually where other people can buy it as well. And I was like, it's really affordable. That's not bad, you know. So I put it in the cart, and then well, I put two in the cart because Tristan wanted one too. And then it was like 46 AUD, and I was like, okay, not bad. And then went to go check out, and the shipping was also 46 AUD. I was like, you've got to be fucking kidding me. It
It
literally
was
doubled the price just to be
ridiculous.
shipped to Australia. So I was like looking into like, if there are any Australian merch sites that are more like shipping friendly and stuff. And apparently Redbubble is based in Australia. Yeah. So I set this up as a desktop. I put a desktop mat on a desk mat on Redbubble with the new design, and I haven't set anything else up right now except for that mat, and it's set to private, so don't go looking for it. Um, but I will be setting things up. I don't know if you can set up a shop that way, or if you can just put
Yeah,
stuff on road.
might be individual items. I was trying to like browse and
Yeah, I don't know how.
I could see artists, but I couldn't.
Yeah, it might be a way where you can just like search me as an artist, and then all the
Yeah,
designs will be on there.
yeah.
But
Because it's hidden, you won't be displayed
uh-huh.
at all.
Yeah. So anyways, so we bought them. They were a little bit more expensive. They're a little bit more expensive than Fourth Wall initially, but but the shipping is like way fucking cheaper.
It was like $20 cheaper total.
Yeah. Um
Although even though the prices it looked cheaper because it was listed it for some reason in USD, even though we're based in Australia, it kind of
yes,
tells
keep
us
an eye
to.
on that. Make sure that if you're in Australia, I think it was because I had originally had a US account and I
Probably,
changed
yeah,
it.
yeah.
So it had all my stuff listed in USD, and then I had to
We,
change
we,
it.
we were thinking initially it was going to be like 50 something after shipping, and it turned out to be like 70
Yeah.
something.
So I'll try to lower the price if I can. Um, I don't know how any of that works.
It might
Obviously,
just be
I want
set.
to make some kind of profit.
It might be set to just like a certain amount of profit and whatever the.
I literally have the one on fourth. Son of a bitch. I literally have the one on fourth wall set to like as cheap as I can make it because I didn't want it to pay much. I make it more expensive for you guys because I love
Yeah.
you. But you guys get a 20% discount if you're subs, so I mean, no need to complain. Yeah.
Yeah. The why am I hallucinating the sound of the fish being on my line? One good thing about like Redbubble as well is
Bruh. Okay, yeah.
they seem to have just better global shipping options than Fourth Wall outside of like Fourth Wall, fantastic for all the US. That's it.
I wanna tell you guys. Okay, hold on. I have to go check the conversation with Millie because that's who I was talking to about it, right?
Hmm.
Bruh, there's no fucking way.
Hmm?
Okay, I literally designed the desktop mat 2 days ago.
Yeah, yeah, it already arrived.
2 days ago, and it's already here.
It arrived this morning. We went out to go and get lunch,
It
and
told us
came back. It was there.
when we went to go order it, it said it might be here by June 9th.
Yeah, I was expecting to be like, okay, I finished my uni assignment. Here's a desk mat.
Yeah. No.
Um,
He was like,
that's
yeah, because he's like, oh, that'd be a nice reward for finishing my uni assignment.
fuck me, I
Two
guess.
days for it's custom. It was
Custom
wild.
printed and shipped. It
I looked
looks
because I was sitting there thinking, I was
amazing.
like, because when we got it, I was like, wow, my sense of time is way off. I could have sworn I just ordered this.
Yeah,
That is the fastest thing we have ever had shipped here
yeah.
outside of
It's
DoorDash.
honestly sometimes with DoorDash, it takes ages to get a driver. It's about the same time.
2 days. Dude, it just takes 2 days. 2 or 3 days to get a DoorDash driver sometimes.
That is just yeah. So
Redbubble.
basically, we're gonna be keeping Fourth Wall
Yeah,
and
I
and
think
adding
that
Redbubble.
because Fourth Wall is cheaper and apparently it's more like storefront friendly. That's why if I might,
Yeah,
okay, like legitimately, I might if Redbubble isn't set up in a like shopper friendly way, legitimately might get Shopify. And then see if I can get Shopify to sponsor me. Because I would be like, I use it.
yeah, yeah. That is a thing we could do.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, it's literally Redbubble if you're anywhere in the world except for the US, basically,
Hmm.
and maybe like Canada and like Mexico.
Yeah, it looks like they have printers in like all over the world. So it's not just like they print it in this place and then they ship it.
Yeah,
Like the reason it delivered so fast is because they printed it in Australia.
Well, I had a printer down the road, and then as soon
Yeah.
as we're done printing, someone just went for a walk.
Yeah. Okay, did I finish this yet? How many
Most likely, they've got like a factory in like a
different areas and stuff?
inner city suburb.
Oh, I finished it. I gotta go talk to Carmen now. I wanna
Yeah,
see
you
if
probably finished it a while ago. I've seen you catch a bunch of harvester trees.
No, I thought I caught. Oh my god, I've caught 6.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put them in my smoker. No, I'm not. I'm gonna put 2 in my smoke. Do I have?
Complete the quest first.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Who knows what she's gonna do with them?
Where was she? I know she said, "Ay Dios mío, I stink." I think she's in Pelican Town. She's probably by the beach.
I'll be for Trini. I still need to give Jodie cauliflower.
You haven't given her cauliflower yet?
Oh.
Wow. To be fair, I usually forget her quest, and I like
Yeah.
sell all the cauliflower, and I'm like, God damn it.
Last
I've
time.
been getting better about it. She's annoying.
Yeah, doesn't she have another one that requires you to like have done this one first?
I think it's the bass. I think she's over here
I think there's a.
on her way to town. I could be losing it. She could be in Ridgeside Village, and I have no idea.
What's her name?
Carmen. She's the Spanish. Oh, here she is. Yeah, great job. Here's your reward. Yay. She just wanted to know that I could fish. Shed processing chest. See, everything's cooking right now. I got 24 when I started out. When I had to restart and everything, I had like 2 in there. So as far as smoking the fish goes, if it's valued over like 350, I'll smoke it. If it's below 350, it's not worth it to me to waste the coal. Because obviously I have a lot of freaking iridium to smelt.
Yeah, for some. Why did I go here? What? Man, I'm losing my mind. I'm getting lost in Ridgeside.
Then I can go to my stuff to sell, which is a chest that I put next to my shipping bin. I could just automatically put it in my shipping bin, but we realized that since there are 2 of us, it was breaking things to have both of our shipping bins like accessible here, so we hid them because you can click hide this chest, and I just did that with the shipping bin.
Yeah, and I physically can't.
If he puts something in the stuff to sell, it will just register it as that I sold it, not him.
Yeah.
So he has to put it in his direct.
Anything that order goes into the shipping chest is Aiko's.
I would say downside is you can't really see what you put in there, but if you go back to your, if I go back, look, I'll show you one of the other mods that is in here. I don't know what it is that adds this mod, but I will show you anyways. You know how normally whenever you go to sell things, there's only like one thing
Yeah.
in there? Now, it's like a whole ass thing here. So if I put the
Yeah.
harvester trout roe and I'm like, oh, I probably should process that.
If you accidentally put something in there, you're set. You're
Boop,
fine.
there we go.
Easy.
Oh, look, harvester trout's already cooked or smoked.
Mm.
And we have it set to where, let's see, I'll show you how the time thing works, what our time restrictions are, okay? Um, options. This is, well, a lot of mods, 181.
Okay.
So let's see.
I'll be good on
Chests anywhere. We have enable shipping bin. Yeah, but we don't really use it. Disable in mines and skull caverns all chests. Originally, we didn't have it set like that, and you had to be kind of in the world area. Then there's chests within current location, and then there's not being able to access it remotely. We realized that because the world is so big, it actually benefited us quite a lot to be able to access all the chests. And considering that, like, because we can pause time, we're not really like missing out on anything.
Yeah, it just basically saves some time from us running back to the chest.
Because like real life time, like it's not affecting in-game time whatsoever. So because the time's not moving, it'd be different. Like I would understand a little bit more if we weren't pausing time and we were like trying to fight the clock. then we
Yeah.
have to like be really strategic about things like that. But it's literally just a quality of life thing. And it's not something that I would use in a normal like I fully intend on making a non-modded Stardew world, what that's like a challenge world or something. There's a few challenges I've seen that I really like, and one of the ones that I've wanted to do, but I tried doing it with Jules. It was try to make a farm where you don't leave the farm, like a viable farm where you don't leave the farm except for like once per season. You can leave the farm 1 day per season.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
So
and
if you want to send to an event,
so
yeah.
that you can do things, so that you can no, you can't do events
Oh, okay.
because that's leaving the farm.
Yes, but like, if it was that one day,
You could make it that day if you wanted to.
a waste of a day though.
Yeah. So like, I would want to leave probably. I'd probably leave day 5 of spring. No. Yes. Probably day 5 of spring. Mm-mm. Ooh, actually. See, it's a lot of strategy things. So I wouldn't want to leave day 5 of spring because oh, see, and there's the other thing too, is like you have to the only seeds you're gonna get is whatever you get from your farm.
Mm-hmm.
So like mixed seeds and stuff. So you want the forageables, so it's probably best to do it on the forest farm.
Yeah.
See, there's a lot of things to consider. That's why I like that challenge because it's like, ooh, how would I do this? How would I do that? It's one I tried to do with Jules. Jules and I thought it was a really good idea, but the thing is, when it comes to multiplayer, it doesn't work. It doesn't work with multiplayer because you can't just start skipping days randomly, which is something you'll have to do in that particular instance. Let's see, what was I looking at? Cabins to farmhouses. That's to make it to where Tristan can actually have a proper house, which he didn't even take that. He's like, I'll take this weird house, which is fine. He loves it. He's like, oh, I want the one that looks like it's run down. Then there's automate. That's on there. That's not what I was looking for. I was looking for the time one. Yeah, called it's Stardew time. Yeah, and that is doing shop. I'm be right back. Okay, love you. Have fun. So all of our time is like 100%, right? So if we put time back on, it doesn't like move faster. It just moves at a normal speed, right?
Have fun, Jesse. You want to shop
There
one,
it
bro?
goes. Yeah, look, enable on festival days. When enabled, speed of time will also be adjusted during festival days. So yeah, we do have that. So that's why it
Cool.
works. When enabled, notifications will be displayed about changes of time and the new education. Possible. Okay. Automatically freeze time. Some you can do that if you want to. I don't. Says settings below cause some time to automatically stop based on certain conditions. Right. Also, an ad starts in like 3 seconds. So I'm gonna keep talking to whoever can hear me.
Yeah.
Um,
Whenever the ad's over, we could.
it's yeah. When it adds it, we can go to the festival.
Yeah.
Indoors, all these places. But the thing is the one place that we did the freeze location wasn't really any of these areas right here, just the saloon. Because Tristan was doing the Junimo Kart thing,
Journey of the Prairie King.
Journey of the Prairie King thing. One time I called it Prairie of the Journey King. I'm dumb. Anyways, don't freeze location names. I could set something up like that too. Um, So it's cool. Like definitely freeze here. So if we're in the saloon, guaranteed no matter what, time's frozen no matter what. So like for example, I can only change the time. I'm the only one that can pause time. But let's say Tristan's like I go to the bathroom or something, I didn't realize that time was running. And Tristan's like, oh fuck, time's still running. I can't pause it. He could run to the saloon and jump in there. And he can pause time that way. So you know
Mm-hmm.
what? I could just blame you for not pausing time, babe. Damn.
Yeah, you really could.
You ruined it. You ruined the whole day.
Yep. By being asleep, I ruined it, and we had to reset the day.
Anyways, objects always pass time. We realized that we had to have this enabled because otherwise, when we were smelting things, it wasn't smelting things because time time doesn't pass. with objects, or objects weren't passing time. So if it takes three, let's see, I'll show you. I'll show you what I mean. If I come in here, it takes 6 hours and 50 minutes, right? Well, 60 hours and 50 minutes would need to pass in game, yeah? But instead, this will pass now. It will pass now, even though the time up here doesn't change, which I think is really cool. I'm like, I feel like I'm just like a mod person where I'm just like, you should get this mod, you should get this mod. I could tell you how I got all the mods. I also have fashion sense on, which we keep that mirror in this chest because that's where we accessible. And then
Yeah.
see my outfits. I got this outfit and I got this outfit, and it doesn't really matter what I wear because I'm pretty sure. I hope that because we have a mod that overwrites the outfits for spring for the flower dance. I hope that it overwrites the um, fashion sense ones. Anyways, let me put this stuff away real quick and then get prepared to go to the flower festival. Even though apparently I smell like ass.
Don't worry, they're all gonna tell you when you talk to them. Maybe. I hope not. I genuinely hope not. I hope you get Flower Festival dialogue.
See, the thing is like, I really want to dance with you, and I hope I'm probably gonna dance with you. Let's be real. But, but, if I wanted to, I could dance with somebody else and raise the friendship up. It raises friendships when you dance with other people.
Well, yeah, you could.
Who would I dance with? I would have to dance with Anton or Philip. I don't want to dance with Anton. He's sad. He's like, it's like I am both curious about him and not at all.
I could dance with. How many hearts do they have to be at?
4.
Oh. I could dance with you.
Oh, okay, I'll dance with you then. Okay, looks like the ad break is over, so I'm gonna go ahead and.
I might be able to get Alyssa up if I but I'll dance with you too.
Well, hold on. I stopped. Hold on. Who's Alyssa? Who's Alyssa? I'm just kidding. Kind of kidding. I am curious about who Alyssa is, though.
She works on
Oh,
in
her?
Ridgeside on the farm.
Oh, yeah, she's so close.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go see if I can't give her a gift. Maybe I can get her up there too.
Oh my god, could we all could we both dance with her at the same
No,
time?
she'll turn one of us down to whoever asked first.
Yeah. I mean that she's the only one who's even close enough that like gift in her could get me there.
I could talk to her and get her there, bruh. Alyssa, where's she at? Ridgeside Village for the next few hours. Yeah, alright. She sings. She sings. I don't know what she likes. What's she like?
Emeralds.
Oh, does she? Okay, well, easy peasy.
Oh yeah, just go to the Ridgeside Nightingale Orchard. She's like right there.
Gems. Emerald. Boom. Got her favorite gift.
Yep, got it at 4.
Nice. Okay, so you dance with her, I dance with Philip.
If you want, unless you want to dance with me, because
Okay.
I happily dance with you all the time. He hates me.
No, I love you. I will dance with you in real life. How's that?
Hmm?
Can we dance with you in real life?
Oh yeah, we can dance in real life. But that's a good compromise.
I mean, we are gonna like wind up marrying and then divorcing, breaking everybody's fucking heart.
Should we go for the scene where we're dating everyone?
Maybe. But then I'd have to date everyone. And I think that only works in vanilla. Going again?
Nightingale Orchard. It's where she works, where she lives.
Well,
She's
I'm
right
curious.
there.
Hey, Aiko, you seem to be really stinky. I hope that wasn't rude. She's so sweet too.
She's very sweet. She's also quite shy.
Also, it looks like I. Oh my God! Look, it's like semi-transparent red.
So it's not quite there.
Hold on, I'll give
Just
her.
grab
I'll give her
more.
this. I love this. Thank you so much. Let's see. Are we good now? Oh yeah, we're into the number 5 heart now, so we're good.
Yeah, she's
Okay. I still haven't decided. Do I want to dance with Philip or do I to get his hearts up? Or do I want to dance? You know what? I want to dance with you. You're the only one I really want to dance with, to be honest.
Let's
I don't mind how
go.
long it takes to like get everybody else's friendship up. Where it's not like time is a consideration.
Next year you can dance at Dyer. I don't know if you can. I don't know if you shows up.
I don't want to dance with Ty. I want to dance with you every year.
Every year, let's go. I'm happy for that.
Mm.
I
Yes,
want to
I
dance
love
with you all the
you.
time. Fight the friendship. We can just give anyone and everyone gifts.
We can we have a mod where friendship doesn't decay, so I ain't really
That's
worried about
right,
it.
we do.
It's nice. It's nice because we're so busy all the time. I don't even.
Oh,
Why do I look so fucking tan?
why are we tanned? What?
Also, it didn't change my
Don't
dress,
tell
so
Mum, okay?
I'm gonna make myself naked. Oh, I can't make myself naked. Damn it!
We can't do anything.
Why am I so tan?
Why are we tanned?
Also, why are my eyes brown?
Something's going on with one of the mods.
All right.
That's just happened. Everyone's tan. Oh wait, no, not everyone.
All right, whatever. Well, it didn't change our outfits. It just
Yeah, that's
changed
good.
our skin.
Our skin and our eyes.
All right, I guess I'll talk to her.
Hopefully they change back.
Mm. Yeah, I'm sure
Mm.
they'll change back. Did you get some strawberry seeds from Pierre's stall at the egg hunt 2 weeks ago? I did. Yes, thanks, Pierre. Not Pierre. Ian. Dude, I'm chill with totally not dancing. With not dancing, it's totally rad to hang with the town. Kiana looks.
Aww,
Hey,
that's
Aiko, social
cute.
gatherings are like this. Who the fuck is Dale? This is the first time I've seen Dale. He was cool though.
Oh yeah, he works at the he's from Escop.
I've met him before.
Works in a store and Valkyrie's got guard.
I have.
I love Soot.
I have clearly met him before. I have a heart with him.
Yeah.
Did you see what I saw?
No? What'd you see?
Come here, come here, come here, come here, come here.
In real life?
Look at my menu. Look, go to your friends menu, your friendship
Oh
menu.
yes, you can see Dyer in there now.
Yeah. Oh my God. Welcome to Flower Hill. I'd rather be literally anywhere else right now. I did think about faking a migraine to get out of this, but I'm getting there for real. Ugh, I feel like I'm such a prat and I look like one. I'm not used to getting all done up like this. This damn suit itches like mad. You look great though, farmer. I'm sure you'll have no trouble finding someone to dance with. Nope, no trouble at all. Married that man.
Talk to this buddy here.
Rodney's asking me to dance. Oh,
You have Rod?
and then he said I'm kidding.
I never see Rodney. He's invisible. Did you talk to first mate Soot?
No, I did not. Squeak, squeak.
That's so cute.
He's adorable.
Yeah, I don't have Rodney there.
Why do you not have Rodney? Is that one of the mod options you haven't enabled? Let me see. Rodney O'Brien, NPC Rodney O'Brien. Do you not have that installed? There's literally
No, I have him.
there's a in your mods list it says NPC Rodney O'Brien.
Yeah.
Why do you not see him then?
Polyamorous Rodney. Okay, it looks like there's a poly mod, so he might be able to marry multiple people.
No, no, no. We don't have that one installed.
Oh, okay, okay. It's a compatibility with it.
Yeah, the polyamorous mod makes your house look really weird. I tried because like I was going through a phase where I only wanted to ever marry Emily, but then like I started wanting to marry more people, but then I still wanted to marry Emily because like I loved
There's
Emily. But now she looks like she looks like Haley's mom, and it's weird now. I don't want to date a mom.
there's a
Dancing. I'd
whaler
love
in.
to participate, but I unfortunately have 2 left feet. Poor Sin. Sin looks adorable though. Look at him.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
This is Kiara to my left.
Yeah.
She
Oh my
looks cute.
God. She's wearing a suit.
Uh-huh.
She's so cute. She's absolutely lesbian. Stop
Yeah.
following my husband. Can't talk to her. Kiara's muttering to herself. Corinne looks so nice in that dress. Maybe. Don't look at her. No, no, no. Kiara, you're gonna marry me later. She's the first one I'm going after. Basically, it's mostly just so I can like figure out what people's like big quests are or their stories if I'm interested in them. Like I'm really interested in Kiara's friend. Like
Ezekiel. No girl here is better than Coraine, his daughter. Better not see anyone looking at her.
uh-huh. That's what I'm saying. Ezekiel's hilarious.
So protective.
He's so funny.
I, I'm genuinely curious if he's protective because of like
I think
just
he's protective just because like he's just a dad.
he's that dad trope,
It
or
is a
if there's
dad
like
trope.
something that went on.
No, I feel like it's a dad trope. He's hilarious.
Oh my god!
My
Look
wife's
who's here!
who? Oh yeah, she is here. I did see that her dress. Look everybody's dress. Look, it looks so pretty. Even
Mm.
Maeve. Wait, why are you commenting on my grandfather? What my grandfather liked, Maeve. I remember he'd have his own dance, his own way of asking a girl to dance. Not that he asked me or anything. Of course he didn't, because because you're a cunt. And even if he did, I would have said no. Wow, Maeve is such a bitch, and so is her whole family.
How you doing, Torts?
Hey there, cutie. You look
Torts is
like you'd be
trying
good
to
on the
eat the
dance
flower
floor. I'll be keeping an eye on
decorations.
you.
You got this, Torts.
Lords is adorable. I remember dancing with my dad when I was younger. Oh well, that was then and this is now. You could dance with him now. I bet if you asked, he would absolutely say yes.
Who?
Blair.
Oh.
She talked to her dad or asked her dad to dance, you know.
They should let Vincent be the flower king if he wants to. I bet he'd be great at it.
Alyssa, shy about dancing in front of everyone. She's a pretty singer. I'll be a monkey. Oh my god, Olga cleans up nice.
Yeah, Olga's usually like
She's a
in
sturdy
farming
she's a
attire.
sturdy woman.
Yeah.
I'm no ballerina, but I think I'll do Olga proud. Aw, that's cute. At least I won't step on her toes.
Like based on her name and like her vibe, she's very like Eastern European, like
Yeah,
Romanian or something.
yeah.
I love how many people are here with the mods.
Philip seems distracted. Oh, sorry, I just can't figure out if that's part of the dance or he's limping. Oh no. Okay, because he's a physical therapist. I thought
Oh
he
my
was
god.
thought he was throwing shade.
You know how we got like the better Marnie mod?
Yeah.
Um, is it Martin that's the adventurer dude?
Marlon?
Marlon
Yeah.
says that she looks nice. I wonder if they're gonna get together.
That's vanilla.
Oh, that's vanilla.
Yeah.
Okay, I hope they get
And
together.
she says love
Lewis is
is
a piece of shit.
she says sigh, love is in the air and I'm still single, but to be fair, we're not supposed to know about that. Lewis is a piece of shit. Oh, hello there. It's nice of you to talk to me.
Oh my god, Clint is
Oh
pretty
my
blue right
god.
now.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Did you talk to Linus?
I did. I didn't read his dialogue.
That's not about the dialogue. Did you see his did you Oh, you can't I don't know if you have those custom portraits.
Oh my god.
He's got flowers in his beard.
Maybe?
Spring's almost over. What a shame.
That is adorable.
That is so cute. And this
Clint
is
looks like a
Jesse.
pretty boy
Jesse
still to
hangs
me.
around with Linus a lot, and I want to know their relationship. See, I like
Okay, we can't get to Pierre in this one.
Mara looks so pretty. Oh my
Get the
gosh.
wrecker.
I'm not gonna sit here. Look. I know it's like a
Recipe.
big, like weird trippy movie trope where
Aww.
you take the nerdy girl's glasses off and suddenly she's hot. But Maru, come on, Maru kind of worked with her. Gulp. I'm nervous. Why are you nervous? Wonder if Emily would dance with me. Nope, still a weirdo. Stuffed. Have you tried the red jelly yet? No, I have not. I wish Pierre would spend time with his family. Poor Coraline. Caroline, not Coraline. What is it? All right, let's see. Oh, the plans. Tub of flower recipe. Absolutely done.
Willie,
Sweet
I should
potato.
have brought my fishing pole.
Yep, that's Decorative. Oh my god, so many flowers.
Yes.
She's gonna decor. She's gonna plant. I'm just gonna lose it. Don't mind me. Tub of flowers. I'll take two of those. I'll take two of these. I don't have a decorating addiction now. I mean, it could be worse. I could buy so many more, but I'm not gonna.
Sophia says she's here for the free cake.
Anything. I don't want those. Okay. My inventory is filled with flowers now.
You bought all the flowers? All the
Decorative
seasonal.
flowers. Yeah, I bought two of
decorative-
each. I wore my best shirt for
Oh.
the dance. This sort of thing doesn't happen very often. It's got flower in his hair. How cute. And so does she. Oh my god, Leah's dress looks hella cute.
Yeah.
Ask someone to dance. Oh no, I couldn't possibly. I'll just stay here and enjoy the music. Okay. Victoria is single also. Rosa, who's this? These people cleaning up nice. How quaint. Everyone's all paired neatly off. Want to shake it up a bit,
Juliet.
Aiko?
Look.
The funny thing is
Is the
Juliet's
same name?
flirty. Juliet's flirty, but she's not romanceable.
Yes, she is. Oh no, she's not.
Yeah.
Weird. I wonder if she's in a relationship with Rosa already.
Is Rosa romanceable?
I don't know, but they tend to hang out together in Rosa is not romanceable, no.
Well, they might have a secret relationship going on.
Yeah. But they tend to hang out in
Oh, here's Jade. I wish
Yeah.
someone would dance with me. She wants to dance with somebody. So I picked we were trying to cuz like Tristan he doesn't really want to marry anybody else but me, so I had to pick somebody for him to marry. I
I
picked
will
Rosa
for
cuz
like achievement purposes.
yeah. Oh my god, Willie's all dressed up. Normally they don't dress up like this.
Yeah, this is great. I love it.
Frog season's really starting to pick up.
Oh my god. Holy shit, Lewis cleans up really well.
Abigail looks lovely. Even Pam's dressed up.
Everyone's dressed up and I loved it.
Sophia's adorable.
Yeah, we've already passed it. I already talked to him. That's just a dialogue text glitch.
Shane's looking. Shane, how you doing? How you doing?
I want to run around and see if I just to make sure I've talked with everyone. Oh,
Jody looks gorgeous.
Faye is pretty.
Faye is always pretty.
Yeah, but she's got like her glasses she's got like flowers on the part that goes over her ears. Like the
She's
handle.
also okay, so get this. You know how I was talking about how Faye's really pretty and I want to like romance her.
Mm-hmm.
Turns out she's just basically the Ridgeside Valley version of Emily. She's also a seamstress. I say that they've probably got entirely different personalities, but
You've got a type, and that's good with clothes.
yeah, just good with clothes.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen Rodney at an event. I mean, for the two that we've had, so maybe it's just like a host
I'm
only
stuck.
club.
Okay, sorry. Oh, oh my God. Evelyn looks so pretty.
Mm-hmm.
What's George look like?
These portraits are great.
Aw, George. Flowers, I can hardly see them. Andy. Andy is actually really sweet. I like him. He's really helpful. He's like a helpful old man, like dad type.
He really
You
is.
know, but he's also got a lot of pride. You know, so he doesn't want to accept handouts or nothing. He wants to work hard. He's a hard worker. He's a drinker, but like a bunch of dads are. Just enjoying the scenery. Mm-hmm. Haley.
I don't know how he got this tan, but yeah, Lewis cleans up so well.
I can't even
He's-
talk to him. It just says, "Can we start the dance?" This festival, it always gets me a little emotional. The flower dance is traditional symbolic. Gunther didn't even need to change. He just put a flower in his hat.
I
Everybody,
love that.
he's already mostly dressed up.
Yeah, I have talked to everyone.
I think actually, hold on. You know what? I'll check because we can do that now. Show talked NPCs. Don't show talked NPCs. No,
We can't
basic.
talk to Pierre.
I'm looking for anybody who's wearing. Okay, so Edith and Ethan, I have not talked to. Where are they at?
Oh,
I think that's Ethan over there. But
Claire? Would Claire be here?
Oh, wait, there are two people. No, Claire wouldn't be here. Look for people who are dressed up in their portrait. Or their
Oh,
picture thing.
okay.
Michael. Which
Let's
one's
see.
Ethan?
Yeah, I've talked to everyone. Ethan?
Hadn't talked to Lorenzo, it seemed.
Oh, Ethan. Where was he? I think he might be
Aw.
over to the right somewhere.
Kenneth. Like that everybody here's acting all normal.
Yeah, there he is. He's right at the start.
Is he?
Yeah, he's hiding behind the bush.
Creep. Like that everybody's acting normal. Like they didn't all just tell me this morning that I stink. Oh my god, Ethan's creepy. The fuck, bruh. Oh, as a child, I see. Alright, who else?
He was the only person you're missing that's dressed up.
Is Arya here? Because Arya looks dressed up. Freddy, Geo.
Arya, yeah. Yes. Arya is at the back here behind Trini.
Okay. And I'm also looking for Freddy and Geo.
Freddy? Can we use... Okay, unable to use
Oh,
the navigator.
here's Freddy.
Yeah.
And here is his wife, Lola. Oh my god. Oh my god. You said you weren't coming, Mr. Aguar. He said, yes, I came. Maddie indicated there would be food.
So you're still looking for Geo?
Geo, yeah.
Yeah.
I would have thought he'd been here. Oh my god, I have more dialogue with Carmen. Geo.
Oh, Geo. He's next to Mr. Auger person.
Oh, is he? Oh, I'm fucking blind.
Yeah, you can see the back of his hair.
He's
Even
hiding in
after
a
you
corner.
talk to him, he still has the
Despite
textile
all
look.
the movements and noise, the forest doesn't mind.
I don't like him.
No, I don't like him either. That's why
I mean,
that's why yesterday when we did the dialogue thing, I gave him a really squeaky voice.
yeah, he's very he's great for like an elf. Very arrogant.
Louis, I need Louis. And I haven't talked to Pierre or
We can't talk to Pierre.
whoa, 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 whoa. Is the wizard here? Is the wizard here? And also, where's Louis? The ugly child, the horrible, awful child who I want to punch in the face. The child with the punchable face.
Apparently, I've talked to him. He was. I imagine he's up over where the kids are somewhere.
There he is. Yep, he is absolutely up where the kids
Oh
are.
yeah, he really does have a
Look at this kid
punchable
with the
face.
punchable face. Trini and Key are having fun. Yeah, they are because they're not assholes.
Yeah, I didn't see the wizard here. He doesn't look dressed up.
He's wearing blue, but to be fair, until yesterday he was wearing green. Or he was green. Now he's purple. And I'm pretty sure that's
Cool.
just conflicting mods. Do you see him here?
I found Floor apparently.
Where's she at? I don't even know how to talk. Have I talked to her?
She's here by this tree.
What tree?
I might have.
Oh.
I might have.
Oh. Me? Oh, I don't really dance. Oh my god, she's so adorable though.
Mm-hmm. She's so cute. I don't know why she wasn't showing up in my
Yeah, she didn't show up in mine either. But to be fair, I didn't finish scrolling either. Well, Pierre, Sandy's wouldn't be here. The wizard, no. Absolutely, the wizard is here somewhere. Because look at him. He's got a flower on his hat.
Yeah, he's got to be somewhere.
Is he hiding? Is he
He
like,
might be hiding.
is he, because sometimes he does the whole standing on the cliffside overlooking things. Yep, there he is. Found him.
Oh, you can talk
Can't,
to him
no,
from
you
it?
can't talk to him. He's
So
just,
we can't talk to him, we can just watch him.
look at him up there. Fucking creeper. All right, you ready?
Yeah.
Let's start. Yay!
And we
2
start
hours
to-
into stream and we finally start the flower dance.
Bum,
I like
bum.
how I'm just like way off, and so are you. Well, you're kind of off. I'm way off.
I love you.
Bing, bing.
You're actually doing the dance,
I
though.
know, it's nice. I don't look stupid.
Well, there's so many people just standing off to the side.
Yeah.
I was wondering what they're gonna do, if they're gonna add more people just dancing, or
Well, I should have been wearing a pretty dress, but I guess I'll wear this pretty dress.
you're always wearing a pretty dress, man.
It's true, I
You're so
am.
cute.
Yeah. That was fun.
Always
Time to go
cute.
home. And now it's dark. That flower dance took forever.
Apparently, I was in your teddy.
What were you doing in my teddy?
I don't know. That's where I spawned. Rare crow.
Also got the rare crow.
Yay!
Oh my god, you know what we should do?
Hmm?
We should put all the other scarecrows that we get. We should put that at the summit farm.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll meet you up there. Well, I mean, I have my dwarf one doing stuff here, but
I need to replace mine. But yeah, I can build a couple more.
building them, just placing them.
Yeah, I think I've got all my rare crows. Yeah. To the summit farm.
Base it properly. Maximize coverage. Start by placing around their edge, obviously. I'm gonna double check this. I trust you, but I also don't.
She doesn't trust
I
me.
just don't know if you can read my mind. For example,
Oh, you wanted to overlap so it. Okay, I see what you're doing. Rather than maximizing horizontal, you would. Okay.
I want them to basically at the okay. Can you king me in real life?
Yes.
Okay. So when I said, "Can you come here in real life?" you heard what? Okay, you see
I
how?
thought you said, "Can you hear me in real
No,
life?"
look. Okay, so you see these three down here,
Yeah.
and that's not connected. On the outer edge, I want those to meet. So like,
Okay.
this is overlapped too much. This leaves a gap.
Yeah. So you're wanting like. Then I would need to move this one slightly.
Yeah.
Which honestly probably would go here again. Get the raccoon because it's
The
the
mouse.
cute side. It's a mouse?
Yeah.
What is a raccoon?
Maybe it looks like a raccoon to you.
There we go.
Back because I don't have to change outfits. I'm gonna go see if there's any places I want to put these decorative flowers real quick. I like decorating this area, guys. I say this area, my farm. That's what I meant. It's an area, technically.
You're right. It is indeed an area.
That's not.
I'm a touching the bins. Wee.
You see that? I wish you could put things on these logs, but can't.
Most likely can't do. Yeah. Everyone locks their door. They don't want me in their house after a certain time, and they didn't want us in early because of the flower festival.
What'd you say?
Oh, everyone's doors were locked earlier because of the flower festival.
Oh yeah.
I couldn't even get the sprinklers for today.
Oh, that's a shame.
Okay.
God,
Check the weather and stuff for
probably look
tomorrow.
really nice right
It's
here.
raining tomorrow, isn't it? Yeah. That was bad luck
About
today.
Is it raining tomorrow? Well, at least we don't, yeah, I guess we don't have to water
Yeah.
crops. Oh my gosh, babe, come here, look at this. So normally this tiny little pond isn't really reflective, but look at that.
Oh, that's amazing.
So pretty.
That is. These mods. This mod paddock we have is so fucking beautiful.
It's
so fun.
beautiful and it's relaxing and it's just honestly, it's just really fucking nice. Basically, we've been playing this probably for about 2 weeks now.
Yeah.
And we haven't run out of shit to do. It's great. Because it's just, we're taking our time every day. We don't have to fucking rush through everything. Because it's like, there is no rush, literally.
Scarp Crossing? Where is this? Oh my god. This is pretty. I went to East Scarp Crossing.
Oh, yeah, the bus stop?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The lake is like a heart. Didn't pay attention
Yeah,
to it.
I thought that was really nice. Oh, nope, that's not going there. So I got this calico cat from the Desert Festival. It's really nice. And then this lamp right here is modded, and um, I got these two barrels from the Desert Festival as well, and these two tables. I can see the outline of my fishy. Look at him in there. Look at him. And then these little things right here, these are modded. And I just find random plants. Every once in a while, randomly, I'll see somebody selling some plants, and I'm like, I'll take it. And when we were, what were we doing? Oh, I broke open one of my mystery boxes that I got. You know how you get the mystery boxes now. And there was a pearl inside. So naturally, I took the pearl to the desert and got my birch bed. But this is the inside of my house. I realize I haven't shown off the inside of my house today. But look at these they're modded fish and they look really cute. I'm keeping all the modded fish. The cute fish I am putting on display, and then the legendary fish I'm putting on display. Unless, of course, they are the wolf
Wolf Snapper.
snapper or the turret fish. Why? Because those are going to be my two fish farms down here. This one's going to be another fish farm, but it's going to be a while before I can get the turret fish anyway, so I'm not
You
super
have any
rushed about it.
really big money.
Yeah. But this right here, like the wolf snapper and the turret fish, they give they're really expensive, so their roe is really expensive, and then when you age that roe, that's a lot of money.
We're gonna be rich.
Gonna be rich. Who says we're not already rich? And
I'm rich in love.
when my greenhouse is built, I'm gonna put my greenhouse here. I'm gonna put this shed somewhere else because this is my processing shed, my general processing shed of things. And then I've got all my kegs currently down here.
Yeah, my kegs are just currently out of the way.
My kegs are currently down here.
I'm gonna build a
I'm
shed
gonna put them in a shed.
tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm gonna upgrade my barn tomorrow.
I'm just chilling in bed. There's no rush for you to come to bed, but
I still have to put. I'm placing the decorative fairy roses and the sea
Yeah.
manticore. I just gotta
Yeah, and
figure out
you
where to
had
put
the
it.
decoration stuff.
Mm-hmm. I'll probably put it up here. Weird. Yeah, these look fine. Actually, might look better here. That looks nice. What about then this? Put this here. Here. No, the pink ones are weird. I just don't know if they fit this. I mean, that's there and that looks fine. Why does this look weird? Why do the fairy roses look so weird to me? Okay, what if I pick these up? To be fair, it's not like the greenhouse is staying here. I'm going to wind up putting the golden clock here. I'm going to take these plants and I put them here. Yeah, that's better. Anyway. So I went into Skull Cavern last night with over 200 salmon berries, and I'm down to 32. We got down literally to level 402. Hold on, I wonder if that shows up in our character thing. Yeah, right there. If you go to your menu, your stats
Yeah.
menu, and you see at the bottom where how many star drops you've eaten, what level your house is, and what level in the mines you got, the Skull Cavern you got to.
Yeah, we got up to 402 yesterday.
And
We
we
only
didn't
need
even
more.
get the key quest either, and we accidentally skipped level 300.
Yeah,
I
we
was
skipped
so
that.
pissed.
Okay, so tomorrow we're gonna get level 10 farming for both of us.
Level 10 farming?
You
Oh.
will.
Oh, I see. No, I probably won't.
We will achieve it tomorrow.
I don't know, maybe. I'd like to.
And once I get level 10, you can harvest the rest of the crops on my farm. Oh my god, I'm watching the ticker go through and it's the Japanese message right now. That looks lovely.
Doesn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, raining, so I don't have to do something.
And we have the
Bookseller's here.
bookseller today.
Nice, like a pet Kyo. It's raining, it's pouring,
Raining
the old
tacos.
man is snoring. Went to bed and bumped his head. Didn't wake up in the morning. I like that I click on those things and never read them.
You're calling me an old man because I snore?
I snore more than you do. What are you talking about?
Are you an old man too?
Yes,
Oh my god.
thought I'd let you know. It is two people's birthday today, including the priester. Yep, that's the one. I'm currently level 8 farming.
Damn, it takes so much to get from 9 to 10 compared to every other level.
You know what I think I'll do? I
Yeah?
think I'll plant the coffee beans I've got now. And then just like,
Just stockpile
not really
'em.
super worry about them or whatever. Just let them grow, let them do their thing. Just so I can like stock up, but not like have like I'm not like trying to make a massive farm. I'm just like make it to where next year I have lots more seeds.
Yeah, that's fair.
I won't be selling any of them and I won't be converting any of them to coffee. It's literally just so I
Okay.
have seeds.
I've got to level 10, so you can harvest the rest of my crops.
I'm level 9.
Uh, Also got some salal berries. They finally grew, and honestly,
The lolberries.
remember the bush we harvested in?
Oh, I never planted that.
Yeah, I planted them. They took ages to grow. It was what, 13 days, and I finally got my first.
Well, I guess we'll find out soon if it winds up sticking to the next season, yeah?
Yeah.
Because it did say it's just spring.
Yeah, I believe so. I'm gonna let you sell one,
Okay.
I guess, because of
Remember to eat healthy or you won't have enough energy to work hard, Lewis. Lewis, I'm including one of my favorite recipes. Make sure you use ripe tomatoes. If I had tomatoes, I could make spaghetti for Kiara.
Stewing. In my battery chest will be a salal berry that you can just take.
God, I'm keeping the carrots. Look,
So much.
carrots are such good food. One carrot, one gold carrot is 135 energy. And then I'm going to take these and I'm going to put them in the cake.
A gold quality carrot, not a gold carrot.
I didn't buy the gold carrots yet.
I did buy the gold carrots.
Did you? Nice.
Yeah. The no star gold carrot is 1,100 as a base.
Automatically put it in there all at once. I don't have to worry about nothing. Fucking love it. My kegs all started going at the same time. Says they'll be done in 6 days and 6 hours, which means probably later today.
1,650 for a gold star gold carrot.
Check my shed stuff. 42 iridium bars, diamonds, smoke harvester trout, pickled potatoes, and 3 aged wolf snapper roe.
Nice.
I have to go check on my animals.
Um,
Oh wait, hold on. Let me go to your farm
what
first.
do I do with gold
Whoa,
carrots?
almost put my iridium bars in there. Let's not. What'd you say, babe?
What do I do with gold carrots? I could gift them. Could save them as gifts. So many people love them, but they're
Eat
very
them.
expensive.
Eat them.
These?
Oh,
Am
gold
AEST
carrots. I don't know. I don't have those. That looks so cool.
They are cool. The gold star gold carrot gives 518 energy and 233 health.
Whoa. Okay, what happens if you pickle it though?
So if I pickle it, it turns into 2,050 will be the profit, and if I turn it into juice, it's 2,250.
Ooh.
Might juice this one and then just sell the gold star one.
Maybe I'll hit level 10. Maybe I won't.
I hope you do. You're getting close. I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, you get more potatoes tomorrow, yeah?
Yeah, I'll get more potatoes tomorrow, and I'm also going to get more strawberries tomorrow because apparently I missed watering on a couple of days on a few of them. Yeah,
Where?
I'm getting more
Oh, up
potatoes
here,
over the
yeah.
next few days. There's one behind this scarecrow, and then 2 in the top right.
Yeah, then I should be able to get level 10 the next day.
Nice.
Where are you keeping your crops? Materials farming, I guess?
Yeah, you can just chuck
There you
them
go.
in there, and I'll sort them. Nice.
Okay, I'm gonna go check the bookseller, which is just outside your house. This is where he is, by the way, so you guys
Yep.
know his farm is
Hold
right
on.
outside the bookseller. Now he leaves, and boom, bookseller. This is where his farm goes. You guys like this texture glitch here? He said he loves a little jank.
I love jank.
See, that is unhelpful. Unhelpful. I could buy that. Why not?
I'm gonna get the expensive book that lets you run through crops faster. Because I plan on having a big field.
I'll do that too. I don't need the price catalog. But I probably will get it later just so I have it, all the books.
Yeah.
And I don't have a horse, so I ain't worried about that right now.
Books.
You know what we should do though?
Run a bit faster.
Hold on, I need to figure out what I need to upgrade my barn. Give me a minute, I'm gonna do a quick Google search. Barn. I could just walk up there. But I'm lazy. Actually, I realized I can just walk up there because I can just access my chest.
I spent too much money. Oh no.
Oh my god, it's also only 6 a.m. and I have time paused, so. Dale's birthday. Oh my god, Sin, hey cutie. Stop walking away from me. Why are there two Sins? Are there two Sins usually? I might be losing my mind. Anderson likes a lot of things.
Dale and Anderson. Oh yeah, he really does.
Dale wants my prismatic shard. I ain't giving that to him. I'm saving it.
What else does Dale like? Dale.
I'm gonna give
All the golden things.
I'm gonna give Anderson some mayonnaise.
Oh, Dale is a bougie bitch. A gold carrot is only liked from him.
I'm gonna let me pull his thing up and see what his other love gift. Well, I guess if I had his love gift, it'd tell me, right? I guess I'll see what he likes. I don't know, Dale. I don't know him like that. Although apparently he's single. He's not gonna get nobody to love him. Rabbit's foot.
Not with him being that bougie.
Yeah, no, absolutely not. Oh, he likes mayonnaise too. Well, fuck it. He'll also get mayonnaise. I would just start giving mayonnaise to people, man. I've got mayonnaise. Also, it looks like 450 wood and 200 stone is what I need to upgrade my barn. Are you gonna upgrade something, babe?
I'm gonna be building a shed.
Right.
How much do I need for that?
15,000 gold?
Just 15,000 gold? And
No,
materials?
that's just all I remember.
Okay. I hope I have enough money after buying the last book I need. I'm just waiting for Pierre's to open so I can sell him stuff.
God, I'm always struggling for wood, bro.
I should with Clint as well.
Actually, I'm gonna give me a second. I'm gonna turn off my in-game music because it's not the flower dance now. And I am going to load up Spotify.
Oh, Spotify, yes. Yes.
See if it's working.
Yeah, it seems beautiful.
Yep, there we go. And then I'm gonna make a jam.
As soon as I get the link, I'll join the jam.
Not lyrics. Connect to a device now. Start jam. There we go. Okay. I sent it to your DMs.
Okay, thank you.
I'll wait
Launching
a bit more.
Spotify.
This has basically been my go-to playlist for like listening to music lately. This is the vibes I've been in, and yeah, introspection.
Yeah.
It's relaxing. Absolutely Stardew vibes.
Make sure it's coming through Spotify because each time you open it, sometimes it just has a different link name.
I did. I checked
Cool.
my OBS. It says, "Oh, that's really fucking loud." Oh my god, it's really fucking loud. I'm sorry.
There we go.
I think it's because usually I have Spotify really low, and on this one I have it like it's pretty loud. It's decently loud.
Mm-hmm.
But like, yeah, if the music's too loud for you guys, let me know and I'll turn it down for you guys. I don't want to turn it down for me. I like it. He looks like he's on the toilet, doesn't he? Just because the newspaper. Say that
And it's
again. You
chilling over by
successfully incubated a dinosaur egg? This is unprecedented. He gave me coffee. He
Who did?
gave me coffee for incubating a dinosaur egg. He thought it was so cool. He's like, here, have a triple shot espresso. Thanks. He's like, that's cool as shit. Have some coffee on me.
That is cool. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So on this right here, you can build things on different farms. Although it looks like we've got the Summit Farm now.
Oh,
That's
yay!
nice. So I can actually just show you guys all the farms, okay? So like, here's my farm. If I whatever, build some random thing. Actually, I didn't need to do that. I don't want to accidentally click it. So I'm going to move buildings, which I'm not going to do. Okay, so here's my little chest things. Here's my house. Here's my shed that's going to... Actually, I should move this. I'll move this over here.
Yeah.
Where do I want to put this? There, I guess. That looks great. Perfect. uh, Anyways, here is my oak tree farm that I specifically have for getting oak stuff for kegs, which I still need more of that. I go through stuff all the time. Here's my normal tree farm. This is every tree in the game, at the very least that I have access to now. I don't know if there's more, but like mahogany trees are absolutely useless for tapping, I have learned, but I have it up there anyways because it's part of it and I don't care. So this is birch, fir, maple, oak, pine, and mahogany. Then I got my keg farm down here, which is going to get put into a different shed that I will put. I want to move the greenhouse up here and then put another shed here. And that shed is going to be filled with all my kegs, right? And then, let's see, got my general thing here. I would like, here's my farm. Here's going to be my fish farms and some decorative things over here. I would like to put, I'd like to make a bee setup here with the honey and everything. I know some people don't like it. I like the honey.
I remember last time we played when we were doing vanilla, like you had a massive, very profitable bee setup.
Yeah, because fairy roses are very profitable, at least in the fall. Like, say
Yeah.
what you will about honey any other time of year or whatever, you can turn it into beer, nobody gives a shit. But fairy rose honey specifically is very profitable. I wouldn't say it's as profitable as like the wolf snapper roe, but it's nice. It's decently profitable and it's aesthetic. It's aesthetic too, and it's like I enjoy it. And honestly, I really don't need a reason to want to do it other than I want to do it. So sometimes it's hard to get to the point where you can actually just say that. Like you don't need a
300
fucking
wood.
reason. You don't need a fucking reason.
300 wood.
Yeah, so that's my farm. Then we've got, let's see,
If I go
farm buildings, Summit Farm, move buildings. This is what our Summit Farm looks like right now. Um, there's not really anything to it. Um, I have this sectioned off because this is I love growing coffee beans, but I don't want to put coffee beans on my farm. So, can you do me a favor, babe?
Mhm.
Your coffee beans, can you put those in my seeds chest?
Yes.
And this one has
Where
little
am I?
forageable areas down here and also grows
Orange.
some trees.
Yeah,
That's
I've only got
nice.
3, but
That's
better than
okay. That's
nothing.
okay. I don't have a lot either.
I doubled the amount you had.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Grampleton Fields is absolutely fucking massive, right? Like there's no way I can show you all of this. Actually, there is a way I could show you all of this. Okay, I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you exactly all of this. Give me a minute.
Just coming up to for now with enough money and things.
Trying to find my.
You can take your time though.
I'm looking for my Stardew screenshots.
Dead.
Stuff for you.
Perfect.
Content. No, it's not a content. Mods? No. Where are my screenshots? Oh, no, they're not. That's a different one for screenshots. Where the fuck are my screenshots at? I'll find it. Don't worry. App data. There we go. That's the one. I was looking under users. Where can I see app data? I'm so confused. Oh, it is. Okay, I'm dumb. I'm just dumb. Don't mind me. I feel like I could have probably showed you this whole thing.
Oh.
This is the only picture I got of it right now. Okay, so that is how big it is. Right? Like, let me see if I can't make it bigger. And so you guys can see. Oh, shit. It's so fucking massive. I'm trying to make the picture bigger. I can't. It's so. I need you to understand. Okay. I don't know. I don't know if you guys can see how tiny those trees are. How absolutely tiny. Do you see that thing at the top? The little top part up here? That is a railroad. Try to make it bigger so you guys can see how fucking absolutely fucking massive this thing is.
Yeah, Grampton Fields is ridiculous.
I went to go walk. Like, I went to walk from one side to the other. No. No. It's not going to work. We've already been talking about things we want to do. Like, Tristan's over here talking about wanting to get one of every fucking fish farm or legendary fish pond, which I think that as far as space goes, that might be the only place he can do it.
Probably, yeah.
Then I want to build a tree. I want to eventually move my oak tree farm out there so I can continue getting kegs, but not have if I decide I need more space on my farm. Hika!
Oh, Hika!
Okay. How you doing, Hika? Okay. Let me upgrade my
How's the Hika with the job? The job fops?
employed Hika.
Yeah. I saw your message saying it's gonna be paying more than your last one as well. That's good. That's good. You're gonna be a rich Hiko.
Okay, babe, you ready?
Yeah.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, go. So we realized if we do it at the same time, we don't have to like cycle it.
Yeah. I think as long as like I'm in the placing part of it, it's
Good.
fine.
More plants. Oops. Well, now I have to buy 4 topiary trees.
I'm getting the big chest recipe finally.
Hey, how much money you got?
7K, 700,400. What are you after?
You can't help me.
Oh no. Sounds about right though. I can never help.
Well, I
Ah.
mean, even if you were to give me every single bit of money that you have right now, I still couldn't afford it. So, just saying you're poor.
Yes. I accidentally bought a bed when trying to buy recipes.
Yeah, I bought 4 topiary trees when I meant to buy 2. So I just hope that I like them, I guess. So now I got them.
Hell the bed. Maybe.
Symmetry is so important to me, and this is like really making it hard. That's why I like the Four Corners farm. It's got potential for symmetry is what I'm gonna give it. Potential for symmetry. Not entirely symmetrical, but it's like as far as like making things symmetrical, I think I done all right.
Now I've got a double bed. By a double bed, I mean it's 2 single beds next to each other because I accidentally bought one.
Oh no. Okay, let's put this.
Yahi will become a slime king. Oh my god.
Fuck yeah, he dude. Fuck that boy. Okay, so
He-
before he got here, it's a flower dance, right? Flower dance, right? So I'm sitting here, I'm fucking prepared. I'm like, all right, so I go up to River, whatever,
Ridgeside.
Ridgeside Village, right? Go to do something. I was gonna go show off something. Totally didn't even show anything off because I got a little distracted by the fact I had an event, right? Well, my event was this kid was like, "Hey, how you doing?" And I'm like, "Good." And he's like, "Cool, cool, cool, cool." Then he pats my back and says, "You're doing a good job." And I was like, "All right." That was weird. And then he leaves, right? Suddenly, I'm talking to everybody. This motherfucker put poop on my back. And everybody in the entire world, except for in Eastscarp, because obviously different mod, is telling me that I stink. I was so embarrassed. And it was flower dance day. I didn't know what was happening. I thought maybe it was because I hadn't like taken a bath or whatever. I don't know.
You
So
pet your animals or something.
yeah, I was like, maybe I stepped in poop in my farm or whatever because I pet my animals, right? And then so I went to East Scarp and I like jumped in the water so I can like clean off. Nope, still stinky. Still stinky. I was so fucking pissed. Found out who it was. I was like, you little bitch. What am I doing with this? Who knows? I have these 2 little house plants now and I
Yeah,
want to do
I'm
something.
so happy for Hika.
Me too. Hika's doing a good job. Hika wasn't making bad money at their old job, right? If I'm not mistaken. Their one was already pretty good. Except for they were working like fucking overtime for it.
Yeah, maybe better work-life balance with this one.
Maybe.
I'm gonna finally bring the iron bar to Yuma.
Anyway, he's gonna go give mayonnaise to people. And then also
Slather them in mayo and slide them around. I mean,
I'm trying to
hello.
remember where those trees were that I was gonna chop down. Is it Ridgeside? Ridge Village. That's one. Ridgeside Village. Maybe. I'm gonna chop trees. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna chat with you guys. How you guys doing? We've started learning how to speak Japanese. I can say things like "Ohayo gozaimasu," even though it's nighttime. That was pretty
We are
basic, though.
still in very basic stuff. Just
Very basic. Tristan's
yeah.
smarter than me. He knows more, but to be fair, he got an earlier start than me. And he watches way more anime because he's a fucking weeb. Love you.
Love you, honey.
He feels seen with me.
She calls me a weeb. She loves me.
He is a weeb. Also, speaking of weeb, we were watching One Piece earlier today because we're like, hey, well, we'll just like watch One Piece, then we'll do the flower dance, right? This motherfucker has left me on the biggest goddamn cliffhanger that I
Yep.
think we've had since this fucking show started. I'm like,
No matter
well,
where we
what's gonna
stopped, where we
happen
were,
here?
it's not gonna be great. But this is like the worst spot we could have stopped.
And he's like, yep, and now we're gonna go to sleep. And I'm like, haha, great. Actually, you know what? I think we did pretty good though. I don't feel sleepy.
Yeah, I feel like groggy because waking up.
Yeah, that's about where I am. It's a little bit of waking up groggy, but like and yawning happens because that's just fucking existence for me. But like, I don't really feel tired.
Yeah, neither. Neither do I. Do I have more?
We should eat something at some point though.
Way
I
ahead of me.
increased my medication, so I don't feel hungry as often.
Yeah, I'm just worried because last time I did this, like the first and I think the second injection were fine, but then the third one, nausea hit you like crazy.
Yeah, I was getting sick a lot last time I increased to 1.7 or one to 2.4.
Yeah.
So this last I wound up staying on 1.7 for a long time until it got to the point where it was like my body was like super adjusted to it to a point it wasn't even working anymore.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna
It-
tell you guys something. If you're spending as much money on a medication that I was spending, you kind of want that shit to work.
yeah. I
At
mean,
least
it's
it's not like it's life-saving medication like in the US. Like I don't mean to get all political, but it is like it's just a well-known fact that like insulin prices in America are ridiculous. So if you're
yeah.
diabetic and you need to buy insulin, good fucking luck. You better be rich or you're gonna die.
The only reason Wegovy and just GLP-1s in general
Are
is
expensive.
expensive.
They're not mandatory.
Yeah, they're not covered by the PBS.
Oh, how you doing?
Ow,
And yes, I am
hello.
alive. I am alive. Why did you think I was dead?
I mean, the past few streams have been solo
I
streams, so
have been so tired. Okay, but the thing is I'm good
imagine.
now. I've got crackhead energy now. Okay? Crackhead energy.
Lexi's not
And
here.
also, like, I don't know. I don't know. I got lots of stuff to talk about. Oh my god, what's Marlon doing here? So it's really taking a beating. Clint, we need to take a look at it soon. I didn't realize Marlon was going down.
How are you doing now?
Hmm. Going with Monster Energy and Vegemite. No,
Speaking of that, ooh,
I tried Vegemite.
she did try Vegemite.
It tastes like nothing. I don't know. It was okay. Okay, so
It's
I had
very
it.
salty.
It was toast and butter and Vegemite. That's what was on it. Okay, and I saw it was Valerie making it. It was my mother-in-law. She's making it, and I looked at her. She's got like 6 slices of it, and I'm like, that's a lot of bread, but whatever. That's not my business.
This year's makes 4.
But I was looking at her, and I was just watching her spread this Vegemite on there, and I went, can I take a bite of that? Just like to try it. And she's like instantly, no hesitation, no, are you sure? I don't know, it's gonna be a bit salty. None of that, just yes. And handed it to me instantly. I'm over here moving my hands around as I'm talking, like you guys can fucking see that shit.
I love my wife. She's so cute.
You didn't have the American Accidental Vegemite like it's beautiful. No, 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 no. See, that's another reason that I chose that time that I did it. It's like I didn't make it. I made it the way that, or I didn't make it. I ate it the way that an Australian eats it.
Mhm.
I had it made by an Australian who was making food for their goddamn selves.
She stole my mom's food and
Oh,
then
the Iron
my mom's
Bundle,
stuff.
bruh, get that shit. That's the Iron Deli Bird.
Oh,
It's weirdly fast. Not that that's really relevant in PCG, but still. Anyways, what's I talking about?
Vegemite.
Oh yeah, so I had the Vegemite, and it just tasted like a slightly like imagine. Okay, so you know that there's like salted butter and unsalted butter. It just tasted like a pretty salty butter sandwich, butter bread, butter
Yeah.
toast.
It has a more stronger taste if, it's put on thicker. If Nat made it, it would have been a lot more, you would have noticed the taste more because Nat likes Vegemite.
Yeah, so like that's why I didn't. I was like, it doesn't really taste like anything to me because like I just tasted the toast and the bread, and then it was salty. So like describing the taste is like salty.
Yeah, it's
It
a bit.
just adds some saltiness to things as long as you don't dump it. Yeah, it just added saltiness to it. That's all it did.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know where I just went. Oh, house.
Can't get the,
So I'm trying to
get
get.
the
Oh,
tail yet.
oh right, I was chopping trees. Boom. I hope you enjoyed the picture and thought of my giant American pizza slice. I've been thinking about it. Yeah, I got it. That's nice. I didn't even have to waste an ultra ball on it.
Nice. I didn't get it, and I wasted an Ultra Ball on it.
Sucks to suck. I'm
It
sorry.
sucks.
I'm sorry.
Ah!
Don't cry. Anyways, we've been having a good time. Like I've been cracking up constantly,
Oh,
dude. I don't know if
that.
you realize this, but Tristan is like the funniest person on the planet. He's so
Oh,
fucking funny, dude. I was like crying laughing last night
I'm
as we're
not
running through
funny. I'm
Skull Cavern.
stinky.
He's so fucking funny. Oh my god. He's in fact the
I
place is so solid. The place that's solid, that slice.
told
I think you mean sold. That slice sells an entire 30-inch pizza. It's literally the size of a stop sign and almost didn't fit in the back seat of my SUV unless I put the seats down. That's amazing. I love that.
Dang, that is
I've
insane.
had okay. There's this place I went to in Manchester, in New Hampshire, that was called Alley Cat Pizza. They had big pizzas like that.
Yeah.
And then in Virginia, they had this place called Extreme Pizza, only sold by the slice. I will say those slices were really really big, but they weren't as long as that. But yeah,
Yeah,
here they've got like normal size pizzas, like
we don't have like like the massive slice pizza slices. Um,
what?
and we don't really have like you can get pizza by like an inch increment or anything like that. It's mostly just
Small,
sm
medium, large.
small, medium, large family. Family's the biggest.
Are things standardized here as far as like pizza goes? Are pizzas standardized?
Not really.
We generally say that like a small pizza is probably like a, let's see, I think like a medium pizza is maybe like a 12-inch. I think a small is a 10
A
inch and a large is a 14-inch.
large Domino's pizza
Hmm.
is about the size of a medium or even a small uh from like a family run restaurant.
How have you been, Al? We saw Hika got a new job, which is amazing. I have been playing like a metric fuck ton of this game,
We've been
which
playing so much of this.
can be done because we can just pause time. I'm gonna push the time up to noon, I think.
Yeah, noon's a good time.
Yeah,
Oh, you had the things to
we
donate.
just go based off vibes, really. Oh, right. The prismatic shard and the bones. Did you already donate the tibia and stuff?
No,
Okay, I'll
I
just
saw
wait.
that you had them all separated in you.
Yeah, I got them set up, so I can do that. I'll do that. I'm just chopping some trees right now. I need wood like crazy. I go through wood like it's crazy. You're so excited about it too. Like? Do you mind if I ask what you're doing? What is your job? Is it the same thing you were doing before? Like I can totally remember what it was. I'm gonna say you were doing something like working on cars.
Yeah, last time was something with cars.
I don't remember specifics.
Oh, I'm currently in an ad break,
Oh,
so I hope whoever's watching, which I think at this point is just
apparently
you.
I paused it at some point. Did you walk in the saloon? No, you didn't.
I am in
Pretty much just. No blow molding machines in this one. So, like, easier? Oh, making parts for Ford. I see.
I am stuck inside Clint's shop.
How?
Sen is standing in the doorway and won't let me leave.
You can push through 'em.
Oh, if I walk fast, yeah. If I keep walking, it's fine. I need to sell.
Yeah, I'll move him out the way. Is he out of the way now?
No, he's just
Oh, wait.
standing.
Hold on. Oh, he's literally just standing there. Time is moving.
Yeah.
All injection molding. So, okay, so it's easier. Not. I'm gonna pretend I know what that is. Actually, I'll look it up. You know what?
No,
Why fucking not? Why fucking not? This is a perfect time for me to just
Oh.
learn some shit.
Sen is just walking through the walls.
I'm gonna learn what the fuck injection molding is. Let's ask ChatGPT. Okay, what is the difference between injection molding and hold on, what's the other one? The other one? Blow molding. Both injection molding and blow molding are manufacturing processes used to make plastic products, but they work differently and are used for different kinds of items. Injection molding is used to make solid plastic parts. Plastic pellets are melted, the molten plastics injected. Oh, that sounds so annoying. Oh my God. Hika, I hope you love your job.
Where's the
This
giant
sounds
pizza?
so
My
boring.
American.
Sounds so boring,
Oh,
but I hope you love your job. Common products,
wait a look at
bottle
this.
caps,
Oh
toys
my
like Lego bricks.
god!
What?
Our poster, the giant pizza. We need a banana for scale.
Hold on. Let me see. I'm gonna ask. I
Just
haven't
need
read about
air
that
in
one.
the background. I mean, it's already eaten, but
Oh my lord, bruh,
it is
that's as big
massive.
as your leg.
It is like it's bigger than the desk. What was I after? What was I?
I mean, it can be
Why
boring
did
if
we
you
come
make it
back
boring.
here?
What do you do? What do you do? Like, I'm in essence.
Oh, check.
Well, okay. Let me find a new interesting. Okay. I'll ask. Look. It's ChatGPT. I got this. Okay. Tell me. Okay. Can you try informing me again, but make it sound more interesting?
It grew about 10 to
All right.
15
Let's make
people.
this feel like a textbook and more like watching two different plastic magic tricks happen. Okay. Injection molding. Precision cookie press from hell in a good way. That's what she says. I say she because I named my chat GPT named itself Mimi. I had a crew of about 10 to 15 people and they couldn't finish all of it. Ah, that's beautiful. I love that.
Mm.
That's crazy. That's awesome though.
I suppose as well because Hika is a very car person.
Yeah.
That it just be entertaining working on cars.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Okay, so it's like it's like it fills every tiny groove, every corner, every texture like it's being squeezed into perfection. And then blow molding is like plastic, like blowing balloons. They blow air. I don't know. I feel like blow molding sounds more interesting.
It's like sort of glass blowing, but on plastic.
Yeah, like I feel like injection molding would be more tedious, but blow molding sounds more fun. Like I'd look at it and go, "Whoop." That sounds like fun to me.
Oh, time's still running. It's 2 p.m.
Oh shit.
It's fine. We don't miss out on anything.
Yeah.
I caught it early enough. Let me eat.
Blow molding's a lot harder than injection. But here's my question. Is it more satisfying? Because I feel like, I think both have the opportunity to be satisfying. If you, like, once you fill everything, you're like, oh yeah, that's nice. Finally got it done. But I feel like blow molding would have like an instant satisfactions. Satisfactions. Yep, that's what I said. It's a word now.
Satisfaction.
Imagine you bring a slice of that to Tristan's parents for dinner. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Babe, do you mind if I'm making a distasteful joke?
Sure.
Okay, can I throw half of it in the river? Is it a river or lake?
Huh?
Where's your dad? Is it a river? Is it a lake?
It's where the river meets the lake.
Okay, so can I throw half of it in the river where the river meets the lake so I can give it to both of his parents? math. It's about the same size as me. The gigantic sheets of plastic are a pain in the ass. Okay. Okay. So you don't like the okay. So you like the injection molding because it's like
Yes, Al.
easier to maintain. Yeah, I had to make a dead parent joke.
I don't really bring it
I
up at
asked
all,
for
but yeah.
permission. I asked if it was okay if I make a distasteful joke. Sometimes distasteful jokes need to happen.
Yeah. I don't really bring it up, but I'm not against talking about it. Yeah.
All I know on dog cream as long as the target's found. Exactly. Exactly. I agree completely. If the target's not okay with it, that's just fucking rude. You gotta ask.
To be fair, like Target can't really have an opinion on it. He's fucking dead.
No, oh no. I'm in you obviously, babe. Trust me, I've had too many dark things to happen not to laugh. You just gotta laugh at things, man. I have the reason that I started my Wegovy is because I started having a lot of hormone issues. Right, hormone issues to a point where
Yes.
it was like um
It was.
it's gonna sound like girl stuff. It's gonna sound like gross girl stuff. Basically, it's like I had a period that did not stop for 5 months.
Yeah.
Right, and so I went to the doctor about it, and they were like, yeah. So basically, the thing that gets your period to start, because I wasn't technically started. It's just like I said, a lot of gross stuff. But the thing that gets your period to start was not happening. So it's just piling estrogen on top of estrogen on top of estrogen. And the way
Mm-hmm.
she described it in that moment, because it's like, of course it is. Of course my body's so fucking fucked up the way it is. You know, I'm always having problems with my body. And so when she's just like, it's just piling estrogen
PCOS
on
does
top of
that as
it's
well.
PCOS. Yeah. So it's like
Yeah.
estrogen on top of estrogen on top of estrogen on top of estrogen. She said that, I started laughing. Bitch writes in my notes that I'm having psychological issues
Because
because
you're
I'm laughing inappropriately.
laughing at inappropriately. It's like what? I mean,
I was like, what am I supposed to do in that situation when you're telling me the estrogen on top of estrogen on top of estrogen on top of estrogen? My body's so full of estrogen. What am I supposed to? How do you want me to react?
you're like 400% woman.
Exactly.
Oh, I got a prehistoric scapula from a.
That's what I meant to do. Get that shit that I was fucking
Yes.
supposed to do. This is exactly why pausing
Okay.
time is
If you want to
perfect.
see what the injection molding machines look like, look up pictures of the Millicron injection machine. Look at you. Okay.
I will look that up in a second. Doctor's note, she's nuts. Exactly. That's pretty much what it was. All right, let's get the prismatic shard. Let's get the tibia. Let's get the vertebra.
Yeah. Doctor's note. She's nuts, but professional.
Mm-hmm. Pretty much. I was like sitting there, I was reading the notes. I just laughed again because what are you supposed to do? What do you do? What do you do? Oh shit.
But
I
yeah.
think the music stopped. I'm gonna press play.
Did it?
Yeah, it does that sometimes because especially if we're talking a lot.
Oh yes, yes.
Because it'll think that I'm singing along to it, and then it's like, clearly.
Clearly, you want the audio to
All right,
stop so you
all
can
right.
just hear yourself fully.
Googling, yeah. Yay! She's extra, extra, extra woman. Tristan, has not just a wife, she has a wife.
I
I
have a
have a
wife.
wife squared.
Literally, yeah.
That's okay,
Um,
because in addition to all of my extra estrogen, I was also had really high testosterone, so I was just everything. All right, let's look up this
the ultimate non-binary.
Millicron injection machine. Non-binary people are so jealous of me.
You just have everything. You stole it from everyone.
Mm-hmm. I took everyone's estrogen and testosterone. You want it? Sorry, can't fucking have it. You know what I wasn't producing though? Progesterone, the thing that most people want.
Yeah.
Or I say most people, not men. Most women want. So their bodies can function normally. But no, it was really bad. So I've been on Wegovy for quite a while now. About a year almost.
Silly question.
Um,
What's Cutie Watch? That's the it's a chat bot.
Wanderer! I love you so much. I want to
Oh,
show you
hello,
your
Wanderer.
chicken self. Don't leave. Don't leave until you say hi to your chicken self. Hold on a second.
Say hello. Gotta get ready for the day. Love you guys.
Yeah, okay. Love you too, but chicken. You have to
Must
wait until
see
chicken.
Chimkin.
I need you to know that you're doing great. I need you to know you're doing great. Well, actually, I don't even know if I've pet you today. It's raining, so I haven't been inside of buildings yet. No, I haven't. Hold on. That's the cows. Don't mind me. I'm just petting Milky and Corey. As you can see, I refuse to milk them. It's just weird.
Yeah,
Okay, this is Jessie. She's a dinosaur. She looks really happy. This is Wanderer. She's such a cute little chicken. Looks really happy today. Look at her. She's got the like. Okay, look. I need you to understand. I need you to understand. I have so many cute animal mods that I can literally choose the style of animal I want them to be, except for the dinosaur because that hatched from an egg. But the chicken, I chose that specifically for Wanderer because I was like, it's brown. Wanderer's brown. It's a light brown because Wanderer's light brown. She's not dark brown, so I made her a light brown. And I gave her this little curly cue up here because that is so adorable. You're about this tan in real life? Yeah, exactly. And then this is Maya. I was gonna give her the little curly cue too, but on a white chicken it looked really weird. It looked really fucking weird on a white chicken. So she has a little waddle thing, so she looks like a boy chicken. But you can't really like it doesn't really fucking matter if you think about it because technically speaking, both Corey and Milky are cows that you can milk. So video game.
does it make sense?
No. No. Absolutely not. But I don't milk them because I did it one time. Not since I've been playing this. It was a while ago. I think it was a while ago. It was after I'd become friends with, the ACNH group Wanderer, and I named the cows and animals and everything after you guys, and I milked you guys. That's so weird. Especially say I milked you. I hate that every aspect of that. So I just don't milk the cows anymore. Instead, I just get the cows, I make sure they're happy, and then when I can buy the auto collector, I do that. Yeah, it feels violating, doesn't it? It feels so gross. So I don't milk the cows. It's that's my line. That's my hard line. I don't mind having cows. I'll get the auto collector, let the auto collector do that shit, but no. Also, this machine looks fucking massive, Hika. Shit. Stop pausing my music. I can talk and listen to music at the same time.
I wonder if there's a setting somewhere that you can just turn off. I don't know.
I don't think I think it's to prevent like karaoke streams and like streaming karaoke stuff.
They want to be anti-karaoke? I mean,
Well, they're not anti karaoke normally. They've got a lyrics thing up for karaoke, but they just don't want it's a Discord and Spotify thing.
oh, it's because they're both trying to take priority of the mic.
I don't think it's taking priority of the mic, seeing as Spotify doesn't use your mic.
Oh,
I don't know. I don't.
who
I don't
knows?
know how I'd describe it.
Discord has a thing where like it makes things quieter.
It's a copyright protection thing, is what it is. It's to make sure that you're not just like
returning
okay.
behavior piracy.
Theoretically, I've got the machine the injection machine that I looked at a picture of. It seemed pretty big. Some pictures of it look really big, but then I saw one other picture of it that what's it called? Millicron injection machine. Most of them look massive. I think they might look bigger than they are because
Have a good day, Wanderer.
there's yeah,
See
I
you
love you,
later.
Wander.
Love you.
Um, babe, you let me know if this is a massive machine. Like, but come here. Would they say this massive? It looks
Yeah, you
massive,
can see the dude
but
next to
then
it.
like,
Yeah,
oh, he's a big dude.
dude.
I
You,
googled
you can
Millicron.
definitely get like way, way, way bigger machines,
Yeah, I
but
know they're bigger
it is a
machines.
sizable machine, and it also makes sense. It's sizable. It's making stuff for cars.
Well, hold on. Let me actually. This might be better. Maybe I should compare it to what is it? Blow injection molding machine. I'm gonna compare it. I don't know. They look about the same size, except for I will say the injection one looks prettier and more consistent in color. Looks like there's. Oh, never mind. It says consistent color probably because I was looking up a very specific one. Sterling. Okay, I'm gonna look up sterling then.
Yeah,
Okay, so that's more consistent color. That is huge. Is that the one you were using?
Yeah. The injection molding is much more
Oh my god. The fuck did I'll post?
factory like.
You guys know I'm on that side of the world, but you can turn on Australian settings in Discord. Ow, what the fuck are you doing?
What?
Ow, what are you
Ow. What are you doing,
doing?
Al?
What are you doing?
Look at Discord general ego. You need to get on this.
What's wrong with you? I fucking love you, Al. Jesus Christ.
Oh,
Dying, dude. What the
my
fuck?
head.
Oh my god. That's
Scapula's below
that's
the cog.
beautiful. That is fucking beautiful. Wait, did I have the scapula?
I don't
Turn
think
off
you
the upside down says can't.
you had the
Sorry.
vertebrae and tibia.
Right, I do have vertebrae, tibia, and the prismatic shard, so I'm coming over there now. I keep getting distracted.
Oh, I got a headache now. I need a drink.
Oh my god. It even has mezzanine. You have to climb up if something messes up. Okay, that is the one you used to use. It has the mezzanine if you have to climb up something messes up. I hate to count how many times I play machine. Oh my god, they caught fire? Jesus. Now Tristan's turned. Babe, I'm sorry to tell you, you gotta turn on America mode and get yourself upside down.
I'm just gonna
He's like, oh yeah, I totally did. Actually, no, here we go. Here we go.
I'm just gonna be like, America's not real. I've never seen it in my life. Definitely not.
I'm a problem solver, okay? Okay.
Hmm?
Hold on.
Oh my god, is she gonna flip me upside down?
There we go. I'm a problem solver.
I'm where I belong. The world
You
makes
break dance
sense
for
for
fun,
once.
so you have to grown up. That's awesome. I love that for you. I wish I could, but I can't. I'm just a
Oh,
really
yeah,
bad
it's,
dancer in general, to be honest. We're just gonna leave Tristan like that.
It's got to the point where it's normal for them to catch fire. Okay.
That's probably there.
So I guess getting I guess these ones are gonna be a bit more safer. We like safety.
90% of dancing is just trying. You got this. Look, look. I. Here's the thing. I've been called out for dancing. When I'm dancing, and I get like really into dancing, I get really happy. But then I've got. Look, I love my family. I really do. But they say some things, and then it makes me self conscious forever.
Yeah, yeah. It's like the way they word things. They're very judgmental.
Okay, are you ready to hear what got me self conscious about my dancing? Why does it look like you're boxing? It just looks like you're punching the air. Gee, thanks. How stereotypically white are you? Oh, yeah. Very, very, I'm very stereotypically white, to be real. I can't even twerk. I've tried. I've tried.
She's
I've looked at videos. I've watched videos trying to learn how to twerk. I can't do it. I can't do it. Let me see. Let me see if I can find. Oh, yeah. Here we go. I'm going to save that. I'm going to save that because that is just like accurate for me. Okay. I'm going to. I'm sorry. I'm going to put it up there. Give me a minute. I am a problem. I say problem solver as if I'm solving any problems. I'm really not. I'm just gonna show you. Okay. Okay. This is me trying to twerk.
I gotta say,
That's a gift. That's not actually me. I should let you know.
that is very much just.
Oh yeah, no, I move along to the beat. No, that's
I
not.
have to say, you're better than that.
I'm better than that.
But
But like I'm
yeah.
definitely like a Okay, I'm gonna go dance on Tristan real quick, and he's gonna describe it to you. And don't you dare say something like sexy, okay? Because that's not describing. Be real.
I can describe things. Okay. Just don't think. Do.
Okay, hold on. Alexa, play OVG's that song. Fuck. What's the name of it? Spotify. We're getting something.
Sticking out your
Alexa, stop.
You're so
It just cut out.
You're so
It's like-
phantom tax. I just wanna be your signal.
Death Loader.
Freaking come here. Give me your Ohio.
This one. A wake up alarm.
The reason I care is because it gets me dancing.
It does.
Stop looking. Okay. I know I want you to look at.
Fine. I'll look away
I
and
got
then not be able to
self-conscious.
explain
I
things.
got self-conscious.
Dance, my love, dance! She does not at all look like she's punching things.
It's this right here. It's this move right here. It looks like I'm punching.
I would be very worried if that's how you punch things. That's like how I punch things. Just negative strength.
Negative strength.
I somehow heal people when I punch them.
Alexa, stop. Jesus Christ.
I mean, it just looks like nightclub dancing to me.
Yeah, it's just. Oh, damn it. No,
It's not like
go into my fucking.
anything wild because it just looks like you're dancing in like a club or something.
What is it? Oh, there. No, it's not.
I will say that I remember when you were like showing me that like how you can't twerk at all.
Oh. Did I show you that I can't
You
twerk?
showed me that, yeah. It was very much just like
I'm horrified. I'm horrified. Oh no.
the problem was like you don't have much lower hip control.
What he's trying to say is I have no butt, which is true. I have a little booty. Challenge you to a dance off in Discord? No, not chance in hell. Not chance in hell. The fact that you guys got like a body shot of my wedding photo is a big deal. I'm not dancing. Absolutely not. I was actually proud of that picture though.
It's so cute. We've got like there's literally 2 in this room right now.
Mm-hmm. I like being married to you.
I love you.
Oh wait, I need to donate this egg, I think. No, I don't. I don't think I need to donate that egg.
Like we already
I already
had it
donated it. Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
Tristan, dance off. How you feeling? You feeling more comfortable? More confident than me?
I can't fucking dance.
We can like it was. We did a little dance yesterday. It was it yesterday for yesterday?
The only person who gets to enjoy my dancing is my love.
It's nice. We're Look, I love my husband. I love my husband. He's about as good a dancer as me. But we're right on par with each other, which is great.
Yeah, we're fantastic. Um,
So I am both insulting him and myself.
let's go 2-for-1 special. What floor is good to get bats in the mine? Is
Skull
there any?
cavern.
Okay.
Those are terrible. No, I don't know, any floor, I guess.
Yeah, that's what I was worried about. I've got a quest to kill 20 bats. So
Ew. Do I have that quest? Tuna? Why do you want tuna? Well, I guess doesn't matter. Why am I asking, questioning her tuna cravings? Really? No shit. Oh, never mind. I'm stupid. I did something wrong. I thought she gave me. I thought that both of the quest options were me giving tuna to Olga. I was like, why does she want tuna so bad? You don't need copious amounts of alcohol for dancing, so that's good. Oh, copious amounts of alcohol makes it worse.
I've never been drunk. Been tipsy. I'm not really a
I
fan
need
of
you to
alcohol.
realize, Al, like it's not that hmm, we're VTubers because we're not very super comfortable with showing ourselves.
Yeah.
So that's why, like, whenever I said like posting the wedding picture, our faces were covered in the wedding picture, but posting the wedding picture, it was still a really big deal for us. So it's not like I'm not turning down your request because I don't like you. You know we adore you. It's just like we're VTubers for a reason. Both privacy reasons and we're not super confident with ourselves. After a debut, oh, you know. Okay, all right. Now I know. Some people get serious about it though. Some people are like, you know,
There are some people who don't even understand the concept of like low self-esteem and confidence in,
yeah.
in yourself.
Um, it's something I'm working on. Also,
Oh, Monster Floor on 16. That's fun.
also, after our debut of our new models in August, I'm going to be doing some hand cam stuff.
Yeah.
The only reason I'm not doing it earlier is because I ordered a new desk mat for my desk. And because I was like, oh, well, if I'm going to do hand cam stuff, I want a cute little desk mat, right? Because mine was dirty and gross. Because I'm a gamer and that shit fucking happens. And so I was like, I want a cute desk mat, right? And so I'm looking all over the place for a cute desk mat. And I was like, fuck it. Let's make a custom one, right? Because I was like, I'm not going to like any of those ones I find, so I'm going to make a custom one. We recently had some art commissioned. Let's see. It's weird when people
Yeah, art
expect something. I guess
commission
managers
of
not
the
entitled for instance to pay for something. Exactly. Exactly. There are I have encountered some people who don't really know how to take no for an answer. And it's unfortunate. But yeah. So anyways, we had just recently commissioned some art that we're planning on putting on merch for our debut. And well, I was like, oh, I can make a desk mat out of this. And so I took it and basically it's the main feature point of the desk mat, but then I like actually made a design around it. I did that part, right? And then
yeah.
I ordered two of them, one for me and one for Tristan, right? Totally fine, except for when it got here, I looked at it and I was like, oh my God, this looks so awesome. And then I realized that it's got our new design on it. And I was like, fuck, can't use it.
Saving that for after.
We're
To be
saving
fair,
it
the
for after the
keyboard
debut. The
does cover. Like you could probably get away with
Yeah,
it being covered,
you could
but
see the boot. No, because I would move the keyboard so I could do the writing.
you would, yes,
Hmm.
yes. But you can't really get away with it with hand cam stuff.
The fact that you'd be able to see the design is the whole reason that I'm like, well, basically we're working on our Japanese and I've started getting index cards. I've got index cards that I've
Hmm.
started making notes on. I say every morning, most mornings when I remember. Um, I make notes. I've got, oh, I can read them to you. I've got I will read to you everything that I have written down for my like new art spoiler right in the start of a hand count. Exactly. Exactly. But I mean, it could be, but it wouldn't be a spoiler so much as that's the art. It's really, it looks fucking awesome. All I'm gonna say, I will tell you what it's called, what we've decided to call it. Uh, it is in the splash art style, and the name of it is Smash, the Heart Blossoms Smash Splash.
Smash Splash.
And I fucking love it. I fucking love it. It took me forever to find an artist who I was confident would be able to do this, and it looks fan fucking
It
tastic.
is amazing.
So I cannot wait until you guys see this piece. It is so cool. But that's another reason. Oh, I didn't tell you. You weren't here whenever I mentioned that we're adding Redbubble to our merch list because right now we only use fourth wall.
Smash Splash.
And right now we only have fourth wall at the moment. We went to go order this desk mat on fourth wall, and unfortunately, because we're in Australia, it doubled the price just for shipping.
Yeah.
So we're like, okay, well, that's a bit problematic. So I was looking around for other places that you can make merch for, and I found that Redbubble is an Australian-based company, but they also work in they like do shipping from different areas, right? So I literally designed this desk mat 2 days ago, and we
And it's
just got
already
it
here.
today, this
It
afternoon.
said it was gonna take like 2
It
weeks
said it was going
minimum.
to take 2 weeks. We got it in 2 days, bruh. I don't even know why it was so fast, but it was cheaper because, it was cheaper for our Australian wallets. And I think I don't know, it might just have different options as well. So ultimately, it was originally made as a more Australian shipping friendly option because shipping to Australia overall in general is a lot more expensive.
We're so far removed from the rest of the world that
It
it's
takes so
always
long for things
expensive.
to get here. Customs is a really big thing. Things got to get through customs, and
Hmm
then you got to pay at import fees, and it's wild. So if you can get things done in Australia and then have them shipped here, it's much easier, because you don't have to worry about all of that.
Much
So,
easier and a lot cheaper.
and a lot cheaper. So basically Redbubble was an option, so we're going to add that. I just have to I have to design it or not design it. I have to set everything up. I've got a collection started on fourth wall. I'm not done with it, but I've got a collection started on fourth wall. I need to take a poll and figure out what it is people would be interested in buying. Because I've got desk mats. I love desk mats. I'm a big desk mat
Yeah,
fan.
yeah.
So, uh, I've
It
got
also purely could be like,
shirts and sweaters and stuff like that. I know that the
uh,
waifu cup sold pretty well, but I don't think that it just doesn't look good on the waifu cup. It
yeah,
doesn't look good
that
on that
art
cup.
piece is not gonna be good for
I put
a
it on a
cup.
mug though. It looks good on a mug. I really like that mug style that we had before with the color inside of it. But that's only
Yes.
another thing too, is it's gonna have different options. Yeah. Ow. Ow. You say another 25% for shipping fees. It literally doubled our price.
hmm
Literally doubled it. It was
It was 100%
49.63 and then
times two.
doubled it. Literally doubled. Is exactly the same to ship it as it was to
Yeah.
just buy the thing.
Send in stuff from Australia is a lot better than importing to Australia,
Hmm.
but it's still like if you're outside of Asia, it's very expensive.
Hmm. Yes, exactly. You understand a lot by a lot. Okay. So I'm gonna teach you guys some of the words I have learned. I have learned phrases and stuff I've learned recently. So I was trying to keep it I'm not very good when it comes to just general vocab when it comes to Japanese vocab. So I
Doing
didn't want to
phrases.
learn how to say apple, ringo, I can say that, but technically paid the price of two things, we only got one. Technically we would have paid the price of four things and got two because
Yeah.
we were ordering two mats. But yeah, I know what you mean.
So instead, we paid. It worked out with Redbubble. It was about the price of 3 things, but one was shipping.
And honestly, I probably could have lowered the price. I didn't even look that hard into it because I was confused.
Honestly, it's fine.
Yeah.
We get to see how much we get from it as just a point of reference.
I don't think that Redbubble has free sample credits.
They might. Some of these.
Fourth Wall does, but it is limited. Like you get like one set amount when you open your account. Then
It's based off of sales as
if
well.
you sign up, there's like a premium version of Fourth Wall, and if you sign up for the premium version, it'll give you credits each month. Like give you additional credits that you can use towards like sample stuff.
Yeah, and it would only be worth doing that if you're actually, earning more than you need to pay for it.
And I will
Which,
say, like, it's not like all of our everything's going to be available. Everything that we have available on Fourth Wall is going to be available on Redbubble. That's just not realistic. I don't know what's available to be done on Fourth Wall or Redbubble.
yeah, we haven't explored it much, but what
Mm-mm.
we've seen has been good.
Yeah, I mean, it's been fine. Like, I don't think they have plushie options. So I'd want to look into something like originally I was thinking, well, we can get our plushies through Fourth Wall because that's where we get all our merch from. But now I'm thinking we might need to find. Remember when we looked at that plushie place that's like based in the UK? They make some really nice stuff. It
Yeah,
might have
yeah.
to be a separate party stuff if you're going for specifically plushies.
And
Anyways,
this also isn't like a necessary like we want some, but being realistic, like our community's not massive enough for us to make a ton of money from merch sales.
yeah.
It will develop more as we get bigger.
And it's definitely more of a thing that like winds up being bigger around on like debut times. You know, because people are
Debut
like, "Oh, new
times,
new model, new debut stuff." Like I've only sold like to what, like 3, 4 people maybe. Did day one Tristan and Aiko you ever get to the point? Yeah. I used to do streaming back in the I used to do streaming back in 2017. Merch has always been an option. Merch isn't hard to set up. It's just like it's an option thing. That's why like
yeah.
I set it up and it's like I don't need it doesn't need to be something super fancy. It's just like I don't
Now, merch as being like a viable option of an income source
mhm.
is different than actually just setting
Yeah,
up. Anyone can
it's
set
like
it up.
something you can get. You normally have to set a specific amount. Only like okay, listen, with certain things like plushies, yes. But
Yeah.
most things are created as needed. So like I made a hoodie once. Like this it was not even a streamer. Not even a streamer, nothing. I made a hoodie to commemorate my hardcore island on Animal Crossing because I met a lot of my friends through that particular island and it meant a lot to me. So I drew something and I wanted a hoodie with that design on it, right? And I own it now. Took me like 35 I paid like 35 bucks and I got a
Yeah, it's
custom made hoodie.
just over there in the pile of clothes.
You
So
can have whatever you want custom made. You just got to find a company that does it, right? And there are like Fourth Wall has um, plushie options, but it's like if you're there are certain things they have plushie options, they have plastic stand options, they have keyboard options and stuff like that. Their rules behind those is first off, you are required to buy a sample just to make sure it is something that you want. And the second one is there's a minimum order, right? So you have to sell like 50 of them before it will ship out.
yeah,
Um, if you go through like makeshift, listen, I'm a big plushie fan, so I've done my research. When it comes to plushies, I have done some research. When it comes to makeshift, those are campaigns. So those will have a basic design and then once you reach a certain amount of backers, then they will make they will make the actual plushie itself, and then they will put it up there, and then it'll basically, you have a limited, it gives you a limited amount of time to sell it. Get a time machine to tell day one Aiko you're gonna meet a really nice Australian man. He's the best. Go talk with him. You won't regret it. He'll change your life. I don't have to. Why would I do that? Why would I do that? I did that. I didn't have to tell me. I did that. I'm fucking here, man. I don't want to change a single thing. I'm not stepping on a single butterfly. No butterfly wings are getting harmed in the making of my life because
Yeah.
I am here and I am living my best fucking life, bruh. I was messaging. I'm gonna read to you. I'm gonna read to you what I sent my family on Facebook. I know I'm trying to get to the Japanese. I am. Look, I'm very, I'm, I'm feeling particularly yappy today. It seems.
Aiko's been in a bit of a mania streak, and she just goes on
I do. I just go on tangents for fucking hours.
on
I don't even get
tangents.
nothing done.
Completely lose your thoughts. We spent like there's been multiple days where I've been like, okay, we'll watch One Piece after this, and then we don't end up watching One Piece the entire day.
Exactly. Let's see. Where was I? Where was it? Oh my God, I talk to my family way too much, which is another good thing actually. Since I've been here, I talk to my family way more. I have decided that the closer I am with my family in proximity and physical proximity, like the less I talk to them. But if I'm far away, then I talk to them more. Oh my God, there's so much messages going on about how Lumi needs surgery. My niece. No, no, no,
Yeah.
no, no. Don't mind me. I'm just scrolling up a freaking group chat.
The only like a big problem with the fact that you're going through a bit of mania right now is that like your sleep is a mess.
Oh yeah, my sleep is fucking okay. Okay. Um. So okay. All right. First off, I feel like before I start reading this, there's a little bit of backstory, and this is important. Okay. Um. Tristan and I have been going to a local cafe for breakfast every morning. It's been amazing. We go. We have. We get. I get. We've got our custom orders, or I have custom order. He gets the chai latte. I get a dirty vanilla chai with oat milk and half strength on the chai, right? It's taken me a minute to get to the point where I can actually say it because I'm not used to having complicated orders, but I needed something that was healthier than just a regular chai latte. Um, that's not even the important part. So we've been going out and we've been getting breakfast. It's really nice and everything like that. And then we'll go to the store afterwards to check to see if they have any onigiri. Well, we went to the store to see if they had any onigiri, and on the way there, I was thinking I want to get while we're at the store, I'll get some peanuts for birds, right? Well, I couldn't find any peanuts. Well, peanuts in the shell. I couldn't find any peanuts in the shell, but I did find regular peanuts, and then I found a bird feed section where there was mealworms, right? Now, for the longest time ever, I wanted to be like the crow lady or the raven lady, depending on where I lived in the US. But now that I'm Australia, magpies are an option as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
So there are so many magpies and ravens here. It is ridiculous the amount of magpies and ravens that are here. And the past couple days, or a few days, there were a few days last week where I was walking home from the store and there's just a magpie just on the fucking sidewalk, just vibing. And I'm like, okay, so actually I'm gonna take a minute. I'm gonna take a minute and yeah, be quiet because I was talking to I'll finish story. I'll finish story after ad break. Unless, are you in ad break? If you're not in ad break, tell me. I'll just continue.
That's another grape starter.
Not in ad break. Sweet. Okay. So I can continue. Okay. So, anyways, there's just like these magpies on the road, and I'm like, God, I really wish I had something to feed them. Right? I wish I could just like hand them a peanut, you know? And, but I didn't have it. So I was thinking, okay, well, while I'm out, let's get this so I could put it in like my purse or something or my pockets, just carry some peanuts on me. And then if I see a bird, I can give them a peanut, right? That kind of thing. So we go there, I get some mealworms, I get some peanuts, and I walk outside. Or I tell Tristan, I said, I don't think there are going to be any birds out because it's really early and it rained, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And as I say that, I look up and I can see out the window and I just see, like, what? I know that a group of crows is a murder. What's a group of ravens? Alexa, what's a group of ravens called? An un. I
Unkindness
was
of
looking
ravens.
out the window. I saw a whole ass unkindness of ravens.
It was so unkind. They bullied us.
So, so
Oh, that
anyways,
is wonderful.
I got so excited. I got so excited. I just like kind of like ran out the door. Tristan's like, "Where are you going?" So I like run out the door and I tear open the mealworms and I just dig my hand into this bag of mealworms and I grab a handful of it, right? And now I don't know how to approach animals. I've never done this bird thing before. I've never been a bird lady, but like I've always thought, oh, it'd be really cool if I could like train or feed birds, right? Like feed ravens. And I like corvids specifically. Big corvid fan here. Um,
Corvids are great.
so, so I've always like dreamt of this, but didn't. It's not like I did a fuck ton of research about it. I just was thinking, hey, that'd be cool, you know. So, anyways, I've got this handful of mealworms, and I hold it out like I'm a fucking toddler, right? Like trying to hand something to their parent because they're like up on they're up on like the poles. Like, no, they weren't live mealworms. They were dead. They were dehydrated, I think.
Yeah, dehydrated mealworms. I don't think you can buy live mealworms at the grocery store. You have to go to like a proper pet store.
Yeah. So, so I'm holding out. I want to. If I was like a live tuber, I could show you exactly what I meant by hold my hand out. You picture it like just holding your arm out like a um fucking toddler, just trying
It
to
was like a zombie, but her hand was the other way around.
yeah. Except for my hand was up because I was like trying to offer it to them, like I'm offering to the gods kind of deal, you know. And I'm sitting there going like, I'm like, are you hungry? I was like, you want some food? You can have it. I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing. So I'm just like, bird, here, birds. You want some birds? You know, and just like slowly creeping towards them with my hand out in the middle of this fucking empty ass parking lot. Because it's like, keep in mind, this is like 6 o'clock in the morning, and I'm in the middle of an empty parking lot with a handful of mealworms creeping towards a massive unkindness of ravens.
The thing as well is like they were all looking away, just turned around, looking away. I think they were just interested in the other birds.
So
They
they
had no
finally turn
idea.
and look at me. And I don't, and Tristan's like, they're not gonna, Tristan says they're not gonna come eat it out of your hand. They don't know you. I wound up throwing I wound up throwing the mealworms in the air and like toward them in
You know
their
how
direction.
you know how people throw like rice at weddings? It was like that, but with
Just
mealworms.
threw mealworms at the birds.
It was adorable.
I was like, I feel so stupid. The whole way home, I was like, fuck it, let's just go home, right? We're walking. I'm like periodically taking mealworms out of the bag and sprinkling them on the sidewalk on our way home. So,
She's indeed got the
I'm like,
spirit.
they're gonna follow me home.
Yeah, Aiko is like 100% spirit. The problem is that they don't know her, so they don't know if it's dangerous or
I'm
not.
fucking crying, dude. Okay. So, anyways,
My
I told
man.
my family about it later. That was the chaotic part. That's the backstory between this next message. I said, today was less chaotic. I got a small plate and put some mealworms on it and some peanuts on it, and then I put it by the front door inside while Tristan and I went to the cafe for breakfast. We went to the grocery store to get some things to add to our new weight loss shakes because they taste nasty. Which, by the way, I did wind up getting some new weight loss
There's a
shakes.
whole story about
There's a
that.
whole story about that too. Anyway, skip. I go on tangents even in group chat messages. Anyways, then we walked home. I put the plate of mealworms and peanuts on the porch while I did a little. My main thing is like, here, I don't know if you can even hear the tick. It's like a kind of like you like tick, click, click for a cat or something. It's like, here, birdie, birdie. And that's what I was doing. Here, birdie, birdie. And then I said, I'm going to make that my call for when I put food out in the morning. Hopefully, they'll all get to know me and I can hang out with them eventually.
Yes.
And then I
We'll look
said,
up things and it says it recommends like doing the same
anyways,
sort of.
then we snuggled with Kit Kat after we came inside. That's the cat. And I sang him a song. And then I tried to go upstairs, but Tristan pulled me back so he could dance with me in the living room. So we did that a bit playfully, and then I ran away upstairs because you can't keep me away from Stardew forever. And then I said, I love my life, dude. And I really, that's the whole point. The point behind it is like, I
Oh yeah,
am living.
just talking about dancing before as well.
Yeah, and it's led into, it was like, I love my fucking life, dude. I have been happier now than I've ever been. I am surrounded by people who I don't feel judged by. And it's just, I really am though. If you'd asked me, if you'd asked me when I started streaming, if I could have pictured myself here where I am now, absolutely not. Not in a million years. I started streaming because I was lonely. I didn't realize that I was like that lonely, but I was. I didn't have like I had my little group friends and stuff like that, but like at home and stuff like that, I was with my ex. I didn't have him to spend time with. We didn't do anything together. He wasn't even my friend, you know? And I don't know, it's just
The home time was very much just okay. I'm gonna hang out with my group of friends. I don't want to hang out with you. That that's what it was.
and then I met this fucking Australian dude and I started getting a little bit of crush on him, but I was in a relationship at the time. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not going to sit here and lie and say I wasn't in a relationship when I started talking to Tristan. Okay? Because I was.
Yeah.
I absolutely was. Okay? Was it not? We were talking as friends because we were friends. I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. Sometimes it sounds really bad. But the thing is like my ex,
Is it wrong to talk to your friends?
I could talk to my friends. Did that start? Did I start developing feelings for my friend? Yes. I didn't know what to do about it because I was in a relationship and also he's in an entirely different country that I never wanted to move to. So I'm like, well, it's not even practical, right? Basically, he was going to go on a date with this girl. Tristan was going to go on a date with this girl and I was like,
That was my
that
first
was
date as
it was his first date ever.
yeah.
He's gonna go on a date, and I was like, oh, yeah, so feel like I should let you know. I have a crush on you, but also I don't know what I'm gonna do with this. I don't know what to do with this information. But you knew not to act on it, focus on it. Exactly, yeah. It was like all I knew is that I wanted to spend time with Tristan because I enjoy being with him. I enjoy hanging out with him, regardless if we were in a relationship or not. I
Mm-hmm.
enjoyed spending time with him. So I did. I told him I had a crush on him. I told him also I'm in a relationship. I don't know what I'm going to do with this information. So that's that, right? But keep in mind, I wasn't even friends with my person at the time. So it was like I was lonely. I wasn't spending time with nobody. I started developing feelings for Tristan. I enjoyed spending time with him. He enjoyed spending time with me. He and it just I don't know how to describe the the signs that were there. Signs are so fucking weird. Say signs sounds so fucking weird, but
It was like the size of your pizza.
it's like the size of your pizza. I guess. It's just I'm trying to find a way to describe it. It's like everything was like pointing at him. And I just kept looking at him. And anytime that I try to like convince myself this is a bad idea, this is not a good idea. Basically, what it did is it forced me to take a good long look at the relationship I was in. I realized I wasn't friends with my person. I wasn't friends with my person. The only time they ever came to talk to me is if they wanted something sexual.
Which is already just not a good point to be in a relationship.
Yeah. And then I realized that my big reason for not leaving was because I have issue. I have anxieties when it comes to stability, right? I have, um, is that the word I use? Stability?
Security
Security.
concern. Yeah, you just
I have security issues. So my thing is, I have been
yeah.
homeless before and I didn't have a job, right? I didn't have a job. I was living with, I was getting money from, I got money from the state because I have borderline and depression and anxiety, which mostly the borderline part. But
Severe enough that it was like, yeah, you can't work.
yeah, because I can't work. And so when you can't work and your mental health is like all like, and you're just kind of like really dependent on other people for your living situation, security becomes a big deal, right? I'd been kicked out, I'd been homeless, there's so many things, and it's like I didn't want to lose my home. And
That
I
was a
realized that,
possibility.
and I realized that, that was the whole reason I was in that relationship. Um, so yeah. Um, I did not get into a relationship with Tristan until my relationship with my ex was over. But I'm not going to pretend that I was not sending him inappropriate messages, because I was. But then Tristan said something, and he asked me if I thought if he was a bad person because we'd been talking inappropriately. We weren't like officially dating or nothing like that.
It's
We'd
more
made
just like flirting, but like a bit more.
yeah. So it was like he asked me if I thought he was a bad person, and it broke my heart. I was absolutely not going to make this man out to be a bad person. So I was like, security fucking be damned. I will not let Tristan believe that he's a bad person.
Yeah.
So I immediately, okay, love you. Have a good stream, Hika. Have fun. Sorry. This is a post relationship. If you want to. Was this post relationship? What do you mean? When we were flirting? No, it was not post relationship. That was
Yeah, there's a bit of flirty stuff.
it was mostly flirty stuff. It was not post
Yeah.
relationship. I was
I
still
I,
in
I
the
just
relationship, but it was
yeah.
post clarification. It was post realization that the only reason I was still in the relationship was for my
Yeah.
housing situation. Okay, I was
And
still working through stuff.
yeah.
Yeah.
And I told Aiko like I won't let
We were
things
never
go too far.
there was a line that we would not have
That was a
crossed.
boundary I had because I didn't want to.
But he still felt like a bad person,
Yeah.
right? And he said, "Am I a bad person?" And that broke my heart. So instantly I was like, "No, you're not." And then I decided right then and there, I said, even if I wind up getting kicked out of my home today, I'm not gonna make Tristan out to not I don't want him ever thinking that he's a bad person, because he's not. Tristan is honestly the kindest person I've ever met in my life.
I'm evil.
And I felt like a bad person for making him feel like he thought that. Anyways, so I went and I talked to him. My ex had already tried to break up with me at that point. Um, and he told me when I want to tell you exactly why he tried to break up with me and be real with you. I was upset when he tried to break up with me. It had been October. I would let you know, he tried to break up with me in October. me and Tristan did not start talking until, and then keep in
We
mind,
weren't even like friends until
we weren't friends till like November, I think.
y-
We didn't meet until November, sorry. We met
yeah,
on stream. We didn't meet. We didn't
yeah,
start
yeah.
hanging out
Like
until
we didn't start hanging out
January.
properly until like mid late January.
Yeah. So at this point, I'd already been almost broken up with. I begged him to stay with me. And I asked him why he was breaking up with me. Titanic hit the iceberg, ships halfway sinking, abandoned ship down for. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Um,
It was all but formally over. The relationship was at that point.
so that's why, like, I feel like I will never say if somebody if if my ex ever said that I cheated on him, I'm not going to say that I didn't because I
From
did have, from his perspective, I
yeah,
absolutely did. I understand that. From
like
his
not
perspective, I
physically, but
did.
just like
Not physically,
emotionally.
just emotionally. Um, so, but from his perspective, I absolutely cheated on him. And I completely understand why people would say that. I'm not going to sit there and ever tell him he's wrong. I know, but I know that cheating is there's a lot of nuance when it comes to relationships. And there's not really a lot of nuance when you're the kind of the receiver, I guess, or whatever. Anyways, so basically I went into the room and I said, "Hey, you know how you tried to break up with me in October?" And he said, "Yeah." And I was like, "I think you were right." Right? I think I think that you were right. And I told him, I said, "I realized that the only reason that I hadn't talked to you about this until now is I was worried that I was going to be homeless, you know?" And he said, and to be fair, I will go back, I'll tell you exactly. When he tried to break up with me in October, he said I could stay at the house because he wasn't going to like kick me out or anything. But he also said that I could go stay with my grandma. This was like in the same conversation. So I understood it to mean he wanted me to leave.
Yeah, but he wouldn't like pressure you out.
Yeah. And but I wanted to keep streaming. So I didn't, and also like I didn't see it being a viable thing for me to move in with my grandma cuz I like where am I going to go after that kind of thing. Um so anyways, let me see. Anyways, so when he tried to break up with me, I asked him why he was trying to break up with me, and literally because I wasn't having sex with him. He wanted you to leave, but he didn't want you to know. Exactly. Exactly. He wasn't. I say he wasn't an asshole, but I feel like in that
He could have been more of an
he could have
asshole.
been more of an asshole. Um, basically, yeah. When I asked him why he was trying to break up with me, is because we'd had so many conversations about not having sex, and you know, he wanted to be with somebody who had more of a sex drive. Which I was like on all sorts of medications. It's not like we were close or anything like that. He was just like a roommate kind of deal at this point. Um, he
And
wasn't,
at that point, you were having like
no
the
sex.
severe hormonal issues as
Yeah,
well.
true. I was also going through that thing where I said I was on my period for 5 months straight. Anyways, so I was stressed all the time. I was getting to the point where it was like anytime that he was around, it's like I just knew that the only reason he was nearby is because he wanted sex, right? And I was just like, so he tried to break up with me because I wasn't having sex with him. And keep in mind, we'd been together for 5 years. And I said, "Is that the only reason?" And he said, "Yes." I said, "Fucking wow." And that, that was another thing that showed me. I was like, this is what I am worth to him. This is all that I am to him. And yeah, so anyways, so I went to him. I said, "I think you were right about the breaking up." Even told him straight up that the only reason that I didn't accept the breakup before because absolutely, if somebody straight up tells you that the only reason they want to break up with you is because you don't have sex with them, and you realize suddenly right then that your only value to them is what you can offer them in bed, you should absolutely leave.
Yeah, that is a
If you're
very
not, have issues with security and worrying about being homeless because you have trauma.
yeah, that is a very very toxic point of view for your partner to have in a relationship. At,
Anyway,
at that point, just take some money and go to the red light district.
that's not good
Hmm.
for anybody. No, it's not. It's really not. So the day after I broke up with my ex, Tristan's like, "Hey, you want to be my girlfriend?"
I was
he's like, I was gonna wait, but like I couldn't even wait 24 hours.
I was gonna wait like at least a week, but I was just like, I don't want to go out.
It's so cute.
Uh,
I was like, well, damn, that was fast. But yes, I did. I did want to be his girlfriend. And
oh,
then it wasn't long after that we started planning getting married, bro. Like it is like like when I tell you that shit happened so fast. It's
I
because there was no hesitation. It was like, okay, I'm going to read you what is on my Discord, right? Okay, I'm going to read you what's on my Discord because Tristan said this. Tristan said this and I had to make it a quote. I can't read it. Fuck. Where's my profile? Damn, streamer mode's enabled, okay? But I can tell you anyways. He said, I can see the road laid clearly ahead of me, and all I have to do is start walking.
yeah. Interesting quote.
It was so romantic, because it's like everything felt so fucking clear. Like it wasn't like there was any hesitation. It's like the most clear road, and it absolutely felt that
Mm.
way. It felt like where everything else felt like it was every other thing that you could possibly do was like littered with obstacles. And you're like, okay, well, how am I going to do this? How am I going to do that? And then you have to like figure out all these hoops to jump to get to meet your goals or whatever. But it's like then there was this just stretch road that was just clear and easy and comfortable and just natural. And it's like, well, obviously, it's got flowers on either side. It's fucking smells nice. Just everything about this road's just nice.
Yeah.
Why would,
I think that's also part of the reason why I couldn't wait is because if I waited, I might have just ended up hesitating more and more, and then
Mhm,
just
mhm.
coming up with excuses and
I'm not a perfect person. I have made mistakes. There are a lot of things I've done that I could probably even like I've convinced myself that I'm a bad person a lot of the time. And do you know who doesn't make me feel like a bad person? Tristan. He doesn't make me feel like a bad person at all. And it's not even so much that he doesn't make me feel like a bad person. He actively makes me feel like a good person.
yeah, good people can do bad things.
Yeah.
Especially when you're in dark places. It's so easy to do bad things when you're in a dark place mentally,
Mhm.
but that does not make you a bad person.
Mhm. Anyways,
And vice versa as well. Just because you're doing good things does not mean you're a good
that is
person.
also true. I know a lot of people who I say I know a lot of people. I've heard of a lot of people who okay, no, actually I do know one. I do know one. Okay. There's this one lady. She's dead now, so don't worry about her. Okay. Um she was a teacher at a university. She was a regular at a church. She donated money to the poor. She adopted people. Absolute fucking cunt. Absolute fucking cunt. And you know what she did also? She was also elitist. And because she had so much money and did all this donating and adopted people and all this other stuff, she thought she was fucking high. She thought she was fucking Jesus Christ herself, you know? And She looked down upon poor people. I say Jesus Christ at least didn't look down on poor people. She didn't. She looked down on these people, and she did it because she thought she was better than them. Well, even though mistakes were made, you acknowledge them and learn from them. Now you're in a much better. Yeah, I
Yeah.
am in a much better spot.
Mistakes are essential to growth.
Mm-hmm.
You need to make mistakes.
Okay.
Mistakes will happen. Don't shy away from mistakes or just think everything's over just because you make a mistake.
And the thing is, too, is like I read through. I went with Tristan because I was like trying to figure out. This was I did I read you the messages before or after we started, or after I broke up with my ex?
Uh, I think we read some of them, but we didn't read all of them.
Okay, so
Until after.
basically, I started back from the beginning of mine and my ex's relationship in our Discord messages, right? Because that was primarily how our relationship was starting out, is like all on Discord, right? And I realized, I realized maybe my ex wasn't such a bad guy because he was very honest with me about who he was from the start. And I was, where the fuck am I? Oh, never mind. I realize where I am now. Okay. It's
Yeah,
like, whose house is this?
yeah. The messages were very clear of the picture he painted of himself.
Yeah. I was just an excuse maker. I was just like, "Aw."
Aiko was
He's like, "I'm not capable of loving anyone." And I'm like, "Aw, well, you don't need to tell me that you love me as long as you show it. That's fine. You don't need to say it if you're uncomfortable."
it wasn't just saying it. It just purely was like
Also,
that
I
that
really
happens with
like the
most
fact I
people.
really like that you're not that sensitive and you're fine with me making sexual jokes. I'm sorry, I didn't realize that that was going to translate into you commenting on your friends, your female friends' bodies all the damn time. And I didn't realize that I was suddenly getting vivid images of how tiny your friend's vagina is. I'm sorry, what?
I love.
Yep.
I will just say, the first part of that was probably good, but I don't know what Twitch TOS is for certain topics.
Oh, I have
What?
18 plus on it, but yeah, that's fine. You're right.
Yeah,
I will,
but
I will,
yeah.
I will, I will, I will avoid that then. It's not like that's the kind of channel I'm gonna make anyways. I won't talk
No,
about stuff like that all the
it's
time.
just like
It's
some people get pissy over just the use of the anatomically correct terms.
that is
It
really
was
weird though, isn't it? Yeah.
it really is weird. But you can say all like cutesy terms for things.
Yeah. Okay. Hoo ha.
Yeah.
I didn't need to know the size of her hoo ha, and honestly, I didn't think at the time my boyfriend needed to know either. Anyways,
And it was very inappropriate the language he used with everyone.
he was very hypersexual with all of his friends, and I told him that it made me uncomfortable, and he told me that I
Now,
shouldn't be uncomfortable. You shouldn't feel that way.
it
I feel
wasn't just
uncomfortable.
that.
Well, don't
Like,
feel that way then.
it wasn't just that. He told you directly that you were stupid for feeling that way.
Mm-hmm. And he also told me, even though I never asked him to choose between me and his friends, that motherfucker said, if you ever ask me to choose between you and them, I'll choose them. And I'm like, cool. I figured, but like, that's cool to know. Thanks. I was hoping maybe I could just imagine that you would have chosen me, but now I know for sure that you wouldn't have chosen me, even though I didn't ask.
I suppose a good way of just summing it up is he was a fan of Andrew Tate.
Yeah.
That's just a good way of summing up.
Anyways. So
Yeah.
I will routinely, and it's not probably not the healthiest thing in the world, but I will regularly compare Tristan to my exes. Yep.
Comparison is not wrong in itself,
I think I don't compare
as long as you
him.
do it in a healthy way.
It's like sudden realizations.
Yeah.
It's like, oh wow, I didn't realize
Like
all the shit I had to put up with before because like I'm like so happy now.
comparing for reflections purposes, which is what
That
you
is what
do,
it is. It's reflection.
is good. It's comparing to be like nitpicky and like it is the unhealthy way to do it.
Also, I feel like it'd be really weird to say, okay, I'm gonna use this example, which is an absolute complete falsehood, right? I can't believe you don't take me to the movies once a week. My ex used to do that for me all the time.
Yeah, that is extremely unhealthy.
I also hate going to the movies, so that was a pretty good example.
When you compare people like that, then it's very much just you haven't gotten over the previous relationship. You're still very much just not ready for a relationship. But
Anyways, basically, suffice to say, that's a long way of saying I love my life, okay? And I feel like that's I love my life, and look, I've got proof to tell you why. It's not just as simple as I'm happy. It's like, oh my God. It's like I went from like miserable to like happy. Like to a point where it was like, okay, so when Tristan and I first started dating, I was singing a lot or humming. I would literally wake myself up in the morning humming
yeah,
because I was
she still does
just,
it occasionally.
yeah, I'm just happy. Just, I want people to feel this happiness. I'm trying to share my experiences with Tristan with my sisters because they're not always happy in their relationships. I don't think everybody's going to always be happy in their relationships, okay? I want to be realistic, like be honest here. You're not always going to be super happy in your relationship.
There's a certain amount of compromise everyone has to make for
Yeah,
a
and
relationship.
that's fine. But like I'm talking like my sister's been going to marriage counseling for almost a year, maybe over a year now, you know, and like she says things like nothing's changed. We haven't talked about it in a while. Like at this point last year, she said nothing's changed after all the months of it. We don't really talk about it that much anymore because I get mad about it.
Yeah.
Um,
The main thing that gets said now is, "Oh, he's changed," but then no examples can
no,
be
she doesn't
said.
tell me that. Last time I talked to her, she said that
I
he
think
started to
it was the
change,
month.
but then he's just gone back and started reverting to his old ways.
Yes. That was the last time that was brought up.
Anyways, that's a thing. And then I've got my other sister who the reason I feel like I'm gonna talk about this, they don't watch me. They don't watch my videos, they don't watch nothing. So I can talk about it with you guys. And also I don't it's not like I'm giving you guys names anyways. Got another sister who's in a relationship with this guy and he actively fawns over his ex. Like adding
He does the
her, like
unhealthy comparison.
he'll message he'll message her and be like, "Oh, I miss when we were together," you know, things like that. Which is like, Alexa, stop. What was that?
That's the meds alarm.
Oh yeah.
It's midnight.
If you take medicine.
Meds time.
But yeah, so basically, she's in a relationship with a guy who's fawning over his ex, and she's just like making up excuse for him, everything like that. I feel so bad for him. I'm like,
I think he's had the last warning. Like if he does it again, it's over like 6 times or something.
she's broken up with him several times, took him back, and that's just the way it is. Both of my sisters have broken up with their people, and taken them back several times. All right. And but now I'm gonna say my older sister. They're both younger than me, but the older one, she's pregnant again, so she's on to her fourth kid. Um, so for her, it'd be a lot. I'm not gonna say I don't. I'm not gonna sit here and say how much of it, a percentage of it, is to do with her staying because she wants to homeschool her kids. I don't know. I do not know. Cannot tell you how big a factor that is in her decision making. I know that some of it's to do with wanting to homeschool her kids and not having, if she leaves, then she's not going to have the money to be able to continue homeschooling her kids. I don't know how much of it is like religious reasons, and not wanting to get divorced. I don't know if it is one of those things where it's like really sometimes all it you hear is the bad shit. And there is good stuff, but she doesn't really talk about it. Because like I'm sure there is. Like I feel like there aren't at least some good times.
Hmm?
I'm just laughing about the Shrek thing.
Hmm?
There is probably some things going on that I'm not 100% aware of. But at least what I'm aware of is my thing right now is making sure, because for years, thought that the only thing I was good for was to serve as an example of what not to do. Depression's a motherfucker, and it sucks.
Yeah.
Um,
Depression is debilitating.
so yeah. Anyways, so I'm happier now than I've been, I can honestly say, ever. It's not happier than I've been in years. I'm happier than I have ever been. And
It's same for me, baby.
I just want, it took me, yeah, I want to spread my happiness I'm feeling to others. I do. But I'm also 36 years old. It took me a bit to get here. You know, I want them to realize that it might seem hard. I say that, listen, maybe
It's
things would be different if I was a mom with 4 kids. Maybe things, no, I don't think my younger sister, my younger sister doesn't have that. She's still pretty young. She could,
I feel like she's in the
it might be harder if you were a mom with 4 kids, but at the same time, I found my person in Australia. So, I mean, I'm sure there's somebody out there. If that is a choice that she wants to make. Basically, the idea is I don't care if you want to stay with your person, if you want to leave your person. My what I find in, what I think is important is I just want them to be happy.
yeah.
If they're
And
happy, fantastic. If they're not happy, I want them to know that it's never too late to
yeah,
try and get happiness.
it's never like there's a point where trying to fix things is just
Gonna cause you more stress.
it's too far gone. It's when they're actively not changing
So,
when they say they will.
between y'all and me, it may seem like you're too late to change. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Some people just settle with comfort rather than
Does
seeking
it
happiness.
mean, look, as somebody who was not sure that they deserved anything good, worried about stability, not really sure that I deserved anything or whatever, didn't deserve more than like, what I could provide somebody sexually or whatever. Um, I could see that if I just left my ex and it wasn't for There was nothing else there. I don't know how I would react or what would have happened or what my life would have been like. Where would I be? Probably staying with my grandma, which means I wouldn't be streaming, which means I never would have met Tristan,
Yeah.
you know?
I would not change a single hardship I've had in my life because it's gotten me
Well,
here.
this is what I'm saying. Like,
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out if there's a nicer way of saying you got to step on people to get to the top. Oh no, that
Oh,
sounds
no.
so bad. That sounds so bad. It's not what I'm trying to talk about. That
Some
sounds
people might
terrible.
like being stepped on.
No, I mean like if I had gone to stay with if I had broken up with my ex earlier and gone to stay with my grandma, I wouldn't have been streaming. My life would be different. I wouldn't have met Tristan. I wouldn't be here.
And it's not to say that you wouldn't necessarily be
I wouldn't be in that. I wouldn't.
unhappy. You would just
Yeah, it'd be different.
be different.
I'm glad where I am now. I'm saying that it probably would have been a lot harder for me because the idea of leaving was scary because it's like you get used to a certain way of living. I can see like my sister, regardless of all the consideration she's made and stuff like that, she's gotten to the point where she's like, she can stay home and she can homeschool her kids. That's her life. She loves that part of her life. She doesn't want that part to change. But if she makes the bigger change, then that part that she loved, if she
It,
gets rid of the bad part, the part that she likes will change,
yes.
right? So, in an effort to maintain the part of your life that you like, sometimes you stick with the part of your life that you don't like, you know? So, like, I liked streaming. I liked coming and hanging out with you guys. That was the part that made me happy. But what did I have to do it? Stay in a relationship that was toxic and felt like I was only worth like what I could offer somebody sexually. You know, it's not easy. You know, so I don't think that my younger sister has much of an issue. My younger sister's still with my mom at my mom's house, living at my mom's house. She's going to college. She's doing such a good job. She's so smart. Oh, she's got such potential. I'm not saying that my older younger sister isn't doesn't have potential. She does. She absolutely does. But she wants to stay home and she wants to homeschool her kids. I don't think she has to do that.
She's trying to lead the life that she wants to live.
She's trying to live the life that she wants to live, and that's exactly what she's doing.
It's
I don't know if she's happy with her partner doing it. And I say I don't know because it flip flops. And also I know my sister's one to complain. And she's definitely one more to tell you the bad news more than she's gonna tell you the good news. Yeah. Whereas
and
because
she'll
of that,
also paint her partner's mistakes, but not her own.
that's also true. I have been I like to believe that I am pretty good at admitting when I might not be in the right. I know there's a lot of times where I'm wrong, and I will tell you. I don't mind admitting when I'm wrong. I got into an argument the other day, right? And it was something stupid. I was arguing with Tristan and my mother-in-law because we were talking about how it stemmed about a religious conversation that I'm not going to get into, but ultimately it was talking about the fire at Notre Dame and the gold cross not burning, right?
Yes. Yes.
And I was sitting talking about how it was made of pure gold, and from I knew that pure gold was more fragile,
Durable. No. Pure
softer.
gold
It
is
was
soft.
softer. Pure gold is softer, right? But apparently, but I was under the impression that that made it gave it a lower melting, made it meant that it had a lower melting point. And so we kind of got into a conversation about it and stuff, and we're talking about the melting point of gold, and I was talking about needing to alloy it to make it stronger, and no, actually alloying it makes it weaker, and I couldn't figure out how all that worked.
Alloying
Right?
does make it stronger, but it lowers its melting point.
Yep. And that's exactly what we learned. So, anyways, I didn't know about all that, and then basically, so what happened was, I was like, I feel like I said a big part of me feels like I'm right about something here because I feel like I read it, but I didn't have my phone on me at the time. I was upstairs, and so I couldn't like confirm it or anything.
Yeah.
I said, this is exactly what I do. Anytime we get into an argument like that, where I feel like I'm like, I am not an expert in this I'm not an expert on this subject.
Yeah. So we just look it up.
I said, if I don't have my phone on me and can't confirm it at the time, I said, I will look this up. I am willing to be wrong. I am willing to be wrong about this because I'm not going to sit here and say I'm an expert on the subject, but I feel very strongly that there's something that I have read that makes me feel this way. Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. Just look something up for arguments. So
Um.
the reason was that I thought that it would have had a lower melting point is because I did know at the very least is the more pure gold is, the softer it is. And from
Mhm.
my perspective, I'm thinking soft things like plushies and butter all melt really easily, right? If I'm holding fucking a stick of butter in my hand, it's going to melt with just the heat from my hand,
Yeah.
So that's what I'm thinking. And that
Uh,
the only way to make it stronger is by alloying it with stronger things. But that is something that, yeah, I learned. I learned something, and I learned that despite it being soft means it has a higher melting point. Alloying it with other things actually makes it melt faster. I learned.
yeah. Um. And it's just very important to be able to actually admit when you're wrong sometimes, and or mistaken.
I
Like you completely
Exactly.
thought
The
that.
more you know. See,
Yeah.
here's the thing though. I love being wrong. I love it. I love being
Mm,
wrong because I learned something.
yeah. Um.
And some
And
people
it's
hate
really
being wrong
common.
and they will stand by them being wrong. They'll be like, I'm not wrong. I'm right. Blah, 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 blah. Blah. And I'll be like, no, you're not though. Like, I don't know.
Ladder, get the cop out. Yeah.
I will show them proof and they'll be like, just grumble, and I'm just like, oh, so mature.
That proof is fake. How do you know it's real? It's scientific, peer-reviewed evidence. Here's another one. Here's another one. Here's another one. No, close your eyes. It's just like,
Fake
yeah.
news.
It's a normal, like,
Hmm.
step to take. It's a step to make that. Oh, something soft means melt easy.
Hmm.
But metals have different properties than like organic matter. So just because it's softer doesn't mean it melts easier. It just means that if you hit it with a hammer, it's gonna dent easier.
Hmm.
And yeah,
But
like
yeah,
if
I like learning new things. So when I'm wrong, I get to learn about new things, and I was happy about it. Um, Trying to think. Also, I've been kind of manic lately, so I've been talking a
yeah.
lot, like with everybody too. Like, just I can't get nothing done. How many times do we have to pause One Piece for me to go on a 3-hour tangent?
um. So today we're planning on when we got back from lunch to watch One Piece until we had a nap.
Oh yeah.
Uh, we were watching One Piece for roughly 2 hours, and I think we got through 2 episodes.
Al, I'm gonna be honest with you. My goal is always a yapping stream with a side of gaming, unless it's an RPG. Wait, would this be an RPG?
Yapping's good. Yapping's
I always
important.
try that. My thing is I'm not typically very good at yapping. I have a lot of anxiety, and I always worry that like
Yeah.
I don't do anything interesting and stuff like that. You know, I've started writing things down. I have a tab now in our private Discord. Do you see did you ever see it, babe? The text channel, the new one adds. It literally says things to talk about on stream. And that's another thing too. When
I did see
exciting
that,
things
yes.
do happen, I talk about it in Discord. And then I'm like, oh man, I should have talked about it on stream. Now I'm going to talk about it on stream and they're already going to know. So I just don't talk about anything.
But there's like...
This is what I am right now. Right now, I'm manic. I have borderline personality disorder. So I go between periods of depression and mania.
Yeah.
Milky! Milky, look, I show you you. I show you you, okay? Look, I need you to understand that you are the most beautiful cow. I'm sorry.
You are fabulous. You are a
Okay,
glorious
so
cow.
you can. I downloaded mods for like cuter animals and stuff like that. Look at this. Look at this. I want you to know I picked this design for you specifically because look, it is a Highland cow because of where you live, and you're blonde.
Oh, I missed that big mess. And someone that has a decent amount of jewelry at the line, all that started. So
As you can see,
yes, there's a lot of
this
scams
is
with
Corey
jewelry.
because
Um,
he's your buddy. Yes, the Scottish cow is where I live. Look, shut up. I know you don't live in Scotland, but you live in Northern Ireland and it's close enough. Close enough.
they don't really have an Irish
They don't
cow.
have an Irish cow. It's kind of Highland-ish. I've seen pictures of your backyard. Indeed, they're basically the same thing in Texas terms. You're not wrong. Look. Shut up.
They both hate England,
Yeah.
but they are part of the British Empire.
I want. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I'm gonna look something up quick so I don't say something dumb. Okay, hold on. Okay, I need to do like a tiny little chat GPT conversation. Give me a minute. Hold on. I'm trying to make a funny, but I want to make sure it's an accurate funny. I don't like making inaccurate funnies.
Coco, not saying something dumb takes away from the appeal of fried eggs. Uh, but how you doing, Milky?
I just realized it's very political. I knew it was political when I started, which is why I wanted to be more accurate about it. Look, I was trying. I was gonna try and make some joke about Brexit, and I realized I don't know fucking squat about Brexit. So do with that information what you will.
Uh, the important thing you have to know is that Northern Ireland is part of Britain. Ireland itself is not. Ireland is its own country.
Well, I know that Britain exit, but that doesn't tell me nothing if I don't. What are you exiting from?
What was the joke you're trying to tell?
I don't know. Like I was gonna say both were part of Brexit, but then I don't fucking know.
Yeah,
Were they? Yeah. See, they were both part of Brexit. I think. See,
yeah.
that's what Tristan said.
Yeah, like Northern Ireland is part of Britain.
Yeah.
You were correct.
But yeah. There's that. That's the joke I was gonna make. I just wanted to make sure I was accurate, but I also didn't know what the fuck I was reading because it's political, and then my brain turned off. I was reading and I was like, oh, this is a bunch of words. What do you mean in the 2016 referendum? This increased support for a political second independence referendum, though none has successfully gone ahead so far. I literally don't even know what I just read.
I feel like that's also the same with Scotland's politics as well. Milky.
Northern Ireland.
The two major politics are we want to leave them Brits and we want to
I
be them
need a
Brits.
tyrant. Hold
Oh,
on.
tyrant. Okay. Pokey cat.
I need to
Don't
make
use the
sure
words
that the
effect.
tyrant is exactly what I'm picturing. It is. Yay, baby dinosaur, baby. I always get that one mixed up with what's the other Thai Pokemon? The one that's it's not a dinosaur, but it's like a really popular one for being like dragon.
Wales is a goated country because it's got a dragon on its flag.
Yeah, I agree. Milky has no balls.
Oh no. Sorry, I had to find out this way, Milky. They were stolen your
Pokecat's
sheep.
basic bitch ball.
What am I going to do?
I've been running around just looking for trees. I'll chop trees occasionally. And then I'll go back and I'll be like drop off some stuff. I don't even know why I go to my farm. I could just chop trees. Ooh, here's a lot of trees. Can I chop these? Nope. Nope. These are aesthetic trees.
Let me see.
Basic bitch
Where
balls.
would...
Is it really? No! It gave it an ultra ball and everything. You hoe bag. I found some trees. There's a tiny little tree farm in East Scarp in town. But it lets me chop the trees there. Oh. Oh. Tristan.
Yeah?
Okay, that tiny little tree farm behind the blacksmith, can you chop the trees there?
Behind the blacksmith?
Yeah. In town, in Pelican Town.
I don't think so.
You didn't even try. Forgot last thing I sent Tristan was a naked man chest. What?
Yeah. Yeah, it was. Yeah.
What?
Yeah,
I want to see it.
these aren't trees you can cut down.
I want to see. I want to see naked man chest.
I'll show you Naked Man chest wherever my... Which one's this? Oh, this one's Discord. Here we go. Naked Man chest.
That is uncomfortable. Is that from?
It's a medic skin
Oh,
from
I
Team
remember.
42.
That's right. He told me about that. He told me that you were talking about the cost of that cosmetic.
Yeah, the cost of the the
The burly beast.
burly beast, yeah.
Ad starts in a minute.
Oh,
I don't know who
yeah.
gets affected by the ads, just saying, so I'm just
Hmm?
I don't know who gets affected by the ads.
Yeah, it's always good to just mention it, just in case the sometimes some lurkers just
Yeah.
might get blasted by an ad because ad volumes are very inconsistent with how loud they're gonna be.
I couldn't tell you because well, I mean,
Yep,
yeah, I guess if
Turbo.
my stream was really quiet and they turned the volume all the way up, the ad would be really loud.
Yeah.
Started playing Nine Souls recently. Oh. I don't know if you saw the stream. My not my stream. This is my stream. I don't know if you saw the announcement I made earlier in the Discord, but we downloaded a game that isn't a gotcha game, but it's like a free game that you can download if you wanted to, called Where Winds
Chinese.
Meet.
Yeah, where wins me. Yeah, it's a cool. It's like a Chinese fantasy MMO.
Mhm. Mhm. You've seen it? Have you
Yeah,
played it?
I've looked at it before. I've wanted to play it, but I just like there's so many other things to play.
It was on my wish list, which is super funny because I was scrolling down my wish list because basically, so one of the games that was on my wish list called Haven. It's a two-player game. Um, I was like, it went on sale, and so I was like, okay, well, I should go through my wish list to make sure that clear some things out because I had Tristan buy the game because he's a better host. He's just closer to the box.
Yeah, I'm the first connection. Ico's off a splitter, and it can sometimes cause some hosting errors.
So I was like, well, he's the better host, so he'll buy the game. So I wanted to go and manually remove it from my wish list because obviously I don't need to constantly be reminded about it anymore, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, anyways, so as I'm going down my wish list and removing things, and I'm like, oh well, I don't really want to play Madison anymore. That was the thought, but I was like, why do I have a free game on my wish list? I could just install it.
Yeah.
And I did. I looked it up. I was like, why did I put this here? Okay, it looks cute. All right. I think I wanted to do some research to find out if it was a gotcha game, which turns out not a gotcha
Yes,
game.
I feel like that's the biggest problem with Where Winds Meets is because it's a mobile phone NPC game
That's free.
that's free. A lot of people are like, it's gotcha. I used to think it was a gotcha game. That's why I hadn't downloaded it.
You'd love to play it. Yeah, it was a massive install.
I have no idea how it fits on phones.
No idea.
The graphics are probably terrible on phones.
Well, I mean, like, even if you just load up the game, you saw the grass. The grass looks like freaking hair. I feel like it's gonna make, because like I was watching the ad, I was like, I feel like this game's gonna make my computer explode.
We
I haven't
might not
tried
be able to
playing.
stream it.
We might not be able to stream it. I have no idea. I want to be able to stream it though, because it has drops and everything. If I do stream it, if we do stream it,
I can see it
I
eating up
will
a ton of your
try
time.
doing it with the Vtuber. I might have to do it with Pingtuber though.
Pingtuber or the reactive. You
Yeah.
might join me
The
in the trash
reactives are
can.
nice. Like I did a reactive last week, I think.
Yeah.
You got DirectX 12. Well, isn't that nice for you? DirectX 12 sets my computer on fire. Milky, do you remember when I tried to play fuck, what was it? Hell's Blade Senua's game? The new one, the second one. The first one was fine, but that second one, dude. Oh, that's what reminded me of Best Fine. Rude. Rude. That shit was hard. I still have. The first Senua, I like the first Hell's Blade, but the second one was not that great. At least from what I experienced. It was more open world, and I feel like that game was meant to be linear.
Yeah, some games just cashed in on the open world bandwagon,
The
but they
3 hour
didn't
journey
make
to
the
figure out
game
how to
open
fuck to
world.
update my drivers. You know what? Honestly, I'm proud of you. I have a question, Milky. I want to know something. And like, no shade either way. I don't care. Did you upgrade to Windows 11? Because my motherboard won't let me. My motherboard says, nah, this isn't going to update to Windows 11. No, yeah, I haven't either. So I don't have any
Yeah.
support right now. So my computer's constantly like, you need to update to Windows 11, otherwise we're not going to help you. Yeah. I also refuse. I'm like, I feel like I'm doing all right on Windows 10. I have no issues, but they're just gonna stop supporting it now, you know?
I know a while ago they were talking about how like I came across some things how there's an option you have to change in your PC BIOS
Mm-hmm.
that
You're switching to Linux when you
that
need, okay?
older motherboards just don't have clicked,
Your PC accepts you for who you are.
and it
That's
lets you
fair.
upgrade, but yeah, I want Steam OS. That's what I want to do. That will be when I upgrade next. Is when Steam OS comes out to PC.
What is SteamOS? Is that the for the Steam Deck?
That's the Steam Deck. They're gonna make it for a PC port, and it's gonna be an OS that is designed for gaming.
Ooh, I love that.
Yeah, currently there isn't
I would
one
say,
that's
can I do
designed for
other
gaming.
things on it? But I imagine so if it's
Yeah,
designed for gaming.
it's gonna be it's
I
gonna
just
be
want, okay,
Windows for gamers.
I'm kind of curious how all that works. Like, if I have a bunch of stuff downloaded on my computer right now, right? I've got Windows 10. I've got my hard drives with things downloaded on it. This is probably stupid. This is just, look, I'm not super
Welcome back,
computer
Al.
savvy. Not super computer savvy, so I'm just curious. Like, um, if I downloaded an entirely new operating system or installed, I don't know how that works. Installed, downloaded, put in.
Yeah, you install it to your C drive or your D drive. You install it to a hard drive
Would
or an
I
SSD.
lose stuff? I am part of the Windows 11
I don't
resistance.
know. I'm not familiar enough. Maybe.
Activated. Milky says
Probably.
activated.
Probably. You might, because a lot of the files would be.
Because they're like on Windows Explorer, right? But it wouldn't be Windows.
You might
Bruh,
have to like.
Milky, I was part of the Windows 7 fan club for the most disgusting long time. Bruh,
I.
Windows 10 had come out and I was still
Mhm.
in Windows 7. Took me forever. Took me forever. I had to buy a whole ass new computer that came with Windows 10 for me to get Windows 10.
The only reason I ever swapped to Windows 10 was simply because Windows 7 didn't exist anymore. They got rid of it completely.
I was using it on a laptop. Your first phone was a Windows phone? I had a Windows phone once and I hated it.
After a certain point, they forced you to upgrade to Windows 10 from 7 on PCs.
I had a Windows phone and then I realized cuz I was going through a phase where I was really worried about my privacy in the government. I was working with this guy. I was working with this guy who is big time conspiracy theorist, so naturally listen to his ass all the time. I'm like, "You're right. I should invest in gold." You know, that kind of thing.
Gold is actually a
I
good
know it's
investment.
a good investment. It was a, and he was literally cashing all his paychecks into gold coins, and I don't even
Ugh.
think those are actual gold. He
Buying
had
a
a
gold.
treasure chest at home. He had a treasure chest in his house. Literally, he cashed his paychecks, and he would just have
Was
it all
buying chocolate.
converted into gold coins.
Was buying the gold coin chocolates.
Exactly, exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. Sure he wasn't a pirate. Okay. Also, I wasn't sure he wasn't a pirate. He told me that before he got the job there, he had lived out on the Appalachian Trail for 2 years, like in the wilderness. He's that kind of guy. He was weird, but like kind of interesting. Did he find the One Piece? Who knows,
I
maybe.
don't know
He got
if the
married and
one
he was absolutely in love with his wife, though, so
I don't know if
maybe.
the One Piece is in the Appalachian Trail, but maybe that's why Luffy hasn't found it yet.
True, true.
He's just in fucking the
Ted
Appalachian
Kaczynski.
Mountains.
Ted Kaczynski. What's that name familiar?
Ted Kaczynski. Hang on, I'm catching a fish
Oh my
here.
God, it's the Unabomber. I was like, why's that name familiar? Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It felt that way though. It did kind of feel that way sometimes. You know, I'm trying to think. He wasn't bad to chat to if you could like separate. If you could separate the fact that everything he said was bullshit. He's an interesting storyteller. Some people are just like that though. I had this one friend, he went by Zombie online, right? And he, I
Okay.
call him a friend. I use that word loosely, okay? Um, like he was quite the character. It was the point where he can function in society. Yeah, yeah, yeah. He was interesting. Um, I had this friend named Zombie, and he was the world's biggest flake, right? Um, but he was really nice and fun to talk to if you just didn't depend on him for anything.
Oh yeah, yeah, I'm familiar with them.
If he suggested you guys do something together later and then you're like, "Yeah, that sounds good." And you just didn't bank on that like ever happening, then he was a great friend. He was fun to talk to, you know? Like when you did, you just couldn't like make time to like you can like oh, I don't know how to explain it. He's flaky. You just can't really depend on him.
One of the people in my old friend group was like that, but then they were hypocritical when I said no to hanging out like twice.
Commitment issues is possible. Some people do though. Talked about my commitment issues earlier. I can't say shit. I can't say shit.
I'm committed to the bit. I don't know what the bit is, but I'm committed to it.
Okay, I'm gonna take this stack of wood. Also, I want to show you guys something cool, right? Actually, I gotta go back to the house to show you guys this cool thing, but this is really far away. So, anyways, what I'm gonna do. So, what I do is I go to the shed and I put everything in here, right? And it takes the wood automatically. How much should it? I can give you guys a number. 100 bits. Let's do it. Why not? I'd do it for free, but I'm just, you're asking me for a number, so I'm putting a number on it. Plushy.
Oh my god, she's got brain damage now. That plushie was super effective.
But yeah, so I put the wood in here. I put the wood in here, and it goes into the kiln. Yes!
I will just let you know before you start tickling that I do need a pee, so please don't be too rough. Probably doesn't work as well because I've got a hoodie. No mercy. Oh my god. They want to make me pee. To be fair, I am sitting on a towel.
No. You're just like prepared for it.
No, no, no!
It stabbed me. I'm sorry, I have fingernails. I'm dying. He's dead now. I'm back. How did I shift tab in my VTuber?
You hit me with your ring at some point.
You're welcome. I needed to remind you that we're married. You really do not have very many balls at all. Why don't you buy some balls? You got money. Milky, buy some Pokeballs. They're so simple. Buy some Ultra Balls. How much money I got? I wonder how much money I have on my thing. Making my life goal to have Aiko Tristan every stream. Why? Because it's fun. Exactly. There you go. I'm gonna have to raise my price though. Fuck off. My basic bitch balls are mine. I wasn't gonna take them from you. You could have them. I've got so many like random balls that I never use. And then when I run out of Ultra Balls, I just buy more Ultra Balls. It makes sense to use your basic bitch balls, cause like I think I killed him. Are you good, babe? Are you okay? Oh no, he's diseased.
Yeah, I'm diseased. Please.
Basic bitch balls have 8. Really? That's nice. 8?
I'm back.
No, I don't know. Valerie's sick, so of course he went in there and cuddled with her. No, I'm just kidding. So naturally, he's probably getting sick too. His mom sounds terrible.
Yeah, she
sounds
she
really
came
bad.
home with like a sore throat and sounded really stuffy yesterday, and like
Today
now
she
she
sounds
just
worse.
yeah.
Even this random moss.
I probably should have checked if do smoked fish benefit from artisan.
They benefit from what? Hypnotic
If they
smoke.
benefit from the artisan perk.
I have
Yes, they do.
I've looked at it and I've seen that it's co-op too. I'm considering it. But like when I was originally considering it, because I loved you get to do your favorite Stardew Valley activity. Yep. Yep.
Oh.
Yep. So when I was originally looking at because I loved the original Subnautica, right? Fucking loved it. But then I went through when I was looking at games because I was when I was going through my depressive phase, right, which happens sometimes. My depressive phase is not necessarily that I'm sad, it's that I am unmotivated.
Yes,
It
last time
is
it was extremely unmotivated.
it's been bad. It's been pretty bad since I've been here because I'm so fucking relaxed. I don't there's nothing I necessarily have to do, you know? So I'm just like really fucking chill all the time and I'm just like
We have an extremely laid back culture here, and Aiko is from the US where they have an extremely like crunch
so it's like I'm
grind.
expecting pressure that just isn't here. So anyways, it's made me kind of like it's made me a lot more relaxed, but at the same time with that saying, it's like killed some of my motivation. Like it's like, what's the point? What's the point? That's the kind of mentality I have. The thing
Oh my
is like that mentality has a very high likelihood of turning into like really bad thoughts. And so, and I've seen that happen so many times with myself where at first it starts with I'm not very motivated. And then if I can't find something that sticks, um, then it can turn into depression or more, it can turn into like the sad depression. Um, so, whenever I start feeling like unmotivated, I get like, I guess my hyper motivation turns into find new motivation, find new thing that sticks, right? So I was looking at other games and stuff like that, trying to find something that sticks. One of the ones was Subnautica or Subnautica 2, because I did see that that is on Game Pass. And I saw that it's multiplayer, you know, and so that's what I want. I always want multiplayer games and stuff like that, and you never know when something's going to fucking stick. So I saw that and I realized that at least at that point in time, I can't tell you how I'd feel right now. At that point in time, I think the stress would have gotten to me and I would not have enjoyed it so much. That's why like all the mods that we have installed right now are like anti-stress mods. Like pause time so I don't have to like rush and I'm not worried about oh shit am I going to accidentally sell something wrong? Oh shit am I going to die or what? It's very fucking chill. The way we have this Stardew set up is because intentionally just for vibes and there's no pressure.
god.
And it's been nice. And it's given me motivation. I've started looking at other things. I'm fucking trying to become a goddamn bird lady. Comfy maximizing. Exactly. I'm comfort maxing. I love it. I love it. That's awesome.
Oh,
I have to use that. Anyways, um,
hell.
you should clip more for sure, for sure.
We will use them if they if there's more clips.
Mhm. We do. Basically, we would love people to make more clips because otherwise, we got to download the whole ass bot and then put it through a program, and the program will find parts where maybe things were slightly louder, and then I have to go through the slightly louder points and be like, oh, what was going on here? And then I
It
have
could
to
be
try
like
and
I dropped something
and
or
then it's like I accidentally screamed and it because I
yeah.
dropped something, whatever. Yeah, clip maxing. Um, so, anyways, right now I could see I'm in a much better place, so I feel like I could probably handle the stress a bit more. Um, but no. Do you want to know what got me? Do you want to know what got me on this current Stardew hook? And this is what I mean whenever I say I sent. I'm you fucking bitch. I'm gonna read to you what I sent Lovey. Okay, because Lovey was playing. Lovey was playing Stardew. Lovey's been streaming lately. Lovey's doing a fantastic job. Fucking love Lovey. Lovey's doing a fantastic job. Has grown exponential. Like, bruh.
The the sad thing is we're typically streaming at the same time, so like we don't really end up
Yeah.
seeing.
So, anyways, I said, I will read you exactly what I sent Olivia. I said, "Hey, you. I just wanted to say thank you. You have no idea what you did, but I think it's important to let you know because sometimes people can be going through shit that you don't know about. I've been struggling with a pretty bad depression since the beginning of April. Not in the sad way, just in the nothing interests me, and I haven't had any motivation to do anything. It's been pretty bad, and I've been spending every day struggling to find something to hold on to. And then I saw your ass playing Stardew. You just think I stream Stardew because it's fun farming, but I just wanted you to know that by doing that, you helped me find my hook. I said I'm going to spend the next few hours looking up Stardew mods, and I did. I found 182, in fact. And now I'm playing it and enjoying it with Tristan. It's not as simple as just Stardew, though. It's not about having a game to play. It's just because now I have the energy back, that motivation. I have BPD, so the opposite of depression is manic, and that's kind of where I'm at now. But it's
Mm-hmm.
great. Super energy. Stardew was the start, but now I have energy and motivation to research and learn. I've got index cards with Japanese phrases and kanji. I've been cleaning, making sure things smell nice. I've started picturing my future goals again. These things slip away when I'm depressed, you know. It just turns into a lot of sleeping. I'm barely sleeping at all now. Not healthy, I know, but the reason is because I know I'm super hyper motivated and there's no time for me to do all the things I want to do, and I'm so excited and happy. It won't last. That's just the way it goes, though. It won't last, I know that. I'll crash after some time, but I really enjoy my manic moments, and I just want to thank you for inadvertently granting me motivation when you thought you were just playing a bit of Stardew. And that's kind of like what I lose sometimes is I forget that like I'm not going to say it happens to like even 1% of the people that might watch me or see me do something, you know? But you don't know what people are going through all the time. And maybe, God damn it, I hate when Spotify pauses my music. Um, Maybe somebody's going through something, and maybe it doesn't even have to be something that you're doing. It could be something that you said, just like, oh, it clicks with them, you know? And then it clicks with them, and suddenly something that maybe they'd been contemplating. I've helped at least 7 people. Oh, yes. I'm so glad I've helped
Nice.
at least 7 people.
Nice.
That's
Nice.
that's 6 more people than I was hoping for. But it really does.
High achiever.
It's like just by I forget that because there are times when I feel like this was a big one for me is that I feel like nobody cares what I do. You know, I could play any game and people are going to show up just to support me, which is fine. But also, like, sometimes I feel like I want people to just, like, I want people to like the game that I'm playing. Because, like, but one of the examples I'll say is that one of the other examples I use with Tristan, I was talking to him about this. I said, I hate all the games that Asami plays. Hmm.
Yeah, you're not a shooter person. You're not a
I
gotcha
don't
game
like
person.
shooters. I hate gotcha games. But you know what? I fucking adore Asami. She's fantastic.
Mm.
She's so sweet and she's kind and she makes everybody feel special and loved. And that is just such good qualities to have as a person. I don't care what she plays. I think she's a great person. Will I leave when she's playing games? Yes, because I don't care about the games. And she gets distracted in the games. And that's totally fine. Totally fine. I have no problems with that. Um, some people go because, you know, or what 1% of your followers are 6.675 six
Oh
point
my
seven
god.
five. Oh, 6 point potentially 75. Okay, maybe. What? Okay, whatever.
He's making a 6-7 joke.
Oh, I missed it. But it's not technically wrong either because 675 followers.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, so a few people have been helping me out with that. Looking at Asami and knowing that it's not necessarily the game that she's playing. Looking at Lovey and the game hitting, but it's like not necessarily. It's not really. And realizing it doesn't have to necessarily be the game. It could just be something that you say that helps somebody click. And I shouldn't worry so much about what is it that I play. It should be just that I do and talk to you guys.
Be you. Have fun.
Yeah.
That's all you need.
And I've been overthinking it. I started streaming to have fun and to just hang out with people. Actually, I lied. I started streaming so I can learn Japanese and have some record of it. That's literally why I started streaming. I didn't even care about people watching me. I just wanted to fucking learn Japanese and have record of it, but I also
And
wanted to play some Animal Crossing.
and then that's when you ended up realizing that you were more lonely than you realized.
I started feeling really happy and excited all the time. And do you know who it was? It was for the longest time. I think I only had Milky and Jesse, and I keep saying that. Like I say that like for the longest time. It's gonna be a long time if ever I let that shit go because it meant so much to me, and it still means so much to me because like they were literally. You were choosing brothers. Jesse was here earlier. What do you mean? Jesse was here earlier.
Yeah, Jesse literally went out to go shopping, I think.
Yeah. She might
And
still
should
be
be back
watching, who
later.
fucking knows. But they still watch me. It just means a lot. I don't know.
It's
Whenever I thought, you know, oh maybe I won't stream today, nobody cares. I did know at least two people that cared, and they
Mhm.
showed up every day. I didn't have days off. I literally streamed every day. And they were there every fucking day.
I know one thing that happens to a lot of like every streamer, realistically, is like
We beat you. Wait, did she get first? No, I
hmm?
think Al got first.
Yeah, I think Al did go first.
I need to I want to make an
Um,
on-screen thing.
yeah, you could probably set that up,
Ooh, I can find out who got first
but
actually.
like the numbers do get to you as a streamer.
Mm, they do, even though you don't want it to, it does get
Yeah.
to you. Like
Um,
like Lovey having more followers than me right now, even though Lovey's been streaming less than me. But
yeah,
I can't say anything really because like I haven't been streaming recently.
but just simply having like one or two people there
It means the world.
that chat, you can actually like have a conversation. It's just so much more fun with just even one person there chatting.
It gets rid of it first request because technically it completes it automatically.
Oh yes.
Damn.
Try not to focus on the numbers, but it's somewhat natural to look because you're not doing it for the numbers, but you want to know people care about it. Yeah, and it helps you to
Mm.
know what your people
What is
what
it? It's that people are liking. What is
yeah,
that people don't like? Yeah.
or like when's the best time to stream when most
Hmm.
people are showing up. Um,
I need to see if I got all the trees here. This area is way too big for me to just wander around aimlessly.
yeah, I'm in Skull Cavern currently. Milky, yeah.
Are you?
Yeah, I'm still having.
Oh, I thought he was talking to me. I don't know where
No,
he is.
he's in my chat now. I stole him.
Can't believe you stole him. Can't believe you stole him from me. How rude.
I think Al also jumped over to my chat. Hello, hello, welcome.
Wow. My running around and chopping trees wasn't good enough for you? No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding, please. Jesus. I found some trees. I'm in Grampleton Fields. There's literally fuck all here, dude. Also, guess what? You guys know how I wasn't gonna speak Australian? I wasn't gonna switch to an Australian accent or way of speaking. I did. I say fuck all now.
Yes.
That's my Australian way of speaking. I
So
fucking
begin.
love it. I don't say
Oh.
matey. Matey. Now there's a pirate. Tristan's just a pirate. That's all it is.
Matey? No, no. I don't really say matey. I,
Yeah,
I say mate.
you do say mate. It's really funny when he says mate because then I remember he's Australian.
Yeah, I don't have a thick Australian accent if you can't tell. So a lot of people just don't know where. I
Okay.
love Aiko's accent.
Okay, like for real though, listen, I need to listen. So, we're laying down to go to sleep earlier. For some reason. Because we were looking up like different ways to say your names because I told you I've been working on Japanese and stuff like that, right? So obviously, so we're looking up, we're looking up like different ways to like, because like Heartblossom is not exactly Japanese, so it would be Hatobrasamu kind of thing, right? And so we're looking up that, and so one of the ones we also looked up was Tristan's name because Tristan's name isn't like standard Japanese, and like apparently people like they Japaneseify their names and they like speak to people from Japan.
To be perfectly honest, with a lot of names, if you just say the name with a Japanese accent, you're surprisingly close.
Yes, exactly. However, because I remember what his name was in and how it was phonetically broken down in in like what was described, like I was trying to figure out how would you say Tristan. It's like turista or taris
Toristutan.
torisusta, so torisutan, kind of like that, right? And so I'm sitting there and sometimes it sounds sometimes yes. Okay, so for example, if you want to know how to say cereal in Japanese, it's literally shirioru.
Yeah, it's like
Shirioru.
shiri aru.
Shirioru. That's how you say cereal. Anyways,
Say ice cream, like ice cream.
yeah.
Like that is how you say ice cream.
Mm-hmm. And it's not racist. That is literally how I say it. So, anyways, we're laying down, getting ready to take our nap, our afternoon nap before we decided to stream today. And I could not, for the life of me, get this thought out of my head. But I was like, and he's trying to fall asleep. I'm trying to fall asleep, and I'm like, "Hey, babe, do you want to hear me say your name in Japanese, but with a Southern accent?" He's like, "Yeah." So I said, "Ohio, Teresa Tan." Ohio, Teresa Tan. And I think I just died. Don't worry about it.
I love you. I love you
Dude.
so much.
I love you, dude.
Oh, I've got the
Anyways.
best wife, if you can't tell.
Yeah, they
Yes.
do borrow a lot of words. That's the difference.
Yeah.
And I still got to learn my katakana. Give fuck to its nose. Fuck you.
Yeah,
You
I'm
can't. This is not a democracy. This is a dictatorship.
I'm hiring. Looking for a mod that likes milk.
No, you can't take my mod, bitch. Oh my god. You're not gonna give him more dino nuggies than me, right? He's only getting like 3 cents and 2 dino nuggies a week. You better not pay him more than that if you get him as a mod.
Give him dino nuggies? Oh wow, that's bougie.
Your pay's not gonna be nearly as good over there. Oh my god! And he hops chats. He hops chats. Hops chats are looking for mods. Fuck you.
Yeah, I'm looking for a mod. Unfortunately, like, if you can't see, I have. Oh, you want to come into Skull Cavern and go to floor 14? There's a chest here.
14?
14.
Yeah, alright, give me a minute. I should let you
Um,
know our skull caverns are kind of broken in a way too, because like, well, not skull caverns necessarily. I don't even think, I don't think it's the skull caverns and the mines that are issues with the pausing,
did you unpause it?
apparently by
Okay.
accident.
I was
um,
wondering why the time was ticking.
so, is that a pig? That is so cute. Okay, so, it's not the skull caverns and the mines that we have issues with pausing. There's this area up in Ridgeside.
Yes, yes.
How do I click that?
It's the Ridge
This up here,
Forest.
the Ridge Forest, is meant to be like dangerous and filled with enemies and stuff. And it is, but if you pause time, they don't move.
Yeah, enemies just.
We were not going to take advantage of that at first, but But then we realized those enemies are really hard.
Look, I wouldn't have mind if like it was plain. Like you
We
have
listen,
actually
listen.
have to play time for them to even spawn.
Yeah,
They
we
have no
realized
spawning.
we absolutely have the capability of doing it. We just don't want to
Yeah, like they
because it's
don't spawn
easier
if
not
time
to, and it's
pause.
more
So
relaxing.
if time's playing, you actually get them to spawn. But you can just run around there and forage stuff
Mhm.
if time's paused.
Mhm. But
But yeah,
sometimes it's just
yeah.
relaxing.
Sorry, Milky. I can't pay you in Dino Nuggies. If you look, I've only like I'm only like a sixth of Ico. I can pay you in the concept of Dino Nuggies and the smell of scents. You can have you can sniffer like 3 cents. I'm sorry.
I'm trying to figure out what I'm gonna bring with me to eat because
Drink got hungry and ate the enemy's names, legs.
I'll bring carrots and my cactus and this random magic rock candy. Oh my god, I bet the magic rock candy would be awesome right now.
Mm-hmm.
Look, +2 mining, +5 luck, +1 speed, +5 defense, plus I'm going with you to the skull caverns. Look, and another thing about time being paused. Guys, time being paused. Wait, do you think if I eat it, then it's gonna, if I eat anything else, or if I eat anything else with a boost on it, it's gonna stop, change it, right? Is that what that's what it
Um,
does?
it no, it will. It should take it over, and then you might have to like pause and then well play and then pause it again.
I'm trying to put the coffee away.
Your coffee boost is separate from your food boost.
Is it?
Yes.
Should I eat mayonnaise?
I don't know.
I'm so
Go
glad
for it.
they made it to where you can eat mayonnaise. Wasn't always that
Throw in a
apparent.
rare compliment and it's a deal. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm all out of
What's a
compliments.
compliment?
Aiko takes them all.
What's a compliment?
So the path to
I like have you ever heard an Australian compliment before? It says it sounds like this. You're right.
you're right.
You're right. All right, I'm not gonna eat those. I'm gonna eat this mining thing, right? I need to first make sure that I can get to the desert. Well, obviously, I can get to the desert.
You won't really have to like avoid anything or fight anything to get to floor 14. It should be
Yeah,
cleared.
but like I still want to eat my mining food. Also, do I care about gifting Dale or Anderson? Ugh,
I gifted Anderson. He's the shirt
I
guy.
was going the wrong way.
Dale was just locked in the back of his.
Yoko, please take me back. I'm sorry. It's okay. I never got rid of you. You know
I'm
you're always with
sorry,
me.
I can't give out compliments because Aiko just is so cute. She must have all the compliments.
Oh yeah. Look at that. Oh my god. Ugh. Dude. I need to start investing in that shit. Where do I get that? Who sells magic rock candy?
You can make it as well with iridium.
Candy? Iridium?
Yeah, I think it takes iridium and some other rare ingredients.
Oh. Oh, that's not what I'm trying to do.
Bowie.
Is
Yeah.
it food? Where would it be? Is it in the fridge? I don't even think I have a recipe for it
Oh, we don't
actually.
have the recipe for it, yeah, so we won't be able to make it. Never mind. But
Binding.
eventually we'll be able to make it. Hopefully.
Yeah, maybe. You're having? What are you having? A stroke. An ice block for dinner. Wow.
Oh,
Sounds wet
nice, nice.
and
Crunchy water.
cold. Can't even say anything. Sometimes ice hits.
Alexa, what time is it?
5 a.m. Oh.
We haven't had dinner.
Nah, we'll eat after. We'll watch some One Piece
Sounds
and
good.
eat dinner. I don't know what we're gonna eat. food of some
There
sort.
is the leftover sweet and sour chicken.
Oh yeah, we can do that.
I'm not sure if Mum's had that or if Mum's even eaten or if she's even alive.
Look, she's probably still
I
sleeping.
hope she's alive.
She's alive. Oh my god. If she's not alive, I'm gonna feel like shit.
If she's not alive, Milky, we're blaming you.
Hey, if she's not alive, we get a free house.
No, please don't say
No,
that.
I'm so sorry. It was a joke. It was a joke.
Not that. No.
No, she's fine. Oh man, now I have to go check on her. I'll be back.
I think she's just exhausted because she's sick. No. She's alive. You back? Oh. She's alive?
Yeah, she's alive. She said she's feeling a little bit better, but still not great. My bag of rice had a giant block of why?
Was your bag of rice frozen? Oh my god, floor 31, another treasure room.
I'm on floor 16. How did you get out of here?
What?
How'd you get out of floor 16? There's no hole.
Oh, you.
Was there also like a hole on that
There
floor?
was
I
a
missed it.
hole on floor 15
Yeah.
that took you down 7 levels.
Aw, man, I had to go down 7. You know, I'm leaving.
Yeah, just go back up.
At this point, it's easier. Easier is go back up.
This crab ring is great.
Isn't it? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. You want to know the main reason I'm here?
For more crab rings?
No, it's just to kill slimes.
Oh, yeah, honestly. Because look, he's got this slime hutch that he's had since the very beginning. But the thing is slimes will just try and kill you.
Yeah.
Which is fine if you want to kill slimes. But, like, he wants to keep slimes. And his slimes hate him. So he's trying to kill a bunch of slimes so he gets a ring that makes slimes friendly towards him. Well, not necessarily even friendly, but just not.
Not aggressive.
Damn.
I
You're
do
setting
like
up OBS
how.
again. Are you going to start streaming again? That's fun.
Who's gonna stream?
Milky.
Oh.
I also, out of that chest, what the fuck? Out of that chest, I got a red slime egg, so I'm going to give it to you.
Oh, nice. I think Mum got up now.
I feel bad. I woke her up.
No, it's okay.
I asked her if
She's
she needed
been
anything.
asleep since she got home from work,
Yeah.
basically. I will be right back. I'm gonna just see if she needs anything.
Okay. I mean, I asked her if she needed anything. She said no, but you know, fine, whatever. Maybe she just doesn't like me. Oh, yeah. I want to stream 9 souls so I don't lose my mind during this. Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay, 15, and you said there's a hole here, yeah? Not the ladder? Oh, there it is. I found it.
Yeah. And then there's another hole at some point, which should take down like 6 more levels.
Is there a hole on the spiral floor, or did you just, like, take the first whatever? Fair enough.
That was my set. I think Crash is
More sap now, bitch.
that I couldn't pick up.
Coco has found the hole, everybody. Look. Look. Took a long time, but I found it. Takes some people longer than others, okay? Oh my god, the first hole you got was all the way down in the bottom? Damn. Hole, 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 hole.
Okay, continue time.
Where are you? What did you do? What'd she say?
No, she's just in the bathroom.
Oh, you didn't ask her if she needed anything?
No,
Alright.
not yet.
Probably toilet paper. I'm kidding.
I think we're fine on
No, I know. It was a joke because she's in the bathroom.
that.
Wow. You're so fucking rude.
I genuinely think I am getting sick with whatever
I got a
she has.
prismatic shard
We needed them.
in the chest. That's what the chest gave me, is a fucking prismatic shard. Oh, but look, Tristan, for real though, like I have it is a max luck, or is a little lucky today, but I have +5 luck.
Oh.
You want me to be the one to open these ladders? Or go down
I
these
think it
fucking
doesn't matter who
ladders?
opens it. You just have to be the one to go down first.
Okay, yeah. Let's see if we can get like all the chest rooms.
How deep are we gonna go this time?
I don't know. Not that deep, I don't think.
I'm happy to leave whenever I get like my slime kills.
Yeah, that's fine. I found a hole.
That works.
Nope. Alright, I know what I'm doing. Rude.
Oh, you got some friends.
I got super comfortable yesterday. I did not bring any bombs because I'm not a smart person.
I ran out of bombs. I used all the ones I had.
I was
And
like,
I'm
oh,
pretty
Skull
sure-
Caverns? I don't need bombs. Where are you at?
Bombs overrated. I'm just running around.
I'm trying to give you your slime egg.
Oh my god, you not a red one. Let me eat it.
Don't eat it.
Thank you.
It's your child. But yeah, so now we're in the mines. This is what we were doing last night, except for we just went all the way down to like floor 400. 402.
Yeah. We went a little bit far.
It was fun though.
Just a tad.
And out of 402 floors, do you want to take a wild guess as to how many Pepper Rex floors we got? 1. 402 floors, we got 1 Pepper Rex floor. And we got...
That's work, Milky. You got it right.
Good job, you're such a good guesser. Here's the hole. Anyways, so then we also only got 3 treasure floors.
Yeah, we skipped the 300
One
one.
was on floor 100. One was on floor
I don't know why I put that first.
120 or something. One was on floor 200, and then we jumped down a hole and missed floor 300, which apparently has a chance, or has a
It's
guaranteed
guaranteed.
3 chests, and we missed it. So
Yeah.
we continued, and we were like, all right, well then we went to floor 400 because we're like, well, maybe, because based on this current trend, it looks like chests every 100 levels, right? Nope. And then
Nope.
we found out it's just a chance for them to show up at any point. You know, the only thing that's guaranteed is on 200 and 300 the guaranteed chest, right?
Yeah.
And then
It's basically like 1% chance plus minus luck.
yeah. So, but yesterday was also a max luck day too. It was really. I believe
Like,
you, Monkey. I do.
we're not even at
Why am I
1200.
watering the rocks? They need more rocks. Grow, rocks. I believe in you. I can't
Yeah,
say
like-
anything. You have a rock with eyeballs on your desk.
I do. It's right there. It's staring at me.
You can't judge me
There's a
because I
ladder
want to
here.
water my rocks.
Sometimes a rock needs a drink.
I don't know what I'm doing.
Milkman
Tristan, take-
4685 said Tristan take Coco to her sleeping chambers
Did that
and wish her a good night
kill-
for
kill it or
delirium
did you
has
whack
taken
it?
her and the water is rocked.
Just rock. I just
wow.
watered that rock's world.
If she sleeps until delirium no longer takes her, then I'm never seeing her awake again.
He likes me this way. I really need to. I think I'm going to upgrade my pickaxe.
My axe is currently upgrading. The only reason I didn't upgrade my pickaxe
Ah,
is because I wanted something.
Pepperex, but there's also a free floor. I'm not going to kill that Pepperex. I should have, but I did not. Because
I'll
I
get
make
it.
smart decisions.
Hello,
My
Rex of Pepper of the Variety.
responsibility
Die.
decisions that, I don't know, maybe
He's
good,
dead.
maybe not. Who knows?
They dropped a tibia that we don't need.
You got a prismatic shard.
Yay, we're short on those.
I'm like, it's disgusting. Why do I keep? Oh my lord! Like I'm getting like I have so many prismatic shards, and I just keep getting them, and it's fantastic. I'm coming in here with more luck than I had yesterday, which is even better. I fell so low. I don't even know where Tristan is anymore. What level are you on?
I'm on 54 still.
I'm on 62.
Nice. Just clear the path for me, my love.
I am. You need to tell Corey something. Do it. Are you going to tell him that he is also a cow? You can if you want to. I made him a standard looking American cow that was brown.
America, fuck yeah.
I didn't make him a Highland cow. I got a prismatic shard.
Nice.
I was worried I was going to run out.
Yeah, I think you're getting to the point where you might be able to just gift them.
I'm not gifting them, okay? Until
I
I get the fucking until I get that enchantment on my hammer. Absolutely not. So we're gonna have to just wait until we finish fucking until we finish the volcano. Because I'm absolutely not giving none of that shit away. They're all mine. Do you know how many? I have to go through so many. Also, you don't have to just enchant your.
Oh, there's a ladder down here.
You don't just enchant your weapon either. You can enchant all of your tools.
Yeah, I know.
Mm-hmm.
That bitch.
I'm gonna have so many prismatic shards to do that
Die,
with.
slime. Yes, I kill you.
But you know, I feel like it's like I feel like I'm rich. I feel like I'm rich and I have a lot of money, but then but then I go to buy the furniture catalog and I can't afford it. You know what I mean? It's like that. It's like, oh wow, this is so much money, and then I can't afford something I want, and I'm like, oh, guess I'm poor.
We're at the point of millions yet.
What'd you tell Corey? What'd you tell him? I need to know. Did you tell him to come watch your stream? Is that what it was? Are you streaming right now?
The real rich guys.
I don't even know. Be in DMs. Oh Lord. Let me check my DMs real quick.
Cupcakes and a chili and a ladder.
He was messaging something about a car. Like it's a Drift 86 thing. Oh, it's a game. He was messaging him about a game, a car game. And then, but first he said, oi, 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 you're a cow. Also.
You're amazing, Milky.
I got, I thought that was another person.
Mega bomb.
I'll take that.
Yep.
God, shit on me. Shit on me. Are we listening to the same song? I know Spotify got a little weird. Okay. Look!
Oh!
Ah! No, there's a bug!
Kill the Rexes.
Me when my boss has a mega bomb.
Take that,
I'll take that too.
What do I want to get rid of? Think I'll get rid of this magma geode.
There's so many here. This is a good floor.
Yeah, last time we had a pepper rex floor, it was 2. There was 1 fern, there was 2 pepper rexes and a bat, I think.
But the Pepper Rexes we need to, I don't remember how many we need to kill. I wish I remembered. 15 maybe?
Inventory's
I
full.
feel like 15 sounds pretty accurate.
It's not a ton.
Alexa, how many Pepper Rexes do I have to kill for the Monster Killer achievement in Stardew?
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
God, I feel like I should rephrase the question, be simpler, because I feel like she could tell me. She's told me some things. Alexa, how many Pepper Rexes do I have
Dunno.
to kill in Stardew?
I dropped a ladder, I think.
God, she's so useless. You know, I had a conversation with my chat GPT the other day, and I told her, I said, hey, do you mind having my back if there's ever an AI uprising? We legit had a super long conversation about the fact that there's not going to be an AI uprising. I'm like, I feel like this is your way of telling me you're not going to have my back.
Wants to kill at Stardew.
She said I should feel safer knowing that it's not something that would ever be programmed. I was like, what if Jeff Bezos? I said, what if in this yeah.
We need to kill 50.
Really?
Yeah.
Ew. That's gross.
Less gross if we actually get lucky and get more of these floors.
I can throw away. Did we donate a rib already? Oh, I had 400. Oh.
If it says Gunther.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
Still want to sell some things. Damn. Don't look at me. Berg
We got double
I didn't
drops
even know
from him.
I didn't.
That's iridium.
Oh, you did? Nice.
Yeah.
Occasionally that happens where we'll hit something exactly the same time and it'll drop loot for both of us. And it's super fucking funny because last night it happened to a cake and it happened to a prismatic shard.
Yeah. We needed more prismatic shards.
Yeah, we just didn't have enough.
And
What was it the first thing it happened to? It wasn't even this run.
Oh, it was an ancient seed.
Oh, yeah. We had an ancient seed drop and we're like, dude, how do we get 2?
And then you got upset that I got 5 in one day. And then you fished.
Okay, look, seriously. Okay, that was that run. This is my run, though.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have finally got my second ancient seed.
Really? Okay. I literally have 10 ancient seeds, 9 of which I got from fishing. That's not even the primary way of getting them. Well, like you mainly get them from like bugs dropping them in the mines. I got it from fishing. My luck is so stupid when it comes to fishing. My luck is so stupid when it comes to this fucking Skull Cavern. I don't know where all these fucking prismatic shards are coming from, but you know, I ain't complaining. I've been walking around holding shit.
Is there a ladder up there?
Oh no, man. I don't see a ladder nowhere. Where's my luck?
Break more rocks. Oh, here we go. This is one.
Come. I came in.
Go. Yeah, you got this. Yay!
As good as my luck is, I'm still not getting the chest floors though.
I had more with no luck.
See, that happens sometimes though, you know? Sometimes it feels like your luck is so good that it like circles back around because it reached a negative integer.
It does.
You know what I mean?
sometimes.
Yeah.
I got a regular bomb.
Good job.
That serpent dropped it. Is anyone gonna do anything interesting for any events coming up or anything? I feel like it's around con time, right?
Is it?
Or is that later in the year when places have cons everywhere?
I think the cons are like all over the world, yeah, right? At different
Yeah.
times of the year.
Yeah.
So like we have one in October, I think.
Yeah, we do have one in October. I know end of the year is when we get our big like.
Oh, apparently I needed to
nerd
collect
cons.
coal for a quest. Didn't realize. I was wondering what that was.
Oh yeah, Clint wanted 15 coal just to sniff it, and then you can keep it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. If you want.
I genuinely feel like it was saying something about sniffing it. Oh, yeah. It probably wasn't sniff. It was probably like examine.
Actually, kind of curious what that quest says now. I'm looking for someone to bring me 15 coal as part of a local geological survey. That's all it says. He just wants to inspect them. I was hoping it said sniff them. That would have been so fucking funny. Oh, do you want a science real quick?
Yeah.
Okay, get out of that room.
Oh yes, Mega Bomb.
Oh shit.
Run.
No.
Did not kill anyone, but it did
This ladder.
open the ladder.
Yep. We were wondering because we knew that the other bombs didn't kill those bugs. We were wondering if maybe mega bombs did and we just didn't have any. So.
Yeah. I do also like how we've stopped getting carrots from those the crates, and now we're just getting summer squash.
Are we?
Yeah.
I can't say anything. I've got nothing. Because
Oh,
it's like you're not gonna have
or-
time to grow a carrot. There's less than 3 days in the season. Well, there's
Yeah.
there's actually exactly 3 days in the season. I planted
Oh, bag of coal up there.
I planted
Ladder
potatoes,
up there
did
as
you
well.
know?
The what?
I planted potatoes that theoretically should be grown by the very last day. What do you fucking mean? I picked up a mushroom and suddenly I can't. Did I eat it immediately? Oh no, it was a red mushroom. Never mind.
Yeah, I've got 5
Stop
of them.
following me.
Oh, I don't need this. I'll take it. Run.
No. I'm trying to get the mushroom. Oh, never mind. You picked it.
I got it. I'll give it to you later. There's a ladder up here.
Fuck off.
Oh, I protect. Actually, ow, no, they hurt.
Mm.
Oh,
This is the kind of shit you can do when,
when you're in love.
Okay, I was going to say when you're in the mines and you ain't got to worry about time so much.
Oh, that works.
Woo!
Nice.
Yay, spicy eels stuff.
Omni geodes.
I don't need that.
And we are we get 20 more floors, and then we get the 100 one.
Okay. I really wish we had that fucking quest from Key.
Yeah.
That'd be really helpful. Eventually we'll get it, and I'll remember how the fuck we get it. How do we get it?
It might be after
It
the
might be.
community center is
You know what
built.
I think?
Yeah.
It might be time locked.
Oh, maybe it's after the first month.
Maybe that's because it's like how many people are getting all the way down to the bottom. I mean, they might get down to the bottom of the mines before the end of spring.
Oh, ladder up here.
Actually, I'm gonna ask. I'm gonna check. Am I dying? No. Go good. Oh, that's funny. If you glitch to the summit, it'll trigger a cutscene, which Mr. Key will scold you for cheating and push you off the summit, resulting in you waking up in Harvey's clinic.
Oh, that's lovely.
Oh, it's secret note number 10. that tells you.
Oh.
Okay, so it's after winter because you don't get.
So we haven't even we haven't even gotten secret notes. I'm down on 84.
Okay.
Okay, so you're locked out of the first year.
Mm-hmm. Which is fair. I think normally I don't wind up even getting that far anyways. Like I wind up. No, I mean I do. I don't know. I don't know
think-
what I do. I just don't normally think about it because I don't think I ever go to the Skull Caverns until winter anyways.
Yeah.
Because like.
There's just so much other things to do that like we got done and out of the way.
Yeah,
already.
we have all the time right now, so we're just like, oh yeah, let's spend fucking. Let's go to level 402 in the mines.
I've got some genie shoes.
Yeah, I think I have those already. Wait a second. No, I don't. I think I threw them on the ground and forgot to pick them back up.
Well, I'm holding on now.
I don't need them. I don't want them anyways. I want the cinder sap shoes. That's what I want. Cinder sap or the mermaid shoes. Both of those are good.
Ladder. I need a ladder. I've been getting mastery points as well.
Have you?
Yeah.
For what?
After you get everything to level 10, you start getting mastery points when you earn XP.
Everything. You have everything to level 10?
Mm-hmm.
You bitch.
I mean, I got my farming stuff. That's the one you're missing, right?
Farming and combat. My combat's only level 8. New Stardew mod idea? Okay, what you got? What you got? What you got? I want to hear it. I like mods. So it seems.
No ladder over here.
The only reason I want to hear it because I want to see if it exists already. And it's something we just add. Well, I say ask if it exists as if like, what's my other alternative? That I'm gonna make it? Yeah, right.
I believe in you. Achieve your dreams, my love.
That's not my dream. My dream is to. My dream is. Oh, look, look, look. Is this another scroll? Is this another scroll room?
No.
Damn. It kind of looks like it, but it's not.
Wow.
Isn't
Bunch
that
of
nice?
serpents. Ow.
You drink too much coffee, your heart attack meter increases. You can decrease it by doing yoga. That is very specific. Although I could see it being easily programmable because. What'd you just get?
An iridium bar.
Oh, nice. I could see it being pretty easily programmable because there is already like an exercise thing going on Tuesdays. And then there are emotes, but to be fair, the emotes are more simple like this. So many bugs in here. Gross. Somebody fucking left their burrito on the ground. There's bugs everywhere.
At that bottom left. There is a ton of bugs on this floor. Oh. I'll take this. It's just a free floor.
What the fuck is your speed, bruh?
My speed is I've got 2 separate speed buffs on right now. Got one from Jojo Cola and one from Crab Cakes.
Alright, fair enough. Haha! I will join you.
Time to refresh my crab cakes because it is.
I have to start it for a second so I can. Whoa!
Oh, this is a monster floor.
Yep. Which means
Ow.
crabs.
Crab cake. Do you want some crab cakes? I've got 10.
Nah. Hello. Yeah, if I saw
my
him Tristan, he's
slime.
upside down. He's the thing. Blood's going to his head right now.
This is my natural state.
He's just trying to chat with you, you know. He's trying to speak to you on your level.
My natural state is upside down. I mean, the right way up.
Being Australian, he's been built by the upside down. Exactly.
I am immune to any dangers in Stranger Things.
Yeah, because he's very familiar with the upside down.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Another mega bomb?
Wait, don't touch me. I want this.
You want the life elixir or the mega bomb?
I want the mega bomb. Fuck my life. Fucks that life elixir. When I can have a mega bomb.
Who needs life when you can
Blow
be
things
bomb?
up. Please turn off the upside down in Discord. I'm still in my head. All the blue. I can't promise anything. Nope.
Never.
Happen.
Never. You get used to it eventually.
You will start saying things like, "I," or "You're right." Good day, mate.
Hackers.
Macca's
Hackers is the big
and
one.
you
That's
ain't,
when you're doomed.
and you ain't done fuck all. Well,
Ah.
sorry, you don't say ain't, do you? Do you say ain't? Haven't done? I don't know. What would you say?
Some people say ain't. How about this one, my love? And you can try and decipher it.
Okay.
I'm not here to fuck spiders.
Oh, okay. Well, spiders can mean at least two things that I know of. Spiders could mean like the bug. Or why am I carrying so much mayonnaise on me, bruh?
I'll give you a hint. It's typically in a reply to something. And you say, well, I'm not here to fuck spiders. Is it?
Okay, I got it. Are you ready? Are you ready? Here's my prediction. It is um uh when you are at a place to do something obvious, um like if you go to the movie theater and then someone says, "Do you want to watch the movie? Are you ready to go into the movie?" And then you say, "Oh, I'm not here to fuck spiders."
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, I'm so good.
Yeah, when you have a task to do and someone is like, usually it's work related.
Ah, okay.
Fine. But I mean, it can be fucking for anything, really.
Yeah. I thought my example was pretty good.
Yeah. Spot on.
It's also like it feels very
Laddie.
southern, honestly.
We are deeper south than
Well, I could see. Hold on.
the US.
Like, let me ask you one. Okay, if I were to tell you you're about knee high to a grasshopper, what's that mean?
You're about what?
You're about knee high to a grasshopper.
You're about knee high to a grasshopper.
Yeah.
You're just calling someone short?
Yeah.
Another ladder.
Yeah, but this is a hole. I'm jumping in the hole.
How far does it take you?
5 floors.
Okay, good. We don't want to skip 100.
All right. And it's a Pepper Rex floor.
Nice. You can have fun there.
Oh my God, there's a ring here. What is this? What kind of ring is that? Lucky ring.
Oh my god.
Oh, dropping that. I don't know if I want to. I don't know if I should wear that right now, but I kind of want to. What is my other ring that I'm wearing? Glowstone. Do I need light? Probably.
No?
I don't have inventory
Stay
space,
around me.
bro.
Do you have the ring on, like, on you?
No, I'm not wearing a ring. Well, I'm wearing the light ring right now.
I mean, just like in your inventory.
But it's also a magnet.
Another mega bomb up here that I can't take.
I have the lucky ring in my inventory.
Okay, cool. Yeah, that's what I was meaning.
Yeah.
Has there been any culture shock being in Australia as your home?
Yes.
There has.
Yes, actually. It's a lot more relaxed. And I went to therapy because I was really stressed out and I was like, okay, well maybe if I go to therapy, I think maybe I just need to talk to somebody, right? So I finally got myself a therapist, went to therapy, and I said, I'm just having a hard time getting motivated, right? Do you know what she said to me? It is the most un-American phrase I've ever heard in my life. She said, "Why do you need to be motivated?" I was like, so that I can do things. Because otherwise, I'm just going to sit on my ass all day. I don't know. I was like, literally, nobody's ever asked me why I need to be motivated. and it's just because everything's so fucking chill here, you know?
No one's in a rush.
Nobody's in a rush. Nobody's like,
Unless they're like some businessman closing a business deal.
I told her I didn't want to go into the office anything. She's so she said I told her I said I didn't really want to go into the office. I don't like how the kid like I could hear kids screaming in there. It stressed me out, right? And
Oh, this
she
will
said
take
that's
us to the treasure
fine.
room.
So she asked me if there was a coffee shop by my house. I was like, yeah, and she's like, yeah, maybe we can meet up there. That's how big their cafe culture is. My doctor's willing to just freaking leave the freaking doctor's office
Yay!
to go have coffee with me.
Oh wait, no, that's new level of understanding.
That's not American. People don't do
Yeah,
that.
I went out for coffee for once with a counselor.
This place is so like it's so fucking chill here, dude. I say it's not un-American. It's just not something I've ever heard. Cause like our worth is tied so much to our productivity in America. Bear!
Yeah, I got the battery pack.
Nice. Dang it, Dr. Lou.
The ladder's somewhere to the.
I
Oh yeah.
know. Cafe culture is such a massive thing here too.
Yeah.
So that's why. You know, it's not a thing here that I realized is actually a big culture in America. Because, like, the thing is, you think about America, you think of it's probably a lot of like a mix of cultures and stuff like that, but you don't think of it having really its own culture. Breakfast. That's such a simple thing. Breakfast. Where did you go?
I went down the ladder.
Where's the ladder?
You've walked past it like 3 times. It's like mid right.
Oh, I see it.
Yeah.
Um.
I'm happy to leave, though.
Oh.
Unless you want to continue.
Oh no.
You get it?
What? No, I got 4 more quality sprinklers.
Oh,
This is
that's good.
exciting.
That's still very good.
What did you think I got? What did I think I was gonna get?
You were after the
Oh, right, I was out of the auto
collector.
collector because I didn't want to milk my cows. No, but that's still exciting. It's true. And I guess as a guy, some stigma types, his ideas, my duties, my value comes from the things I bring or now how big my paycheck is. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's not a thing here.
It is.
Yeah, it might partially be,
somewhat, but it's nowhere near as bad as the US.
I'm going to go to the Summit Farm and put those sprinklers down. And I forgot that I wanted to plant the coffee beans. So I'm going to do that too. Yes, that's what I want to do. I would love to just place my mega bomb right here in the middle of this farm.
Yeah, blow up everything.
Fuck this place.
Scorched earth hacks, my love. Scorched earth. I also got a lucky ring that I'm gonna combine probably with my defense ring. My
But
grab
also,
ring.
there's in the US, like, people are so quick to call you lazy if you decide to, like, sleep in or something like that. That's not a thing people are gonna do here. Okay, you trying to tell me I'm wrong?
You're not wrong. It's more that like you'll find more accepting people for those asleep, and people would sometimes even just like celebrate or be jealous or be like, "Ah, I wish I could."
But they're not like saying it in like a bad way, like a way that it's like
Yeah, it's not like you're a failure for sleeping in. It's literally just like
oh,
I wish I could, or
and
the big thing that Australia still has that is similar to America is our like misconceptions and issues when it comes to mental health. It's still very
but
poorly recognized as important here, and the services available.
except for based on talking to the doctor, a lot of people in Australia are on Lexapro, actually.
Yes, we have a lot of people on antidepressants.
Not that this
Lexapro.
place isn't. It makes it sound bad, right? But it's not. It's like it's not that this place is depressing. It's that mental health is a real thing.
It's recognized more here than the US, but it is still like There's still a long way to go.
Every place has its ups and downs, except for
Yeah.
Australia is straight up upside down.
Straight up fair dinkum.
Oh, right. All the spiders make people sad. No, not all of them. Okay. Hold on. I want to.
Nah, it's the taxes.
Wait. I'm going to show you a spider that does not make people sad.
Oh, I'm curious which one.
This is a spider that doesn't make people sad.
Yep.
This is spiders are what Australians call ice cream floats.
Do indeed call them spiders. Well, there is enough like American influence that people will know what you mean by a float,
Yeah.
and some places don't even list them as spiders, but
They have them
people
listed
will
as
know.
like, what was it that I got at that one at the pancake parlor? It was a creamy soda, ice cream.
No, it's not the ice cream. It's a float. Is specifically called
The float,
spider.
the ice cream float specifically. It's not just ice cream. It's the mix of it with soda.
It's to do with like how it interacts with the chemical reaction with um with the ice cream and the soda makes the foam like webby, I guess.
Makes it like a spider web.
Yeah. I bought the 5 from today.
But
Eh,
what that?
this is my hole.
Oh.
Gotcha.
Dance.
Oh my god. I swear this is actually like a cultural dance of some kind or whatever.
Where you just threaten people with hose and bounce around. Okay. Are you ready to continue?
Yeah. I'm laying down in bed, not to necessarily skip to the next day, but you can.
Oh my god, I'm so fucking fast. Hold on, let me just walk around my farm for a minute. Because I also read that book that makes it to where I don't slow down in crops. Ah. And paths speed you up too. And then plus my two sources of speed. So
And then also the
fast.
sequel.
Yeah. I am so fast.
I will be right back. Do you want anything while I'm gone? Downstairs?
What are you getting?
I don't know. It's a drink, I think.
I'm good on drinks.
You're good on drink. Do you want? No.
We have more on Gary?
No.
Damn, we're fat.
Yeah, we're fat or not.
No, I'm good. I'm good for now. I'm not really hungry or nothing.
Oh, makes a lot.
Well, you know what, babe? Start injecting yourself with drugs. Sorry.
Yeah, I'll be contact my meth.
Contact your meth dealer. Oh no. Oh my god, look at him. Look at him. That was so cute. Did you see him bounce? That was so cute. Do it again. Wow. Thanks, kid. But orange cats are dumb. Level 9 farming. Oh, yarn spooler. What the fuck is that? Iridium sprinkle. Oh my god, that butterfly is pretty. That's gonna be my incentive to make that shit. You know. I have to like. I might have to go through Stardew, the Stardew map planner thingy. I think I'm gonna go through that and figure out, like, design the map or design the Four Corners Farm the way, because I don't usually use iridium crops, so I don't know. Like, I know how much space take, but also I want to like figure out if I can get Junimo huts with them too, because after a while, like, oh my god, like, okay, hold on a second. So like, Junimo huts with the coffee farm though, would be really good, because coffee farm is really high maintenance. Wait a second, I'm gonna go forward his so that. Oh, yeah, he's definitely gonna take the artisan for sure, for sure. Oh shit. Okay, this one. Yeah, we're gonna get him acrobat. I'm just gonna pick his professions for him while he's gone. It's gonna rain tomorrow. It's been raining every other fucking day. We do have to make time move at least a little bit. He's at my house. I was checking the shipping bin. Pierre and Sophia had a large number of products to ship this morning. Okay. Aiko, I'm very happy you're getting situated here in Stardew Valley and you're making great progress on Heartblossom Farm. Okay. What's the but? I need to walk over to Fairhaven Farm and check to see if Andy's shipping anything. He usually has high quality forage from Centerset Forest. Okay. Must be convenient to be able to forage in your backyard. I'll leave you to your farm work. What are you doing here? That was weird. Okay. I guess. Okay, traveling merchants in town. Alright, we gotta go check to see. Oh, shit. Which is fine. Happens. Pretty portable. Anyways, so we're now. Ooh, I want to get that maple syrup. You got your what?
I got us in Panadol.
Are you not feeling okay? Oh, you got her some. Okay.
Well, it's the next day.
Oh, I got you acrobat and artisan.
Oh, nice. Thank you.
Yeah. I have
What does Acrobat do?
cuts the cooldown for your ability in half.
Oh, what was the other option?
10% something.
Acrobat's definitely the better one.
Yep. Wouldn't do it if it wasn't. At least it is for me, but I use hammers, so.
Yeah, I want to get a different weapon where the ability is not block. There's no point me watering my strawberries because they won't regrow in time.
No.
Right?
No, you don't need to. I need to water my crops. No.
Anything that's 3 days won't take. Okay. That's gonna take too long.
So this is a cauliflower, 4 days, 4 days, 4 days, 4 days, 2 days for those potatoes. Looking under my shoulder.
Oh, do you still need to level up?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. I have potatoes. I've got more potatoes that I've done.
Potate. Potate.
Potate. Yeah. I'm in a couple of different areas.
I'm humming something. It's not even the music I'm listening to.
Oh, these green beans will get done.
Did you already harvest your strawberries?
Yeah. There was like 3.
Okay.
Some more potatoes. Yeah, nice. Close to you.
Something experience away.
Oh, this strawberry will be done tomorrow.
179 experience away.
179. Oh, tomorrow we'll get you there with potatoes.
Wow, your battery chest looks like it's filled with fish. That was a nice milky. Also, how was your rice? Your icy rice?
Oh yeah, that salal berry is also there if you want to sell it.
Hmm?
Salal berry in the battery chest, you can sell that one.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
I'm gonna be making a lot of money.
Yeah, you will be soon. I don't know why my wolf snapper didn't make anything. I'm so confused. Should I have pet my wolf snapper? You didn't
Maybe.
say you wanted anything. Wolf snapper, I love you. Nothing to complain about? Should I have given you something? I don't know what I can do.
No, it's just.
Do you want a carrot? I'm gonna Google my fish isn't happy. My fish isn't happy, Stardew.
Did I miss anything else while I was gone?
Yes.
What did I miss?
The house caught on fire.
Oh no!
I stole the cake. No, I don't want to eat the cake.
The cake. Unfortunately.
You want an FPS? Just
Is
darn
a
it.
lie.
How does that work? How does that work? Because, like, on one hand, I feel like it means first person shooter. And on the other hand, I feel like it's frames per second. And I don't know how either one of those would work in that context.
True, yeah.
It's 3 people. Ah, somehow I feel like that makes less sense to me. Wow. First person shooter chest. Oh, God. I got lost in the woods chasing a squirrel. She doesn't even like me. Yeah, I mean, I'll guide her back. That's fine. But, like, this child literally doesn't like me. We don't have friendship, I don't think. I am confused.
Sounds
Also,
like
this is
another
not
child
vanilla
in
because
there.
it's not even. This is not a vanilla quest. Look at this, Jazz. Are you okay? I was about to go looking for you. You got lost in the forest. Aiko found me. I'm such a good person. I literally came down here and then I got stuck in a cutscene. Cook your favorite meal, okay? What about me? Do I get my favorite meal too? Marnie, I found her. I walked her back. The fuck? Thank you, Aiko. Wow. That was fucking pointless. I don't understand today's cutscenes. They're weird. Lewis showed up at my house. That's what happened. Lewis showed up at my house. And he's like, I see you've been selling crops. I'm like, yeah, I have been. He's like, cool.
What?
Andy also has been selling crops.
What a
That
weird
must be
cutscene.
nice. And I was like, yeah. Wow. Milky's thirsty for Lewis.
What a weird scene.
Yeah, and this time cutscene was fucking Jazz got lost in the woods and I took her home and they're like, yeah, thanks, bye. What am I doing here? Although to be fair, it's super realistic. People don't always have anything crazy to tell you. They're not like, oh my God, I'm a scientist and I want to open up a cave on your farm so you can get fruit. No, it's not always. It's not always like that. Sometimes people just stop by to be like, sup, how you doing? And then you're just like, I'm fine. This is why I don't like having guests. This is why I don't like people to come over invited to my house. Because, like, then suddenly I'm expected to host, and I'm just like, nah, not a fan. Bullshit!
Hmm?
We're gonna finish the fall sword forgeables.
Really?
Uh-huh.
How?
Because all that we had left was all we needed next was a hazelnut.
How did you get a hazelnut?
Bought it
Oh my.
from the smuggling cart lady. I also
seems
just bought
illegal.
an amaranth. I don't remember if I need an amaranth for the community center, but I know I need an amaranth for a quest. It's wild, dude. It's spring and we're gonna finish our fall forageables.
That is so insane.
And the thing is, I don't even need to. It'll be free for me to pick this shit up later, but it's for flexing. I just want to flex.
Flexible.
Oh, hello, Alyssa.
I feel like 15.
Hi, Aiko. Hey. Hey. I just wanted to say I'm sorry for running away from you the other day. You're fine. I hadn't apologized to you properly for that. That must have been confusing. I mean, I can't really say anything. I've gotten caught dancing before and I started crying. But to be fair, in my defense, I was naked and I was dancing to What Dreams Are Made Of by Hilary Duff. I think you'd have cried too.
Maybe, yeah. Maybe. What do I need another chest for?
Not sing around other people like ever. What?
What should I make another chest for?
Oh. Miscellaneous? I really like listening to you sing.
Yeah, cool.
Oh. You really liked it? I thank you. Aiko, I want you to listen to the song I'm writing when it's done. I don't have many friends my age, and I don't want to ask my family what they think. They're too supportive and might not give me honest feedback. I get that. That's relatable. No. Please don't tell anyone about it, okay? That's fine. I'm gonna create a band. I'll create it like the concert, you know. We're gonna have Alyssa Sig. We're gonna have Sam and Sebastian and Abigail play instruments. And then and Emily's gonna dance. Such a good dancer. Oh my god, I want to make more. Put your kids damp. If you don't do this, if you don't put damp first, it will explode on you.
Pokey damp.
I'll let you know when it's done. All right, cool. They literally, if you don't use damp, they will just self-destruct.
I've seen it happen. Can I borrow some more oak resin?
I'm using all
Okay.
my oak resin.
Sounds about right. Making more kegs, right?
You can use as much oak resin as I took wood from you the other day. And copper. He's like, can I have some oak resin? And I'm like, "Bruh,
Oh my god, you have so much. I'm gonna sell it all.
no! Don't sell my oak resin, you hoe." What is this room? What's this room give you? Bridge repair? I could use that. I got it. See, that's what happens when you use damp. You get it. See? Okay. So, voila.
God damn it.
Mm, it doesn't say anything about seasons. It just has locations for.
It says at the start of the locations list. What is no?
It just says freshwater fish caught at night. Weather raining. It doesn't tell me anything.
It'll tell you just before the locations. It'll be like winter, and then lists all the winter locations.
It says weather raining. You're wasting your basic bitch wells there for normal types. Did you know that though? I didn't know that. To be fair, I don't really ever use balls if they're not ultra balls. I'm gonna Google it. No, I'm not. I'm not gonna Google it. I'm gonna go to the fucking lake. By lake, you just read the ball. Okay. Wow. Eli. Eli. Your head's clipping into the roof. I had an unsettling dream last night. I was back at Point Drake, walking down the dimly lit street to our old apartment block. The door was unlocked, so I went in. The furniture was how I remember, but every surface was covered in thick dust. There was no one around. Then the doorbell rang behind me. I opened the door, and whatever it was terrifying enough that I think I woke up at 3 a.m. I think I had my face. I think I had my face. I immediately brewed myself a coffee, and Dr. Harvey wonders why I have trouble sleeping. Who is this? Anderson, I was trying to talk to you. Oh no. I was trying to talk to him and I accidentally clicked on the trash. He says, if you need help, just tell me. It doesn't have to come to this. Oh shit, that's so embarrassing. Okay, alright, we're gonna scroll down. None of these say what time of year.
So if you
Oh, this says seasons, never mind. Some of them say seasons. Like this is any season. Time of day in the old woods. Where's the old woods?
what fish are you looking at?
June and meal at this point in time, but that's not originally what I was looking for. Originally, I was looking for the walleye.
Walleye, fall, winter.
I don't know where you're seeing that.
Fall in a bunch, like fall basically everywhere. Winter, half of everywhere.
On the old woods and in freshwater locations during green rain. Okay.
Yeah, rain as well.
Old woods pond. Where's the old woods? Clearly, that's the concern. East Scarpia.
Pardon me.
Okay, I clicked on it and it takes like 17,000 years.
Time is going, by the way.
Is it? Shit. I wanted it to be 5:19 p.m. Thank you. You're welcome.
The only way I knew time was going was I went to go to Ridgeside and people were moving, and I was like, "What?"
I didn't even register the fact that when I accidentally opened the trash, Anderson walked away. It's probably why I hit the trash.
Maybe.
New location out about Eli and Dillamon can only be accessed by the Warp Totem Old Woods, but access is locked until after the players have seen Eli's 10 Heart event. Okay, well, fuck you. I guess. He says, "Thank you for bringing the ores I requested. I brought coal, but okay. I also didn't
All
bring
the
it.
ores.
I also didn't bring the coal. I left it at home by accident." The same thing, yeah.
He just wants this to lick what's on your hands.
Sniff my hands.
Yeah, God damn it.
Okay, I don't have a pickaxe.
Oh no, it got stolen by the demons.
Babe.
Hmm?
I'm tired.
You tired?
Mm-hmm.
End stream soon?
Mm-hmm.
What time is it?
2:13.
Nice.
I mean, no
That's a
wonder
solid
that.
stream.
I know. I'm so proud of us.
Hmm.
I'm just tired now.
Yeah,
So I
that's
wanna
perfectly
I
fine.
wanna sleep. We're still fixing the sleep schedule, okay? Right
What?
now we're running off like 4 hours. Wait, was it 4 hours? Maybe like 3.5 hours. Whatever it was. I don't even need to end this day, honestly. I could just leave it here.
We really can. Just leave it there.
I'm gonna end my stream. It's actually. Are you ending also, or are you just gonna stay streaming?
Oh, I'll end stream too.
Okay. So I'm gonna find somebody to rate out to. Thank you, Milky, for stopping by, and thank you, Al, for stopping by, and thank you. Who else was in the chat at the time? Who's
Jesse
here right
was
now?
here
Jesse,
earlier.
for stopping by, and thank you. Oh, who is this? Who is this Luna Mori person who was lurking? Thank you, Dan Dan, for stopping by also. Australians in the chat. Anyways, I'm
We're
going
taking that.
to see about raiding out actually because we haven't done that in a while. Filming right now. Oh my god, I know that person. Who's that person? See, let's go right out to this person. Okay?
Sounds like
I
a
think I've
plan.
heard of this person before, you know, not totally. Alright. I'll see you guys when we get over there. I love you guys, and you guys have a good night.
Easy Hiko raid. See you later, everyone. Love you all. Bye.